there's no, oh, there's one.
I got you. Sorry for shoving your head.
There's no really where to put it down there. So.
their second time qualifying here. Their second one of ATVSX Motos.
Good job. Good job. Good job.
Test, microphone test, 1, 2, 3. Good. All right, we are getting our gate loaded. I think it's just about loaded, and waiting on the okay from Win Kern, and we'll get our opening ceremonies underway for you, our invocation and our national anthem. Okay, and we got the okay from Win Kern right on cue. How about that? So. And Zach, you are good. We had an audible here, so we are going to do opening from up here in the 500 club, and then we'll throw it to you guys down there in the TV booth. So sorry about that. It was a last-second audible for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I want to welcome you guys out here, and thank you for racing with us here this weekend. Vintage Day, ATV SX as well. And at this time, we're going to ask for your undivided attention as we will turn the microphone over to our good friend Sonny with Christian Volunteers Ministry to lead us in a word of prayer.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you to bow your heads and let's go talk to God. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the beautiful weather you've given us here this week. Lord, we thank you for the safety that we've had, and we pray that that continue through the day. Lord, we pray that guardian angels surround the riders, the staff, everybody out there that's trying to get this event going. And Lord, keep everybody safe today. Bless them and bless their families. Lord, thank you for having us here. Thank you for choosing us to serve you. We love you and praise you. We praise this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Well, thank you for that, Sonny. And now at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask for your continued undivided attention as we ask that you please stand at attention, remove your hats, and cross your hearts as we honor the greatest nation in the world with the playing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
All right, we are ready to roll here at Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross Vintage Day. We've also got ATV SX in store for you guys, and Adam Gordon, our producer, communicate with me, and when you need me to go radio silent on the house mic, I can throw it to the Racer TV broadcast. Just let me know, buddy. I got the phone on lockdown here. In the meantime, I'll bring you guys the live coverage till we're ready to flip over to Racer TV. And race number 1 is going to be your senior 40-plus. Locked and loaded on the gate. The card goes sideways. Bang, and we are off officially on a sunny Tuesday in Daytona. So off and rolling for race number 1. Again, senior 40-plus.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross here from Daytona International Speedway. The 11th annual ATV Supercross taking place, just wrapped up. Race number 1, senior 40 plus, the 133 of Mike Morris going to grab the win, as now we set our sights on race 2, Revolution 1 Masters 50 plus and Revolution 1 Golden Masters. Zach Herron and Jackson Burrow here inside the Racer TV truck. Jackson, man, I think it's just as much fun to watch the racing as it is to look at these amazing machines, all kinds of retro bikes, and some riders out there that were out there when the bikes originally got released, and they're still out here and enjoying them right now.
Yeah, good to have everybody out here with us at Daytona International Speedway. Man, such a cool facility, and like you were saying, Zach, a lot of cool bikes out there, seeing even some that are pull started, seeing some old Pentons, aka KTMs out there. We've got a little bit of everything here today, so it is going to be a great day of racing. Around 24 or so motos here today, or I guess I should say main events, Zach. These are going to be their main events, and then of course our ATV MX going to be on a time schedule here today, so that's one cool thing. Let you know the times here, Zach.
Yeah, going to be fun to watch. 12:50 or so, we're going to kick off heat race 1 for the AMA Pro ATV SX class, 10 minutes plus a lap on those heat races. Then we'll have heat race 2 immediately following, roughly around the 1 o'clock mark, and then we'll pick back up with vintage and modern motorcycle racing right about the 1:20 p.m. mark, and then our last moto, the AMA Pro ATV main event, 18 minutes plus a lap, Jackson. Going to be fun to watch. That will be the last moto of the day, the main event of the main event. It's going to be fun here at Daytona International Raceway.
Yeah, going to be a good one. Some of the best riders in all of ATV racing out here with us this weekend. But out on the track, we got our Revolution 1 Masters and then our Revolution 1 Golden Masters out there as well. Wesley Turner going to be leading the way for the Masters 50 plus. And he is going to be aboard that 272 Kawasaki. Then taking a look here for the Revolution 1 Golden Masters, it is Keith Ulrich that is going to be leading the way on the number 58 Kawasaki.
Ulrich and Turner handling business right now. Looks like Chris Glebus is in the number 2 position physically on track, with Richard Avery just behind in 3rd. You've got Ulrich out there as well. Pat Andes and Glenn Barrett there in these classes. Going to be fun to watch. And obviously Zach Herron, Jackson Burrow right now. We're going to have Mikey Waynes join us here shortly, and then Megawatt Matt Watson going to be jumping in the trailer in a little bit as well. And Jackson, I'm a history buff myself. It is always so fun to have Mega calling these races, because he can give you so much information about the bikes, the way the technology changes from year to year. Oh, this is a 1976 versus a 77, and here were the differences. Here's how it all broke down. It really is so cool to see essentially the history of Supercross right here in front of us, and these riders still able to do what we all love on those retro bikes.
Yeah, going to be fun to get Megawatt in here for a little while. He'll be able to actually tell us what year some of these bikes are just by seeing them on Racer TV, so going to be a fun day here as we continue to watch the 272 of Wesley Turner making his way around the track. Actually, that's going to be the 58. That is going to be our Golden Masters leader, Keith Ulrich, that is on screen. Pat Andre is going to be behind him, and then Glenn Barrett aboard the 131 Suzuki holds on to that 3rd place spot. As for our Masters class, Wesley Turner still leading the way, Chris Glebus in the number 2 spot, and Richard Avery holds on to that 3rd place position. And now going to go back up to the top of the charts. There we see the number 69, your 2nd place, Pat Andes. And then just behind Pat, we see the 933 of Richard Avery. And then we catch a glimpse of our 3rd place there for that Golden Masters, Glenn Barrett making his way around as well. And look at that, Zach. Getting close together there for the number 69 machine.
Yeah, got some wheel-to-wheel racing going on here. These riders having a good time, 50s plus and Golden Masters as well here in the Revolution 1 division. There you see the 422 of Chris Glebus on the Suzuki, 56 years old, having a good time.
So this is the 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross, and then of course the 11th annual ATV Supercross.
Look at this, got a battle going on. The 69 getting some company from the Yamaha. Pat Andes, I believe that might be Richard Avery. Not in the same class, but battling nonetheless as they get ready to take the white flag.
Yeah, Zach, either way, you know they want the bragging rights when they leave here out of the stadium. And the 58 machine starting to break away just a little bit, Keith Ulrich. And that's that battle you were talking about, Zach, there between the Yamaha and the Honda machine. Then we see the 272 come flying up. Your leader out of the Masters Revolution 1, Wesley Turner, the Virginia native. Going to go inside to outside here in our split line. That is where we saw a lot of passes being made here yesterday. I'm sure it is going to be the case for today as well.
Yeah, Kawasaki handling business right now as he makes his way around that left-hand 180, back through the rhythm section once again, and should only have one corner left to go before he sees a checkered flag. And there it is, checkered flag waves. Crossing the line, that will be. Looks like Ulrich going to be the first to physically cross the line.
So Ulrich going to take the win there in that Revolution 1 Golden Masters class. And then Wesley Turner comes across the line on the 272 machine, and he is going to take the Revolution 1 Masters, Golden Masters, like we said, going to Keith Ulrich. So now we're going to get ready for race number 3 that we see on the line. That is our Elite Masters 65 plus.
Yeah, looking like the machine's a little bit more modern. Oh, one rider having problems there over the finish line. Looks like a couple of them coming together. The 69 involved with that, the 933 and the 131. That is not what you want to see. Had a great race going, and looks like he went down pretty hard, missing that helmet visor. We've seen a couple of riders earlier today in practice, Jackson, having some problems on that finish line jump. Saw one rider on the ground, and probably 20-plus feet away was the motorcycle. So these guys are going to have to watch out even when they're taking the checkered flag. Still got to be on their toes for it. Like you said, Elite Masters 65 plus coming up next. Gary Peak, Bill Borum, Dale Barris, Kenneth Dogue, Michael Pelham, David Bowman, Donnie Banks, Steve Scott, David Clements, Rick Ruski, Kurt Servants, William Ford, and John Del Grosso, all sitting on the line. A couple different bike designs, some 2-strokes, some 4-strokes. I love the variety that we see here at the Vintage Daytona Supercross as well. You never know what kind of bike is going to line up in your class. Keeps things exciting for us here on RacerTV.com.
Yeah, no doubt. You never know who's going to show up to race here on the vintage bikes as well. And we are going to get ready to drop the gate here as the one card going to go into the air. These riders get ready to go.
Looks like the board is up. Bike's getting shifted into gear. 65 plus, Jackson. So cool to see these riders a little bit older in age, but still able to throw down and battle as the gate's down, headed into turn 1. It looks like it's a KTM and a Honda duking it out for the early race lead.
Yep, the number 653, that is going to be John Del Grosso.
Yep. Del Grosso grabs the early race lead over the 31 of David Bowman. And Del Grosso already trying to set sail and break out to an early lead.
Yeah, now it looks like the battle going to be on for third here between the KTM and the Honda machine. Not quite able to catch those numbers just yet. And going to do the split line here, and look at that.
Wow. Picks up a couple of spots. Almost had 2 of them.
Yep, almost got a...
There you go. Tucks it back to the inside and makes the pass stick. Oh, your leader goes off the side of the berm. Del Grosso taking a little detour. He pops back in and still going to maintain that lead, but lost a significant amount of time as he's got company from the KTM rider in second.
Yeah, now going to make our way here to the finish line for the completion of lap number 1. We'll see who exactly is going to be in that 3rd place position.
That might be Donnie Banks.
It is.
The number 2 spot coming out of Georgia. So Banks fired up, smells blood in the water, saw the detour from Del Grosso and says, I'm trying to take this win here in Elite Masters 65 plus.
Yeah, Rick Ruski in that 3rd place position, David Bowman in 4th, Bill Borum going to hold on to that 5th place spot, Steve Scott in 6th, and then Gary Peak going to round out our top 7. Dale Barris, Kenneth Dogue, and Mitchell Pelham going to round out our top 10 so far for our Elite Masters. And here we go, your leader back on screen, and that is the battle between Del Grosso and Banks there.
Look at this, Banks running up alongside the KTM.
And here we go to the inside, and he's going to be able to make it stick. So we have a new leader as we approach the finish line, almost side by side here.
Wow, Donnie Banks making the pass happen just before that finish line and takes over the number 1 spot. Donnie Banks still knows how to get the job done. Donnie's daughter, one of our co-workers at AMA Arena Cross, Kristen Banks, doing some trackside reporting for us. Like we said, so many people in this sport, whether it be on the broadcast side of things, working at dealerships, working for companies involved with this sport on a personal level. And Donnie, man, putting that Honda machine up front and starting to put a couple of bike lanes between himself and Del Grosso. Ruski back there in the 3rd place spot.
And Del Grosso really lost a lot of time there on that off-track excursion on lap number 1. He did open up a good lead, but now it is going to be Banks that is opening up a good lead.
Another lap in the books for the Honda rider. Banks really putting the power to the ground, up off the seat, soaking up those bumps. Del Grosso, and you better watch out because Ruski's coming as well on the KTM.
Yeah, Steve Scott going to pick up a couple positions that time around now, moving into 4th on the number 66 Yamaha. And we have a battle on our hands now as Donnie Banks tries to slice through some lap riders. We have saw it cause some chaos here this weekend. So far, so good. He is able to get out clean here in this one. Now one more corner and he'll be on his way to 4 laps complete. Taking a look, about a 2-second lead or so for Banks against Del Grosso. And then Ruski still holding on to that 3rd place spot. And as they check in, yep, 2.1 seconds now, the gap. Ruski going to be back there by about 2 seconds as well. Scott around a second back in that 4th place position. And one thing that's also fun about today, Zach, not everybody out here for necessarily for competition. A lot of these riders just want to come out here and get to race with their buddies, get to go show off their vintage bikes, get to go show off what they're able to do, and it's just a great time here at the Vintage Supercross.
Yeah, this is a fun experience as much as it is competitive, without a doubt. We see so many of these riders. They've grown up racing with one another. They've got some trophy bikes. They maybe even have a more modern bike that they're showing up to race and really compete against. But these are almost like museum pieces in some of these classes getting brought out there, and it's just as fun to watch them be able to still make their way around the track as it is to try to race and win on them. So Donnie Banks clearly on a little more modern of a Honda machine right now as he takes the white flag, but the entire experience here from the Daytona Vintage Supercross is just a ton of fun. You can have just as good a time walking through the pits and doing a little eye shopping as you can watching the racing on track. Yeah, no doubt, almost like a bike show just right here at the Vintage Supercross, so very cool to see. And then of course, like we were saying, going to get to see our 11th annual ATV Supercross here today. That is going to be on a timed method, and we are going to get to see the top ATV pros in the world go head-to-head with each other here today. So going to be fun, but for now, Banks and Del Grosso, along with Scott, Ruski, and Bowman, all going head-to-head for those top 5 spots here in our Elite Masters 65+. There goes one more corner. Oh, excuse me. I thought that was Donnie getting ready to take the checkered flag. Yep, now he makes his way through the final corner. And it looks like it will be Donnie Banks grabbing the win in your Elite Masters 65+ class. Del Grosso crosses the line in 2nd place.
Steve Scott now going to check in with a 3rd place finish. Rick Ruski 4th place, and David Bowman going to come through with a 5th place finish there on the number 31 machine. And now we're going to set our sights here on race number 4, the 250C class, and this should be a fun one.
Yeah, this one's going to be a little more intense. We've got even some racers that we saw yesterday. Jay Potter on the number 11. We've got Alan Geen. There's a couple of riders that have already had some time out here on this track. A little bit of changes between yesterday and today, but 17 entries here in 250C. It's going to be a fun one. Gates down. From the outside, a KTM tries to slice underneath, but possibly a Yamaha grabbing the early race lead. That is the 33 of Robert Leonard.
So Leonard's going to grab that whole shot and the early lead. It does look like Potter now going to move into that 2nd place spot. And he does. Potter going to try to make sure that he doesn't let that 33 machine of Leonard loose here on these opening few laps. We talked about how crucial it was, Zach, to make sure that you're in the fight here in the closing laps. Is if you let him get away here in those first 3 laps, it is so hard to get that ground caught back up.
Yeah, you said it best, Jackson. It's not even just about being in second place. You got to be within a few bike lengths. You give these guys half a second or more in the first 2 laps. It is so difficult to make up time as the laps go on. Right now, the 33 crosses the line. Robert Leonard coming out of New Hampshire, leading the way right now with Jay Potter trying to chase him down on the number 11 KTM. Once again, some variety here in the age of our riders. Your leader, 30 years old. Potter chased him down, only 17. Ooh, Leonard gets a little slideways, headed into that split lane section. Couldn't quite decide where he wanted to go. And right now, it looks like Potter just seeming to follow along, take what lines Leonard's taken.
So watching our top 2 on screen here, Robert Leonard, Jay Potter.
Oh, and over the finish they go. Another lap in the books.
I believe Potter going to run a powder coating business himself. So cool stuff here. I'm sure he has that bike looking clean if we were able to see it up close and personal.
Well, I'll tell you what, Leonard's not helping it stay clean. He's trying to throw some roost and run away, as the 11, I believe, was a little closer about a lap ago. Leonard's starting to creep.
That's what's so fascinating about this race. This is Tuesday morning here. So most of these guys, of course, as everybody does, going to have a day job and going to take it off of it here for this weekend, or this week, I should say, and come out here racing at Daytona. So they want to make sure that they are good to go come Wednesday morning, because I'm sure most all of these guys are going to have to head back home, head back to work, or head back to school one.
Yeah, a lot of commitment involved with being able to stay with us all weekend long. And like you said, moves into the early half of the following week between RCSX yesterday and then Daytona Vintage Supercross here today. But these guys are fully committed. They know this is a great time. Everything from Arena Cross Friday, you've got GNCC just up the road, Supercross Saturday night. I mean, you can really get your money's worth if you know how to spend these last 5 days, and what better way than to close things off with some vintage racing, and then of course our top ATV MX racers in the Daytona ATV Supercross.
Is this the same Jay Potter that races GNCC, Zach? Do you know?
Not 100% sure. I was wondering the same thing. I know Potter did race with us yesterday, but yes, I believe Potter also doing the GNCC series, and so Potter getting the best of both worlds, spending some time in the woods up in Palatka. And
hey, man, he isn't going to be headed back to work. He's going to be headed to Alabama here in just a day or two. Right now, trying to head up into that top spot as he still chases after Robert Leonard, the New Hampshire native. Potter making his way all the way out of Pennsylvania. Daniel Streetfall going to be holding on to that 3rd place position. The Florida native Carson Smith in 4th, and Brock Belso going to move up to that 5th place spot here in this one. Taking a look a little farther down, it is going to be Miller, Friddle, Whitehead, Caesar, Geen in those top 10 positions. As now 5 laps complete here for our 250C class. Not a whole lot more left to go.
Time starting to wind down, making his way through some lap traffic. And look at this, Potter gets back within about a bike length or so. Might have been just saving that energy.
Headed to some lap traffic. This could be a good time for Potter to make a move.
Ooh, different lines there. Potter tries to take the outside, wants to keep the momentum up. Oh, look at this. Flashes him a wheel up the inside. Potter trying to get the power to the ground. Not quite close enough yet. A lap rider in between him. Potter dives to the inside, and I think he made a little contact with that lapper. That's going to cost him big time. Checkered flag coming out. There it is. Leonard going to grab the win. Potter crosses the line in the number 2 position.
All right, so that is going to do it here for race number 4. Race number 5 going to be coming up next. Our Evolution 3 and Evolution 2 Senior 40-plus class going to be hitting the track. And taking a look as those riders get ready to hit the track. And it looks like they're going to be able to do it before I can call them out. We have the 144 of Austin Seelig, Carly Westmeyer, Dave Parker in that Evolution 3 class, and here we go. Let's see who it's going to be. I believe the number 49 machine. And it is the 49, Jacob Raudowicz out of Port Orange, Florida, going to be in control of this one. It looks like the 11 machine, James Nagy Jr., going to be holding on to that second place position. It looks like James possibly on a smaller bike. Wasn't quite able to see. Maybe it was not. Let's see if we can catch a glimpse of him this time around. No, it's just a two-stroke machine. That's what was throwing me off. Man, a good-looking one as well. Really put some work into that machine there for the number 11. So they check in here with one lap complete. We're going to see exactly who is going to be in what spot. It is Jacob Raudowicz that is leading the way. James Nagy Jr. in second, and Travis Kunzelman going to hold on to third with Steve Nagy in that fourth place position for your Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus. As for your Evolution 3, it is Austin Seelig that is going to be leading the way over Dave Parker and Carly Westermeyer.
So the 49 trying to make a quick breakaway. Meanwhile, the 11 got a rear view mirror full of a Suzuki, the number 46 possibly. 40 of Steve Nagy in the number 3 spot. Oh, and I think Nagy might have just made a pass.
And let's see, wait for him to come back into the camera shot. And he's trying to, Nagy does make the pass. How about that? The number 40 going to advance up now, and look at that. We have some other moves trying to be made by the number 14, but now going to have a little bit of trouble, a little bobble there for him in that corner, so he is going to lose a lot of ground. Shuffles back into that 5th place position. Fourth place position, I should say. So watching our lead group on screen. Going to be a 6-lap race here for them.
Oh, look at that. Kawasaki goes down.
Oh, the number 11.
James Nagy Jr.
I'm sure he does. Now Steve Nagy going to be able to get up front of James Nagy Jr. As Travis Kunzelman also going to be able to get past that number 11 machine there aboard that 14 Honda we just saw on screen, the North Carolina native. Still holding on to it so far for the number 49 machine, Jacob Raudowicz. But Steve Nagy able to turn about the same kind of lap time that Raudowicz can. So if Nagy somehow, some way can close that gap, it is going to be a great battle. So far, he is working on it pretty good. But the number 49 machine holding solid.
And once again, folks, don't forget we will have our ATV Pro Racing going on. We'll have that first heat race at 12:50, so just a little under 2 hours from now. The first heat race immediately followed by heat race 2. And then we'll pick back up with vintage bike racing. And then the final moto of the day going to be our AMA ATV Pro SX main event. Checkered flag coming out here for race number 5. Sitting on the line now will be Golden Master 60 plus, 13 entries in this one. as we give a shout out Austin Seelig and Jacob Radowicz grabbing the win in those two classes for race 5. There you see race number 6, Golden Master 60 Plus sitting on the line, locked in. They'll be dropping the gate here momentarily. There it is, card sideways, and the gate is down. A couple of riders getting sideways right off the jump. It's Kawasaki and a KTM getting sideways together coming out of turn 1. That was the 665 of Edward Bow Jr. getting a little contact there. Couldn't quite see who the KTM rider was, but they're going to have their work cut out for him coming from the back of the pack.
Yeah, now we see the number 14 Honda.
It's the 58 of Keith Ulrich going down, and Ulrich already had a good moto, I believe, in the books. Might have been another Ulrich, but nonetheless, he was fighting hard for that early race lead, found himself on the ground.
Yeah, tough break for him. He was really going for it there in that one. John Motcher there on that 14 Honda machine. Oh, and another rider down. Is that him again?
I think that's Ulrich once again. Man, things go from bad to worse for the 58.
So now on screen going to be the Kawasaki ride. Your leader, Edward Bow Jr. John Motcher going to check in that number 2 spot. Dennis Decker, your 3rd place with David Clabon.
Whoa, 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 your leader. I don't know what happened there. He got kicked off the side of the track, almost started to go backwards on the track, spun around at a full 360. I don't even know what to say on that one. Looked like he just must have gotten kicked off to the side, but yeah, went straight across the track, almost started going backwards on it. Meanwhile, the Honda of John Motcher in the number 2 spot with Dennis Decker rounding out the top 3. They were like, whoa, what is this guy doing? He's headed back towards me now. Decker tries to make the pass for second and starts chasing down the Kawasaki.
He does. So Derek's going to, Dennis Decker going to be able to grab that number 2 spot. That is going to put John Motcher into that number 3 spot there on that number 14 Honda machine. And the 665. Smooth selling now. He seems to have it figured out. Edward Bow Jr., the New Jersey native.
Yeah, we'll watch as he comes across that front straightaway once again. See whether or not he maybe takes a different line. I don't know what happened there.
Man, I miss everything good. So let's see it one more time. Let's see if he's got it figured out this time around. And the 665 looking so good so far. Man, it's been a long week. Long weekend, as it has been for you fans and riders as well, everybody that's been here. It's been a great weekend, though. RCSX yesterday, and then, of course, our Vintage Supercross today. The ATV Supercross is going to be going on. It is a great time here in Daytona as Edward Bow checks in once again with now 3 laps complete, and he is still going to be leading the way on that 665 Kawasaki. Bow going to be riding for Decal Works Factory 15, Facility 15, I should say, sorry. Henson and Team Green. Having a good run of it so far.
Yeah, Bow using those high berms, keeping the momentum rolling. Going to be trying to roll to a main event win.
And he makes his way back down this finish line stretch. Going to take the white flag this time around.
1 lap left to go. Cruising around some lap traffic.
15 on screen. And here we go, your leader on screen once again. Edward Bow having a good one here in this one. Edward Bow Jr. Dennis Decker still going to hold on to that number 2 ride as John Motcher holds on to that 3rd place spot. Jason Dahl is going to be in the 4th place spot now, and Edmund Moore rounds out our top 5 here for our Golden Masters 60 plus. A good turnout here for our Golden Masters. Taking a look around 11-12 riders here in this one. And the checkered flag going to fly. Edward Bow Jr. going to take the main event win here in our Golden Masters class.
Great ride for Edward Bow as now we get ready to set our sights on our women's class as well as our 125 class. Shelby Rowland, a name we're familiar with, saw her racing yesterday. And 17 entries out of that 125 class as well. 411 of Gavin Hampton. Going to be doing some battle as well on that Focus X backed machine. There you see him on screen.
Going to be an exciting one here in this one. See Greg Paymart in this one, a.k.a. Frenchie, going to be out there. And here we go, the sweet sounds of 125s making their way through. And look at that, Greg Paymart with a huge hole shot.
Man, Frenchie knows how to get the job done. We've seen him grab hole shots in places right here like RCSX, Daytona Vintage Days, and Loretta Lynn's as well. The 444 out front trying to do damage early.
It looks like the 5 machine of Jeffrey Drysdale going to be holding on to that number 2 spot.
Yep, Drysdale jumping up to the 125 machine, I believe, this year, and putting in a good showing of it right now as he moves into the number 2 spot.
Just 13 years old, Zach.
Yep, 13 years old. Meanwhile, Gregory Paymart, 52. So we got a wide range of riders here in this 125 class. Looks like that's the 713 of Anthony Gildolin on the Yamaha in the number 3 position, trying to find a way around Drysdale. Flies it by, and the YZ moves up to the number 2 spot. So Paymart, whoa, he's going to have some company soon as the Yamaha is on a roll, switches up to the out to in line, and I think he's got the pass made, closes the door on Paymart. But wait a second, Frenchie's not done yet. Thought he was going to force the issue up the inside, but it will be Anthony Gildolin leading the way right now in your 125 class.
So Godolin going to lead the way. Drysdale now going to move back to that 3rd place position as they make their way back through the finish line. We'll check timing and scoring, see exactly what that gap's going to be. Man, a fast lap time that time around for the 713. As everybody could see there on screen, a 45.2.
Yeah, he's feeling comfortable right now. Watch him launching that wall jump. I mean, he jumps halfway across the starting line.
Yeah, he's like 8 gates deep on that landing.
Yeah, that is quite the leap. Not necessarily. I'm not going to say that it's not fast, but really would love to see the time breakdown on that, Jackson, whether or not you scrub it off and power down the backside. But you see him right there wheeling down the backside of some of these jumps. Clearly got that Yamaha set up well. Drysdale now trying to put pressure on Gregory Paymart.
And like you were mentioning, Zach, Paymart, a veteran here in racing. He's definitely not going to give up that spot easy. The number 5, the 13-year-old, going to have to work for it hard here in this one.
Well, they better watch out because Nathan Mock is starting to make his way up as well, putting the pressure. Excuse me, yes, that is Nathan Mock on the Yamaha. Registered as a Yamaha. He's on the gas. Now I see.
Yes, that is exactly what's happened. So he's trying to make that move. He cut to the inside hard there on one of the corners and almost had that position. Being patient back there in that 4th place position.
Yeah, Mock a little bobble exiting that corner. One of the big names of the 125 game is momentum. Keep the power up. Find a way to flow around this track. Mock lost some time, but he's making it back up in a hurry, but he's running out of time. White flag waving here for the 125 class.
And I have to think Paymart probably going to be saying, I can hold these guys off for one more lap.
Oh, look at this. Mock up the inside, gets around Drysdale. Now he's going to try to chase down Gregory Paymart. Running out of time, though. They launch back across the starting gate. Your leader has checked out. He is gone. So this is the battle for the number 2 position.
And let's see what we can do here. Paymart against Mock. Who's it going to be the final lap here for their main event in the 125 class?
Looks like it will be Anthony Gildolin grabbing the race win. It's a drag race to second. Let's see. What time in the scoring say? Paymart hangs on to it. Gregory Paymart going to get the number 2 spot with Nathan Mock crossing the line in 3rd. Drysdale just behind.
And look at that. 0.080 was the time between those two. A good race there as Randy Simpson comes through with a 5th place finish. That is going to do it for race number 7. Race number 8. I do believe, Zach, will be our women's class. So we are going to have our women off and rolling, and here we go.
Yeah, race 7.5 here. Looks like they made the call to split that women's and 125 class. So now we've got our ladies out on course. Felicia Gaither, Anna Murphy, Megan Bennett, Jamie Simonson, Janelle Brown, and Shelby Rowland on the course right now. And it looks like that might be, I believe that was Rowland out to an early race lead. No, that is Janelle Brown on the 434.
No, Shelby Rowland right there going to be in the lead of this one. Shelby Rowland is rolling here in this one, as she has opened up quite the gap now. Going to make her way here to the finish line. One more corner to go before she heads that way. Of course, Rowland, very well known in the WMX world. Having a good run here already in this one, as the rest of our ladies make their way through. Going to check in and see exactly where everybody is going to be sitting. So there's the 434 machine making her way by. Let's check in. So it's Shelby Rowland leading the way, the Blaine, Tennessee native, with Janelle Brown in the number 2 spot, making her way out of New Hampshire. And then Felicia Gaither going to be holding on to the 3rd place position all the way out of Virginia. Anna Murphy going to be our 4th place, and Megan Bennett going to check in with that 5th place spot. So on screen, I believe going to be the 42, I should say, of Felicia Gaither. And it looks like we are trying to make some moves here. That's Anna Murphy trying to make a move up into that podium position there on the number 47.
Man, great job sliced underneath the 42, but the 42 protects the inside in the next line and going to hold on to the position for now.
And they swap back and forth. Now the 47 going to be lined up for the inside, but the 42 going to guard it. And here we go, back down the straightaway. Let's see, this would be a good spot to see a move be made.
Man, side by side over that jump. Here they come across the finish, literally wheel to wheel.
Side by side. And the 42 going to be able to grab it once again. Felicia Gaither going to hold on to it.
47's not giving up yet, though. She is continuing to take those insides, takes a short way around the track, but going to lose some time in that section. Gaither able to keep the momentum up and stretches the gap out just a little bit.
So the 47 going to continue to take that line, that split line there that sends her to the outside toward the exit of the corner. She's now going to move to the inside.
Tries to cut back underneath. We'll wait and see here in this camera shot whether she got the job done. No, still defending well is the 42.
And you know the 47 machine, Zach, wants to get up in that 3rd spot. Everybody wanting to say, hey, I was up there at the Daytona Speedway running in a podium position. That's what the 42's been doing. The 47 wanting a taste of it for herself. We're going to see. This is where we saw them side by side. Could we see that once again?
And they probably don't know it yet, but this is going to be their last lap, Jackson. You saw the white flag getting ready to come out. Shelby Rowland fixing to put both of those ladies a lap down. So look at this. Top of your screen, pass made. Oh, and the 42 tried to cut back underneath her and just lost the front end.
Hate to see the battle end that way.
Man, Shelby Rowland makes her way through both of them. So the next time they come around, they will see a checkered flag.
Felicia having a good, strong run there on that number 42 all race long, though. Way to hang in there.
Yeah, great fight. Ton of fun to watch here on RacerTV.com.
Hey, you know who we haven't been seeing is Janelle Brown up in that 2nd place position. A big shout out to the 434 Yamaha. Doing a great job out there running in that 2nd place spot. Janelle going to be riding for Port City Nissan, Operation Vet Now, Vet MX, FXR, and Legion Speedway. I'm sure making them very proud here today in Daytona, as Shelby Rowland takes the win here in our women's class. Janelle Brown going to come through with a 2nd place finish. And how about it? Anna Murphy, your 3rd place finisher, getting that position on the very last lap.
Here we go, race number 8, Vintage Masters 50 Plus and Evolution 1 Golden Masters. 78 years old, one of our racers out there, Gary Peak. Huge shout out to him. Oh, and look at this. We've got our very own DJ Judd getting strapped up. He's going to be getting ready to go out as well. Got the Kawasaki number 10 fired up. Of course we had to wait on him. Come on, Judd.
Of course, Judd.
This thing isn't the meat, all right? You got to be on it, be ready to go. Trying to get that Kawasaki fired up. Here we go. Still got a hold.
These machines don't quite fire up like a brand new 450 with an electric start, no doubt.
He's telling our 30-second card holder, don't you dare.
Judd might have to grab onto one of those other riders and start that thing down the starting line here. Not sure.
Kicking and kicking. Luckily, he runs like 100 miles all the time, so the leg not going to get tired. And he is still back there fired up.
He's not the only one having some troubles there. So 2 of our riders not going to be able to get off the line. But how about this? A big hole shot for the 203, but he's got a sea of bikes behind him.
Wow, the 203 out front. Wade Doring grabbing the early race lead. We'll have to wait and see. It looks like Judd might still be back there on the line, and he is. So not sure if or when he will be able to get out. No, there's a rule essentially after X amount of time you cannot enter the track.
Yeah, normally after they come through the finish for the first time, you cannot enter back on. We'll see.
Meanwhile, the number 1 out front leading the way, is that Gary Peak?
It's either Gary Peak or Jerry Maddox. I actually know Jerry myself, and that very well could be him. And so Poindexter not going to be able to line up here after some trouble, so tough break for him. It is Jerry Maddox out of Bryson City, North Carolina, going to be leading the way on the 1D machine, at least for our Masters 50-plus vintage class. Robert Heinzerling going to hold on to that second place spot. David Whited, your third place. Brian Oakley and Robert Holster going to round out your top 5 as Lightning Wepler checks in that 6th place spot. And then as for your Golden Masters, it is Randy McDonald on the 4R Husqvarna that's going to be leading the way. Scott Clamforth in that number 2 spot, and Jim Meachern holds on to the 3rd. Rick Lehman and Clint Schreiber going to round out our top 5 for our Evolution 1 Golden Masters.
Man, tough break for Poindexter. Was excited to see him out
one
there.
rider down.
Just for a split second. I don't even think he hit the ground. Look at that.
Wow.
Sending it here on the old bikes. I was going to say we don't have to worry about these guys jumping the wall, but the 203 jumping pretty much everything else.
Zach, you can actually see how limited his suspension travel is right here on Racer TV. Probably not even 6 inches of travel there, and skyrocketing over that finish line. Double, and the double just before it.
Yep. Riders got to be so precise here with these vintage machines.
I mean, closer to jumping a bicycle than what it would be a modern motorcycle at this point. So these guys talented on what they can do on these machines.
Impressive to say the least, and cool to see the appreciation and how much fun these guys have on these older bikes. As you see your leader, white gear, white fender, doubling his way around, still putting together a good flow here on this vintage Masters 50-plus bike.
Hey, some of these guys might have had one of these bikes 30, 40-plus years at this point. So they've got it figured out. They've got it figured out up at the top of the pack, too. As we see your leaders check in once again, skyrocketing over that, the 203 machine.
He says, I jumped this thing back in the day. I can still do it now.
And doing it so far. So continuing to keep up with your leader on screen. Here we go, the 670 machine makes his way by, as well as the 39X, the 15, and the 60 all coming through. Now we see this battle here between the 56 machine and the 816, I believe that was. Then the number 1 number plate flying makes his way through. Here's the 610 machine coming straight at us. Already had to ditch the goggles, or possibly not even wearing none. Has the glasses on, I do believe. There's the 111 machine. And then the 13 was making his way by. Now we turn our attention back up to the front of the field.
I keep waiting to see somebody out there in the open face helmet really committing to the role.
I want to thank everybody for tuning in here to Racer TV. Anybody that is here at the facility, we are live on Racer TV. Make sure to go tell your family and your friends so they can watch you race at home straight from their computer screen. Of course, it is always free all the time here on Racer TV, and it is racing all the time here, as we are going to be We packed up our bags from the GNCC. We came out here to Daytona Speedway. We're packing it up and heading to Alabama here this weekend, and it is all going to be right here on Racer TV. Who knows, maybe introduced a few of these guys to GNCC, maybe introduce some of our GNCC guys here to the Daytona Speedway and all the cool stuff that happens out here, just like this 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross. We thank everybody for coming out. We thank everybody for being here for the 11th annual ATV Supercross as well, as we see your leaders crossing the line now. Let's see who it is going to be up at the top spots. So Jerry Maddox going to take the win for your Masters 50 Vintage class. Out of Bryson City, North Carolina, Robert Heiserling going to be in that 2nd spot. David Whited going to finish out in that 3rd place position for our Masters 50. Wade Doring going to take the win on the 203 for our Golden Masters Evolution 1 class. Scott Clamforth going to be your 2nd place, and Randy McDonald comes through in 3rd. Jim Meachern and Rick Lehman going to round out our top 5, and that is going to do it here for race number 9, I believe it was.
Race 9 on the track right now.
All right.
We had that
the women's class.
Yeah, the separation between the women's and 125. So race 9 takes off Silver Masters, and once again we see the Kawasaki of Edward Bow Jr. grabbing the early race lead. The 58 of Keith Ulrich stays up this time, and he's got Frank Koenig just behind him.
So our top 3 already racing here once today, now in their 2nd main event of the day. Kawasaki machine rocketing up into that front spot. Oh, and a battle for the 2nd spot. Yep. Takes him high.
The 2 KTM boys going at it, Ulrich and Koenig. Meanwhile, Bow trying to check out so you guys can fight over 2nd place, but I don't think Koenig's going to be happy about that. He makes a pass for 2nd and sets his sights on the Kawasaki of Edward Bow Jr.
And here we go. Could this be the pass? And it is.
Wow.
A clean pass there for the number 43 machine.
Yep, slides right around the outside, closes the door afterwards, and Frank Koenig, your new leader here in Silver Masters.
So Keith Ulrich in 3rd, John Motcher in that 4th place spot, Edmund Moore going to hold on to 5th, Jason Dallas in that 6th place spot, Donnie Osborne in 7th. James Ney Jr. in that 8th place spot, John Harris in 9th, and Randall Saw is going to round out our top 10 so far. And a good turnout here in this one, Zach. 15 riders so far have checked into timing and scoring. Going to have 16 entries in total as we see our leaders making their way back by the 43 of Frank Koenig. Holding on to the lead here at the completion of lap 2, Edward Bow Jr. going to be in that 2nd spot, and Keith Ulrich rounds out our top 3.
Yeah, Koenig knows exactly how to handle the front of the pack. We've seen him out at the Loretta Lynn's Amateur National, and Bow not letting him get away, but starting to lose the ability to apply pressure.
Yeah, good run here for Bow. Able to take that win just a little while ago in his main event. Still going to hold on solid here in this 2nd place position. And he's not letting him go yet.
No, certainly not giving up. Still on the charge. You can see working his way through that rhythm section, but Koenig hitting all his marks right now.
Hey, Bow able to knock out a triple there in that section. Starting to send it now as we get into the later laps here in this one. Race number 9 out on the track.
Yeah, starting to wick it up. He knows he's got to figure something out if he wants to catch it back up to the KTM. Time's starting to run out.
For everybody here at the facility, we will be making sure that we let you know what race is on the track. You need to be race 9's out on the track, so that means race number 10, 11, and 12. You should be in the staging area. At least the next 3 classes after whatever is on the track should be in that staging area.
And don't forget, folks, once again, all of our ATV SX races are time-based. So at 12:50, we will have Heat 1 of AMA Pro ATV. Heat 2 immediately to follow right around 1 p.m. and then our AMA Pro ATV main event, the final moto of the day.
So here we go. Frank Koenig still on the screen here, the Columbia, South Carolina native. Edward Bow holding solid in that 2nd place position. and starting to get in some lap riders. We'll see how Koenig can make around those. Just a part of it here, part of racing, Zach. That is what we see all the time. It is just a part of racing. Everybody out here to race going to see different skill levels all throughout the ranks, and it is just going to be part of it, and something hard to practice, but something you definitely got to deal with.
Yeah, Koenig no stranger to having to put riders a lap down, and very good at looking ahead, planning those passes out, and taking wins, which is what he does right now. Frank Koenig gets the job done. Race number 9, Silver Masters 55+.
Edward Bow Jr. comes through with a second-place finish. And let's see, can Keith Ulrich hang on for a third-place finish here in this one? A rough start to his day there in his first main event, but going to try to rebound here in this one, and now going to cross over that checkered flag underneath that big Daytona finish line arch. Keith Ulrich gets it done. John Motcher in that fourth-place spot, I should say. Jason Dawes in 5th, and here we go, race number 10.
Our Warrior class, this is one of my favorites, reserved for veterans and first responders, I believe, and we owe them all a big thank you. But right now, they're not interested in a thank you. They're interested in a win. And look at this, the battle, 12/ and the 259, Shane Waite. Maybe it's the 258, Tori Straffial.
And a solid pace here in this one.
Yeah, these guys, obviously, they are warriors out there. They know how to get the job done. The intensity is there. Looks like that is the KTM out front leading the way, getting control of things with 2 Yamahas trying to chase him down. And you see a fair amount of separation early in this one, your top 3 breaking away. Whoa, a little bit of head shake there for the number 44.
Yeah, getting to see a good glimpse of the pack here as they make their way through.
Meanwhile, fight starting to be brought back to your leader. Here they are on screen, making your way around. The 12/ of Shane Waite, saying, wait for me, I'm trying to catch up and pass you for the lead.
And taking a look at our leaders making their way by on screen here, it is the 258 KTM that is going to be leading the way. Tori Streethoff, I believe, how to say that. Shane Waite in that number 2 spot.
Wow, Waite just picked the front end up off that Yamaha, had every bit of horsepower on the ground, and Presti was able to hang on to it.
Dylan Frisch in that 3rd place position, Mike Morris in 4th, and Travis Kunzelman in that 5th place spot. I actually got to see an Instagram picture of Mike Morris earlier on that 133. It says KTM on timing and scoring, but it is a Yamaha, and the 133 machine picking up his very first ever number 1 plate there out of the 40+ class at the RCSX, and he was very pumped on that. He said it might have took him 40 years, but he got his hands on one.
And this is what it's all about. We talk about these riders being longtime students of the sport. Many of these riders that we're even seeing here in the Warrior class, in the vet classes, they've grown up doing this sport. And yeah, like you said, Mike Morris, a perfect example. Maybe they've never actually had the ability to have success on a national stage. And so there's a lot of passion involved with this as well, Jackson. We sit here and we don't try to discredit the competition of it. It is a very fun event, and a lot of it is being able to show off the unique bikes as well. But these riders want to win, and they're trying to take home championships.
Yeah, and when you've done it your whole life, that's such as Mike Morris, he was there with his child in hand, and you want to be able to show your kids what you do, what dad can do out on the track, what mom can do out on the track sometimes. And not only that, Zach, that's what sparks that fire in a young child's eyes when they get to see their dad on the podium. They're like, hey, you know what? I want to do this myself. I want to get one of these number 1 plates. And somebody trying to get their self one right now is that 258 machine, as he has less than 1 lap to go.
Yeah, it's the generational pass down, right? You see the way, even if your dad doesn't win, isn't on the podium, the passion is clear, right? Nobody does this if they don't love it. And so, sure enough, I know my father, a longtime racer and rider, still rides. Might be riding, I guess it is Tuesday. I keep thinking it's a Wednesday. I know he went riding this weekend, but Honestly, probably rides more than I get to now.
So I was about to say, a madman if he's riding out on a Tuesday or a Wednesday.
Who knows? Put in the motos. Look at that, a little bit of, I think that might have been a heel clicker we saw coming over the finish line from Shane Waite. Grabs the win in your Warrior class. But yeah, growing up watching and getting to go to the races with your family, whether it's dad, mom as well, I'm sure.
And
a lot of
uncle,
these folks,
grandma, grandpa, I mean, you name it.
Best buddy, whoever it is, and then next thing you know, it's, yep, I got to get one of these. I'm obsessed. And so great stuff there for race 10. Race 11, King of Daytona, XR200 coming up next.
This is going to be a good one here for race number 11. Man, I've got to stop saying that. They're all good ones. I just get so excited when I see the next class lined up, especially here for these XR200 machines. Doing it old school here today. And let's see who that's going to be in that number 1 spot. And, of course, the big number 1, Addison Emery, going to be leading the way, the North Carolina native. Trying to catch a glimpse there of our second place. I believe the 822 of Riley Riper going to be in that second place position. I will clarify that as soon as possible here. Oh, and a tough break for the 268 machine.
Looks like that's McCoy Shine. Unfortunately, going to have to call it a day early. But, man, look at the speed up here at the front.
Man, somebody go test the bore on this thing. He is flying.
Addison Emery, North Carolina native. And I knew I recognized the outfit. That is Riley Ripper, another one of my favorite names in the sport. Back there just behind.
Colby Dreisendine going to be in that third place spot, the Texas native. 3 Texas natives here in this one. Your second, third, and your fifth place. Jacob Heinzelman in that fourth place spot. Jason Brizendine in that fifth place spot. So look at that. Possibly brothers, possibly dad and son. Who knows? But no doubt the 2 out of Allen, Texas having a good run in that third and fifth place positions. Brandon Latronic in that 6th place spot, and Cameron Allen going to be in the 7th place spot. Now seeing McCoy Shine checking in here, Zach, in the 8th place position, maybe not having to end his day like we thought.
Yeah, maybe not out at the front like he wants to be, but nonetheless, he is able to push in. Look at that, your leader.
I watched him pull off. It looked like he pulled off the track there, Zach, so not sure if possibly he thought something was wrong with that machine.
Looked like he was headed in that corner and was, and there it is, problems.
Oh, man.
Oh, no. Meanwhile, look at the battle that we've got for the lead. Riley Ripper getting some company and getting past.
Man, he is railing those outsides.
Is that Colby Brizendine in the overalls? The 268? No.
That is.
Is that McCoy Shine?
Oh, no. Yeah, that is McCoy Shine, dude. What in
I don't
the
know
world?
if McCoy made the pass actually happen or if he's just trying not to go a lap down at this point.
He is just trying not to go a lap down, but with that kind of speed, Zach, if he had a few more laps, he can figure something out here.
Wow. Definitely showing what he was capable of, but it is Riley Ripper in the open face helmet, which just shows that it adds horsepower. Ripper ripping right now and in the race lead at the moment.
And really pushing these machines to their limits out here. That number 1 machine having a little bit of trouble, but we could see him get back up into that lead position, no doubt. If he can keep that machine going, he has still got a chance here. 3 laps complete so far. They should be getting the white flag this time around.
And it looks like whatever the problem was for Addison Emery, he has gotten figured out. He is right back there in the number 2 spot.
Possibly the carburetor with stuck, float stuck, something like that, I would say. Because that machine does look like it's running fine now. Maybe able to send it off one of these jumps. And
look at this, the number 1 charging hard. Ripper gonna have some company on this final lap. Who's gonna be the king of kings here at Daytona?
Let's see, here we go.
Across the start one more time. 2 different options through the split lane. Look at the speed Emery carries. Oh, he's not going to quite have the drive. Let's see. Going to take the long way around. Ripper. Got to know he's there at this point. Oh, Oh, could this be it? Addison Emery shows him a wheel. He was nice on that one. Definitely didn't want to cause anybody to go down. One corner left to go. Riley Ripper, hang on a second. It's still not over yet. Oh, just not quite close enough. A drag race to the finish. And look at that, problems for Ripper, and it will be Addison Emery taking the win and making the pass just before the finish line. Riley Ripper going to cross the line in the second place spot. Man, that might be one of the closest finishes we've seen all week and weekend long.
That was a good one. Whatever was wrong with Emery's machine there, he definitely was able to get that cleared up, and he is on his way to a main event win. So now our next class taking off, race number 12. That is going to be our mini open class that is off and rolling here in this one.
Yeah, hello there. We had a little change out of announcers here. Shift change. So second shift is here. Mikey Wayne's here alongside Megawatt Matt Watson. And Megawatt, we've got our mini open on the track. And Jeffrey Drysdale, the second, leading this one. Jack Saraceno in the number 2 spot. Finn Hansen in third. Fourth place is Hampton Craig, or maybe it's Craig Hampton. And then Goya Ryder in 5th place, with Jace Musa rounding out your top 6 riders here in your mini open.
I'm going to go out on a limb, Mikey. That might be Julia Ryder.
Julia Ryder. Yeah, I bet you're right.
I'm going to go out on a limb.
I think you're absolutely correct.
It might be. So, hey, are we, are we looking at Fantasyland out there or what? I mean,
vintage.
I have been over every inch of this course today. I mean, this is just heaven, dude.
Yeah.
This is fantastic. This is the perfect course to do exactly what we're doing today.
Yes.
We're going to have pro ATVs out here in a little bit. We've got old guys on new bikes. We got young guys on old bikes. We got old guys on old bikes, old guys on new bikes, young guys on new bikes. So this is a great track to do this. And, of course, we're going to see the world's best ATV racers here in just a little bit.
Yes.
And it was good to catch up. You and I were going to dinner last night with Dom, and it was good to catch up with Shane Hitt, of all things. We looked across the parking lot and said, oh, man, that is not Shane Hitt. And sure enough, come over, gave us a few kind words, talked a few moments, and it was just cool to run into him down here this far away from home and see he's still involved, still a big fan, and still a big part of what we're doing down here. And, of course, talk to Harv. You and I did a couple days ago, and, man, we're excited.
Yes.
Okay, this is where it's at. This track has never disappointed us in ATV Pro MX. This track has never let us down, for better or for worse, and I expect much of the same today. We're going to be just about 72 degrees, Mikey, this afternoon as we roll into those main events. And right now, white flag is out on race number 12 mini open. Jeffrey Drysdale still out front. Jack Saraceno in that number 2 position. Hampton Craig rides third. Finn Hansen fourth, followed by Julia Ryder, and 6th going to be Jace Musa. But like we were saying, you take a look on screen right now, all across this track from one end to the other, cool obstacles that are safe. Okay, cool obstacles that are really safe. A nice length, a nice distance. And, I tell you, the way to judge it, when you take a look at this track and you see Judd doing everything, that means it's kid-friendly. That means it's kid-friendly, and it's going to be safe for the mini bikes. So, perfect.
Oh, my goodness.
Now, hats off to Judd, man. That guy does everything. That guy runs in the desert. That guy comes out here, rides some vintage bikes. He does dual sport stuff down in Mexico. Judd doesn't make any claims. He just goes out and does it, dude. It's cool to see.
Yeah, that's our buddy there, Judd.
He also plays in bounce houses.
He also he's got quite the inflatable collection.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
DJs for us and does some sound stuff for us at GNCCs, and he also does that for us at Pro Motocross.
And in typical Judd fashion, went out, brushed the snow off of the bikes, and made me cringe. He sent us those pictures.
The dirt from Daytona last year.
Yeah, he sent us those pictures on purpose for a reaction, you know. But typical Judd fashion, man, went out there, put some fresh gas in, put a plug in them. Don't worry about the rat eating the seat foam. It's no big deal.
Race number 13 on the track. This is your Evo 3 Golden Masters and your Revolution 2 Masters 50+. I think that was Troy Collier out in front.
Oh, no way.
89.
Really? Cool. I know that name.
That Backyard Designs FXR backed Yamaha. At least he had the early lead.
I'm going to have to get the blueprint of this track. Where's our drone guy? I need a good overhead.
Well, he's here. I was going to say he's not here, but he is here.
Yeah, I need a good overhead.
Not operating drone.
Well, we can be. Yeah. We can be.
Oh, he's on the start camera this weekend. There you go.
Oh, great. Well, go ahead and unbox the drone.
Megawatt wants the lay of the land. Derek Scott leading it. Steve Nagy in the 2 spot. Troy Collier back in 3rd. Wesley Smith in 4th place. And let's see. We'll scroll down here. That's some fine print.
Donnie and I got enough room to build this.
I believe it.
And the equipment, so I like it.
A nice replica track. I'd be about it.
I dig it.
Evo 3 Golden Masters, Randy McDonald leading the way. That is Todd Winslow in the number 2 spot. Bill Michaels in 3rd with Carl Cox 4th. And Jim McCarran rounding out your top 5. Stan Gant in the number 6 spot. And Patrick O'Connor on the Honda back there in 7th. Go ahead, Mega.
Well, no, Mikey, we got some racing going on.
Yeah, heck yeah.
I mean, I love it. A lot of times, you know, people, there's two kind of vintage guys, you know, they got show bikes that they don't ride. Sometimes they got both and this and that. And these guys out here, not afraid, you know, to replace some plastic. Might have to repaint a tank next week, that kind of thing. Might take a foot peg to a steel frame, a swing arm. But these guys aren't afraid of that. We've got the resources. We know how to make them look just like they do now.
Yeah.
You know, we know how to make them look new again. But to see some of the trick parts on these bikes, that I really enjoy. These guys out here brought real equipment, racing shoulder to shoulder, and a lot of guys cruising at their speed because they haven't ridden since last year.
Yeah, that's
right. So cool, you know.
It's always fun. These guys sometimes, you know, they got to think, man, I got to be at work tomorrow.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Or at least next week if they're down here for bike week, whatever the case is.
Mikey, that's exactly what limits my time.
Yeah.
That's exactly what limits my time. It just can't happen to me right now.
And then when you get out to a race, you're on the microphone. So that don't help. It helps, but it don't help. Randy McDonald leading that one out in front. The number 4R on that Husqvarna. I think 4.0 on the machine right there.
I will say, since November, I've ridden 3 times as much as all last year. So,
Very good.
Yeah, since November.
Yep. Todd Winslow in that number 2 spot. Carl Cox in the number 3 position. And Bill Michaels in 4th place with Jim McCarran in 5th. Yeah, all good, Adam. We got her. It's all good. Got the two different classes out there. Revolution 2, Masters 50+. Steve Nagy leading the way out of Port Orange, Florida. Derek Scott in that 2 spot. Troy Collier 3rd and 4th place. Wesley Turner.
There was a track down in Port Orange in the mid-'90s, and it stayed there for quite some
White
time.
flag out. Go ahead.
And a famous Kawasaki Team Green kid that went on to some kind of fame and now announces. I used to sit there on the side of the road and watch Adam C. and Cirillo ride at that practice track.
That's very cool.
Right there on the side of 44 in Port Orange. Absolutely. I pull over, I'm like, man, this kid rips.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He did and he does. I'm sure he can still rip on the bike. Good on the mic, too. How about that? Tuesday, baby, Tuesday. 3 laps complete.
Can't say two-wheel Tuesday.
That's true.
We got the best. We got the best 4-wheel racers in the world coming up here in just a bit, and you know, I love catching up with Weenan and those guys, Rastrelli, all them cats. I like talking to those guys. They are very transparent. They're straight up, and every one of them understands. They all have a common goal, but each one of them has a different program or a different road to get there.
Right.
And they respect each other's program and they give each other space. You know, stuff like that. It's just cool. All right, got the 1-800 Collect, Raymond McGrath. Responsible for bringing them into the game years ago on about a 93 Honda is what Jeremy was riding at the time.
Very cool. Got the camel smoker cross on there.
Yeah, now that's a much newer machine, but the 1-800 Collect is a throwback graphic.
That's when you know your sport is doing well, when you start to get those sponsors outside of your own industry. That was always the good sign.
Mikey,
like, man, we made it.
You'd go to the race, Mikey, and 1-800 Collect would bring a bank of phones.
Those are the days.
And you could call home. Yeah, everybody got a couple minutes of phone time, on 1-800 Collect.
And the kids out there can't comprehend that at all.
No,
why would a company bring phones out?
Jeff Glass brought surf detergent into the game, and I remember at Steel City back in the day, we were just kids, Timmy setting up the track and all this, and we're over there, and Glass shows up early, and he's over there with boxes of surf detergent throwing it out. And hey, what a better market than guys that get dirty clothes every single day.
Oh yeah,
we get dirty clothes every single day in our business. Oh, there we go. Got the XR. Riding a 6, or no, that's a 400. Yeah, that's a 4. I thought so. That's a 400. I was asking Zach a little bit ago, have you seen the Carson Brown video where he's ripping an XR 600?
Oh, my goodness.
Through that little piney track, it has the one with all the jumps.
There's nothing he can't ride.
I have so much fun with that guy. We've been to Bagger Racing League. We've been to Mini Bike Nationals and that kind of stuff. We've been to Pro Motocross. Yeah, that guy's a blast, and he's such a humble, nice kid.
Gavin Hampton there, the 411, Don Hampton's kinfolk. Out there ready to roll.
Got that. It looks like 88 YZ. Might be 89, but looks like 88 YZ looking clean, looking good.
There we go. Had one guy late to the line, but he's ready. No time to get nervous.
319, did 319 just roll in there?
I think so, yeah. I think he just rolled up.
He's like, what up?
Ready to roll, baby. Evo 2, that's Peyton Harden and Tommy Boyd. Revolution 1, Michael Ploss, Brennan Clancy, Cameron Allen. Let's see, Mike Hartensfeld, Connor Mancuso, Joseph DeSanti, Jacob Heinzelman, and Gavin Hampton.
I knew the XR was going to be a gamer, Mikey.
Oh, heck yeah.
I knew he was going to be a gamer in there. Was he riding third right now? Yeah, the dude on the XR's in third right now.
In third. I think was at the 58 machine. I think Andrew McCullochick.
Sure it's not Mahalik?
Mahalik? You want to go with Mahalik?
I don't know. I'm just.
That sounds better. I think you're probably right. My sixth grade education is showing.
Thanks, Wes.
Yeah. It happens.
Hey, what a great show Saturday night, Mikey.
Yeah, our buddy Wes Kane
Holy
did a stellar
cow.
job in the home
Man,
state.
oh man. Of course, Rob Bidas.
Yeah.
Our buddy Kevin Kelly from Loretta Lynn's a mammoth. But Wes was on point, no question about it. Rob's caller was there. Kevin, man, able to tie it all together. It was really good. But the program, the racing, the competition, the passes, the results, Kenny, it was an unbelievable evening.
It's funny with no Eli, right? We were
no
all
Jet.
No Eli. Well, I'm saying Eli, the success at Daytona.
7-time, yeah. Hey,
it's just like
Jeff Stanton was Mr. Daytona.
Come on. Yeah, I know.
Okay, Jeff Stanton was, but by one, he's not.
Yeah, that's right. Like
7 times that man come down here and did it, bro.
That's impressive. Very impressive.
You better believe it.
But, no, Eli, so it was like, who's going to step up? Who's going to be that guy? So seeing Kenny get one was just, that's as good as it gets right there.
Everybody says, there's no luck, there's no this. That's a bunch of crap, Mike.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, I've seen over 50 years of the Daytona Supercross. This was our 50th. Yeah. Over the 50 years, I've seen a couple guys get lucky.
Yeah.
I will guarantee you, dog. Okay, I've seen a couple guys get gifts.
That's very true. Yes.
Over the years, okay. There's no luck. You make your look all this crap. No, somebody else's bad luck was your good luck.
That's right.
I can tell you that.
58 Cowie and Michael Ploss, that number 8 machine, a little back and forth. Oh no! Well, announcer curse.
Way to go.
Michael goes down the number 8 machine, trying to gather himself.
That was Mikey.
That was me. That was my fault.
Michael. Yeah, that was
so
Mikey.
Now Andrew on the number 58 Cowie, and Hartzenfeld was back there somewhere. There he is.
Mikey, when I was a kid, they would build the track over the wall right here.
Oh, beautiful.
Back toward the road course, and they'd run a section back there, and they'd jump back over the wall. They'd put dirt over top of it, and they'd jump back in. It is cool stuff, man. There's so much history here.
There's a 282 rolling through.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I thought that was a voice in my ear. I'm like, what do they want?
No.
I'm like, what do they want?
Yeah, that was me.
Nice, yeah.
Here goes Hampton in the 411.
And it's easy to say that. Who's down? Did you say somebody's name? Did you say 411?
No.
Is that who went down?
Was that Hampton that went down? No, I think that was second place.
Okay. Like, as soon as you say their name.
Peyton Harden holding it down there for the Evolution 2, number 222. And outside of that, Mike Hartensveld.
We got a white flag.
Who is checked in. And, Michael Ploss, excuse me. Jacob Heinzelman in that number 2 spot. So Michael Ploss.
In spite of you, Ploss brings it back to the front.
Hey, you gave me announce your curse, it don't matter. There he is on Racer TV.
Bring it, Waynes.
He's going to bring it home. He's got to ride smooth. Got a little pressure.
What's cool about a lot of this, these guys have owned these bikes for 20 years, 25 years. Some guys went out and bought them a couple years ago and started building them, did whatever. Some guys like Judd, they'll take them home, they'll lay them in the backyard, and next year they'll get them back out again.
That's Heinzelman behind him, the 319. And inside line for won't pay off. Michael Ploss going to hang on and bring out the checkered flag.
Well, you know, one thing I really miss about the old days, flag guy, do some somersaults, backflip, handstand with that checkered flag. That I do miss.
Heck yes.
That's what I've been saying for 30 minutes, dude. I brought one down here a few years ago just to have some fun. There you go.
Yeah, that's awesome. Open and 250s. Race number 15. That is Jeffrey Drysdale, the second in the number 1 spot. Nicholas Smigel out there in the number 46 machine. Nathan Mock, as well as Cody Duma and Anthony Gieden and Jason White. As a rider goes down right there, trying to get her back up on 2 wheels.
So, you know, to credit what we were just saying, Dan just come through. Dawn, just come through. And I said, yeah, Dawn, some of these guys had these bikes for 25 years, and I just mentioned it. You know, some people went out, and bought bikes just for this week. Said, yeah, we bought it in November.
There you go.
Just for this event, dude. So, that is so cool, dude. That's why we love this place. We love this event. He's going home and tell everybody, dude, I ripped Daytona, and he did.
That's
he did.
Cool. Yeah, it's one
Daytona's thing. Judd's going to say, hey, I rolled Daytona.
That's right. I rolled Daytona.
Absolutely.
Didn't race it. I rolled it. That's still very cool.
It is, dude. God bless him. He knows I love him.
Opportunity sometimes at a Supercross or specifically Pro Motocross Outdoor National where, hey, on Saturday you get to come in, you get to watch the pros, and then we got amateurs a lot of times on that following Sunday. I know we have that at Ironman most years, and it's pretty special. If you're coming out here and you watch the race, you watch the big boys do it, and you're like, holy smokes, I get an opportunity. Now, the exact same track, no, not necessarily, but nonetheless, if you do this for the photo op alone and you don't even care where you ended up, that is worth it in itself.
As a teenager, me and my buddies lived for amateur day at every pro track, man.
Yeah.
At High Point, back in the day, you got 3 days of amateur racing around the National. There was no problem. It was always Memorial Day. You had that extra Monday. We had all kinds of racing going on. Then you went maybe Kenworthy's and rode that track on amateur day, and just like these guys, hey man, I'm riding the same track that they just rode a national on. It's crazy. We live for it, dude. We traveled, man. People go visit ballparks, man. We were going to tracks just to ride.
That's right. Yeah, I've got buddies that I work with, as Anthony Geidlin in first place, Nathan Mack in the number 2 spot, Jeffrey Drysdale third, Jason White fourth, and Nicholas Smigel fifth. And your 250 class, it is Robert Betancourt, Cameron Rogers, Lucas Cochran, and Kyle Keese. But I've got some coworkers, great guys, and their goal is, man, I want to go to every baseball park in the nation to watch an MLB game. And I'm like, that's cool, that's commendable. I have the goal of making it to every place we race Supercross and Pro Motocross.
Yeah.
You know, it's just
That's
we're
right.
a different breed, but
Yep.
you know, it's okay. Apples and oranges, but nonetheless, that's what you're passionate about.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. And every week when I'm traveling home at the end of the Nationals or the Super Motocross playoffs, you know, I'm traveling back. The daggone airport is just loaded with people in Steelers jerseys or Atlanta jerseys where they went. They flew out Saturday, watched the game Sunday, and we're flying home.
Yeah.
You know, went
a little tip over right there.
That's a
250. Falls back on his falls on his back and thinks about 256 machine. And a little slow to get up right
Cody
there.
Duma.
That was Cody Duma, who was sitting at a good position and white flag out.
Mike, I'm slow to get up when I don't fall down.
I think we were both slow to get up this morning.
I watched you eyeballing me the other day while I was climbing out to put gas in the truck, and you're like,
make sure you didn't fall.
Would you like me to get that?
You might need the life alert now, Megawatt.
Well, I'm not even going to say the next thing that went through my head. I'm not going to say it. Oh gosh, I'm going to say I could borrow Mom's.
Oh no. That's true. Well, we all get there, okay? That's the bottom line. We all get there.
Gosh.
There's Nicholas Smigel right there. Checkered flag is out. Lucas Cochran going to grab that win for your 250 class.
That's Corcoran. It's not Cochran. It's
oh, my bad. Oh, it is Corcoran.
Yeah.
I missed the R in there. I was thinking Casey Cochran there.
And Guidelin.
And Guidelin.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just my voice inflection is different. I'm from the Midwest. We're simple people.
Yes, flat hillbillies.
Flat hillbillies. Flatbillies.
Yes.
There's some good-looking machines, Mega.
Man, look at those early YZs right there. I'm thinking I don't have my glasses. There you go. Thanks, fellas.
There we go. For you.
That is definitely, I believe, 79. Yep, 79 right there.
Talking about the 702 right there.
Yeah, 702 is a 1980. What do we got next in line there?
He gave a thumbs up. He said, yeah,
you're right on, man.
Nailed it, Megawatt.
625 looking good. Is that a Sax or a Bultaco? 816 might be a Sax, man, to be honest with you. Just got a nice looking CZ 203. Looks nice, bro. Love the work. Love the bike. Looks good. I'm thumbing up like he's looking at me.
Yeah, like he can see us.
Yeah, man.
Hey, shout out to Mike Nichols down there operating the Bolt. Works for us for Racer TV. I'm going to say, in air quotes, he's got it easy this weekend. That man's a bad dude. If you've ever been to a GNCC during the race, Mike is in the pro pits. And if you've been, you know why I think that's
That's Poindexter, isn't it? Is he in this one?
I don't think.
Yeah, that's him. Got the 79 125.
Yes, it is.
Ventco.
Judd Poindexter.
What's up, Poindexter?
The dirt on that machine is from Daytona last year.
No pressure. America's watching.
Go get the whole shot, Judd. Then we'll talk.
No pressure, Judd.
America's watching. But no, Mike Nichols works the pro pits at a GNCC. And if you've been to a GNCC, you know why that's so gnarly. Those guys ripping through there. And Mike he's got that dog in him, man. Not phased.
Judd thinks he's Captain America. Here, look at this. Were you Evel Knievel or Captain America?
Excuse me. So just about ready to set these guys off now. Judd said, "You're making me nervous here." Hi, Mike.
What's up, Mike?
Some love. So this is your Vintage Masters 50 Plus and Evolution 1 Masters 50 Plus.
Don't jump the gate, Judd.
Just about ready to roll. Waiting on the okay from our track crew. Some nice shots, some close-up shots.
They say the camera adds 5 pounds to you, Judd.
Oh, man. And you know what? Judd right there, he's ran some ultra marathons, too. Judd.
Oh, that guy.
And he's sensational on a pair of roller skates.
That guy's
You think
fit.
I'm joking.
That guy's fit.
He's good on a pair of roller skates.
He was an extra in roll bounce.
Yes. Oh, my goodness.
He's back there doing splits on the quads.
That's beautiful. So, again, waiting on the okay. This is race number 16, by the way. So coming up next, going to be race number 17.
Judd just raised his hands. His bike not start?
Oh, boy. Or is he waving? I think getting, yeah, there we go. Water on the track.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, surely the snow melted off of it by now.
Assumed as much, but we moved down here.
Hey, Judd. Ain't got no gas in it.
Oh, no, it really is having issues.
No way.
Oh, Judd Poindexter.
Oh, now I feel real bad for announcer's curse.
Well, he's part of the crew, so
yeah,
that's what it was. The other rider said, "Now wait a minute, we hear he works for you guys." This is this is devastating if you're Judd Poindexter right now. There goes all the sponsorship money and the purse he was going to win, most likely.
To put in the purse he carries.
Yeah. Yeah, Judd, that's our, if you hear Megawatt and I or Mega, Rob Bitus, Lurch, hey, we're off. Judd is the man that gets our voices out there, so you can either love or hate Judd. I don't know which side of the fence you are.
And you talk about him being fit and stuff, man. That guy is seriously. He's dedicated.
He's one of the best.
Yeah, his diet and all that kind of stuff. I mean, that guy's a good dude.
Brian Oakley leading the way. That's the 625. 816 falls to second. Scott, well, two different classes nonetheless, I guess. So they're both leading. Scott Clamforth is the rider. Oh, Judd got her going. All right, let's see if he can get out there and lap the whole pack.
Put the Sexton on him. Come from last to first. Let's see it. Judd Sexton, let's go. Running a Savachi number, make it happen.
There you go.
She already caught fourth place.
There you go. Come on, Judd. See if he can podium here. Hey, coming up at 12:50, we're approaching the 12 o'clock hour. Heat race number 1 for the AMA Pro ATV SX today here at Daytona, but that is going to be coming up here at 12:50. That'll be 10 minutes plus 1, and then heat race number 2, 10 minutes plus 2, or 10 minutes plus 1, excuse me.
All right, Judd making his move right now. You know, I was questionable about that because Judd didn't officially go across the gate. But anyways, you know, a little technicality there. We'll let it go. Might have been a little course cutting.
Oh, right there, Judd, unbelievable. Unbelievable. You know, I'd black flag him if it were me. I'd say, you're done, bro.
I'm liking the sound. I hope Harv's listening.
Brian Oakley leading the way. Charles Kiesel in that number 2 spot. Kenneth Hempen Sr. just checked in right there, leading the way. And Judd Poindexter, he's second right now. We'll see if they DQ him. I'm not sure.
I didn't see 10 bikes on that line.
No, I didn't either.
And we've got 10 people crossing the finish line. So I saw about 6 bikes on the starting line.
Don't know. There's the 203. Yeah. That is Charles Kiesel out of Sarasota, Florida, on that CVR Vintage Racing backed ride. Getting it done in the home state, having some fun.
That's even better.
Heck yeah. Oh, yeah, right?
Oh,
and more bad news
are
for the
you
17.
Kidding me?
I mean, when it rains, it pours.
Way to represent Roanoke, bro. There you go.
My goodness.
Oh, my guy.
What are you gonna do? See,
he's used to that. So, you see he's not frustrated. He's used to that. So, yeah.
On par, I guess.
He's like, well, it's another Tuesday.
Oh, poor Judd. And by the way, we're good friends with Judd. We're not going to rip on any of you other guys like we've been to Judd. Somebody's down there.
Unless you do something really stupid, then we're going to rip on you. I can tell you that.
Race. These guys are going to tear me apart.
Yeah, you do something really ignorant, and yeah, we'll do that.
Well, Megawatt will.
Yeah.
He's got more tenure than I do. I want to keep my job. Mega's grandfathered in. He's not going anywhere.
It's all in fun and all love. And you're right. We're not going to pick on anybody but Judd, maybe.
Maybe. Maybe. Oh, my goodness. Brian Oakley, just got a shot of him on Racer TV.
And you can tell the guys that had their bikes. You can tell the guys that ride their bikes.
Yeah, that's true.
They're not kind of feeling it out. They're not, well, does the throttle come on now? Does whatever. These guys understand their bikes.
It's kind of funny. It's probably been 3 years ago now. Thor Powell, who participated in Supercross Futures, rode a vintage machine. I can't remember what one it was, but he came off the track and he's like, man, I have a renewed respect for anybody that was racing, 20, 30 years ago.
How about it? Yeah.
I don't know how you guys did anything on the machines. And that's not taking anything away from the machine at its time, but they've advanced so much that it's a complete apples and oranges comparison at this point.
Absolutely. Casey Cochran used to come down here as a kid on a 74 TM100. and lay the smoke to a bunch of old dudes.
Yeah, he did.
The first time I saw it, he was in Ohio, and I had this kind of funny. I was like, "What? We got this 14-year-old kid out there with these 60-year-old guys." But man, his TM was set up. It was ready to roll. He was just a little squirt, dude. You knew he was a popcorn fart. So it was, it was fun to watch. And what was cool was it would almost remind me of riding with the neighbor kids. So it made a lot more sense to me.
That's cool.
And it brought it into perspective for me.
And there's probably an older dude out there that sees Casey Cochran now, and they're like, I raced that kid. And people, how, when, where? Daytona.
Hey, Mikey, and speaking of neighborhood kids, riding with neighborhood kids and that kind of thing, it just hit me. We had a tragic loss in Bridgeport, West Virginia, mine and Mr. Cotter's hometown last week.
Checkered flag.
A young man named Reese Callison was taken from us in a tragic dirt bike accident after just finishing up riding. And his family, lifetime in the neighborhood, they were avid dirt bike and off-road enthusiasts and fans, and we just want to send our thoughts and prayers out to the Callisons at this time right now, for sure.
So vintage on the track, race number 17, Jerry Maddox, Peyton Hardin, Jim Wells. Is that our Jim Wells? Chase Adams, as well as Robert.
We got James T. Wells.
That's true. That's true. And then Kerry Eberts out there. Chillicothe, Ohio represented well. A couple guys out there. Again, race number 17 on the track.
Look at our guy on the Elsinore running the low pipe. He's like, if I ding it up, we'll fix it.
Oh, man.
If I smash it, we'll fix it. These guys, some of these tanks, whether it's the Elsinores, some of the painted tanks, it doesn't matter. They're works of art. The Husky tanks with the polished panels.
Oh, yeah.
Randy Richardson tanks always look nice. That bike looks beautiful. Who is that?
Let's see if we can get our eyes on him. Is that the 063?
It is. It is.
Well, let's see. Just checked in through finish 963. That is Kerry Eberts.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful tank right there. We've got a few of them at the office. You've seen them on display stuff. But it takes one small tip over, man, to ding that thing up, scratch it and all that. And some guys, that's personality to them. Other guys, nobody in particular that but would want to fix that right away.
Right.
Would want that to, want that to go back to like you never rode this weekend.
Yes, yeah.
But these guys are awesome out here. Really some artwork. Mm-hmm. People don't understand how hard it is to paint plastic.
Yeah, not wrong.
And you can pick up the phone. You can call AMX. You can call a lot of these people. You can get real shiny plastic. Bottom line is, a lot of these guys take great pleasure in sanding, repainting the Elsinore fenders, the early Yamaha silver fenders, that type of thing. And that's the fender that came from Japan. That's the fender that came on this bike. That kind of thing.
Awesome.
And to watch these guys out here ripping them. And I've got bikes both ways. I've got bikes I've bought kits for because I'm going to rip that bike.
Yeah.
I'm going to roost that bike around. But these guys' willingness to get out here, I love it.
That's very cool. Watching that battle, as you guys just saw, Racer TV right there. Chase Adams and Peyton Hardin. That is for that number 2 spot. And the man we're showing some love to, the 963, Kerry Eberts. That is your rider out in front, leading the way 2 laps into it. And there's that battle we were watching for a second. These guys kind of, they're jockeying for position right now.
They are, absolutely.
One of these guys is going to get second, and they're fighting for it. Little dab right there. There it is, Chase Adams in the 2 spot, Peyton Hardin in 3rd.
And, he manualed right through there, wheelied right through. I haven't seen one bike really kicking and bucking and jumping. These guys did a really good job putting this track together. I've said that half a dozen times, but first of all, these bikes are pretty dialed. These guys have them set up. I would like to see Judd's bike in action, but the rest of this field, they really have their bikes dialed, and that's a testament to the track builder because you don't see the bikes pitching and kicking and this and that, and these guys are able to do all the obstacles. And in a minute, you're going to see these obstacles totally destroyed in a different rhythm.
Yes.
You're going to see different lanes when these quads come out here, and you're going to see some lap times that are going to blow your brain.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm telling you that right now.
Absolutely, yes.
And when it gets wheel to wheel, open wheel, son, that's when it gets touchy.
Ready for it. Bring it on. There he is.
What'd you say, 1250?
1250. 1250. We will have heat race number 1 for your pro ATVs.
Mikey, we got the cool breeze coming through the vortex here.
Yeah.
In the palatial Racer TV studios.
Yeah, it's not bad. This is
got
honestly
the leather-lined high-back chairs.
Oh yeah.
Got the shag carpet, son.
Yep. Yeah, that's
78-inch monitor.
That's all right in here. I don't know if did Zach and Jackson get one. So there it goes, 963 out in front. 4 laps completed. Just about ready to bring this one home. Oh, look at side-by-side battle. Are you kidding me?
77, 78 RM. Well, look at this at the finish line. Hey, Kenny Roxon. Oh,
Chase
what?
Adams going to take the win.
Oh, the Swedish machine, the Husqvarna, installed on the jump.
Is he pushing it? He's pushing it. Yeah.
Come on.
Hey, we're not a big crowd.
Man.
Make some noise for the man.
Dude.
That's the 963.
Come on, fire up, baby. There we go, Gary. Back up. Oh, no. You got this, Gary. Come on, man.
You got it. That's Carey right there.
Carey, yeah. Woo.
Chillicothe, the Ohio zone.
Yeah.
Crossing that finish. Hell of a ride, man.
Heck
That's
yeah,
cool.
Dude. Right on, man.
He shakes his head. He's like, no, boys, I'm exhausted. But no, that was good. That was cool, man.
Heck yeah.
As it gets.
Oh, Irish Frenchie right there. 444. The Frenchie, look for the old shot.
MKS's only Frenchie Gregory Paymart.
Footwear creator. Look at French. Sliding it through. Oh, Frenchie with the home shot. Le home shot.
He got it.
Frenchie raced all weekend, raced like 32 classes. He's probably got about 400 laps in by now. He's ridden every track we built this week.
But
he's ridden everything they built out there.
Dude, the man is in shape. Like, he looked real good at Mini-O's back in November. He said, man, this is, back then in November, he said, this is the healthiest and best I have felt in many, many years. And honestly, it's really showed this weekend especially.
And what's inspirational and ridiculous at the same time, all this came because of a serious injury.
Yeah.
He said, man, we're not going to get hurt like that again. The therapist says do this, I'm going to do it. The doctor says do this, I'm going to do it. But he said, I'm going to do it twice. I'm going to do it twice as hard. And that's exactly what he's done. And while he was rehabbing and laid up, man, this guy created a footwear company. Created a brand, man. They've got a following, you know. I'm wearing them right now.
The French liner, I got to get me a new pair. They are amazing shoes. Mm-hmm. They are not Doberman proof, I found out.
Hey, I can tell you this much. They've got kickstart plates in them.
Yep.
They've got arch protection. They've got shift pads on the toe. Everything that's on first gen on these that's leather is suede on the new ones.
Oh, heck yeah.
So we got some blue ones coming next week, I think.
Nice, nice. Frenchie getting into a dog fight right there. That's Frank Koenig. Frank pulling the...
Frank's been around forever. You called Frank's name plenty of times, man. Keith Ulrich, yep. He's a regular. Troy Collier. Jermaine Mendez, JJ. Look at Nagy. He's like, I'm not scared. He's always out there. John Harris, Darren Panulo, Kyle Thibodeau, Kevin McKenna. Dirt looks so good. Just about 72 degrees again. Got a little bit of overcast. So we got plenty of sunshine, but a little bit of overcast to catch those immediate rays, man. It's perfect.
Not mad about it. Keep a little more moisture in the ground and on the track.
For sure. And you know what? Your body works better. The machine works better. Frenchie giving up the lead. Old Frank Koenig.
Koenig now, that's 3 laps complete. Gregory Paymart, Frenchie in that number 2 spot. Ulrich in 3rd. Troy Collier in 4th place. James Nagy 5th. JJ Mendez in the number 6 spot. John Harris 7th. Darren Panulo in 8th place. 9th place going to be Kyle Thibodeau and Kevin McKenna going to round out your top 10.
Now, sometimes you'll see guys that'll race a race like today, but not normally the amateur day and that kind of thing. What's funny is all these guys hung out. These guys, I know for a fact that Koenig, Paymart, Collier-Nagy, Thibodeau, they've raced each other all over the country. No matter where they're from, they've raced each other all over. And that is so cool that everybody's here today, Tuesday in Daytona.
White flag out.
So Masters 50 plus. Koenig on the gas.
Frenchie not giving up, man.
No, he's good late in the race. Yeah, he saw that white flag. He gets it. He understands it. What's coming up next?
Well, I'm glad you asked. We got Masters 50 plus on the track right now. Coming up next is going to be the Open E class. And then we'll get 2 riders there. And then we'll get race number 20, Evo 1 and Revolution 2.
Open E. I want them things set on 80 horse. I want to see it, man.
The Open E class on Vintage Day, it means they're a 2022 model that would be the vintage class of Open
I guess, yeah. Producer Adam Gordon coming through, got that Magnum PI mustache going on.
Oh, yeah. At the beginning of the season, I had a mustache, too. My wife makes me shave it off, which breaks my heart. And I said, the entire staff...
That looks like about a year's growth.
Should have mustaches. I think it should be a prerequisite for the job. Checkered flag flies. Frank Koenig going to take first place. Gregory Paymart going to take second. Keith Ulrich third. Fourth, Troy Collier. And James Nagy going to round out your top 5.
Look at these guys eyeing each other up on the E
yeah.
machines.
Oh, we got okay.
Oh, dig
got
it.
The Stark bike.
Dude, I hope that bad boy set on 80.
So we got 3 guys out there.
Oh, look at his is.
Hold the shot.
Yeah, he was substantially quicker than, but his battery died already.
No.
Nope, everybody's back in action.
Let's go. That's good. That's Travis Schneider out in front out of Naples, Florida. Moto Bros backed ride, Rebel Gears, Warp 9, EBMX.
That's what I want to see these bikes do is Warp 9.
Torquey, man. So torquey.
I've ridden that new bike.
Nice. Oh, the pass. Oh, no. Try to get it back. Puts him high. Stays out in front. Side by side. Here we go. All right, we got some good racing. Let's go.
What we couldn't hear is he over-revved it in the corner to scare him, but he couldn't hear it either.
That's true. Look at the back and forth. I like it. 894, Jason White, rider out of Connecticut. On that Whalen Engineering and Canvas MX back ride.
Ooh, look at
and he goes down. Now he's going to get a breather. Oh, no. And now Travis Schneider looking down at that machine.
Randall Saws, man. He was, I think of Schneider.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Jason White is in first.
Yes.
Yeah, Travis Schneider's a rider with some issues.
He came through that section right after the finish line. I mean, whoa. Almost tapping it through there. You know, we had a great conversation the other day about the state of the e-bikes, where we're at with the AMA, about legitimizing pro racing and that kind of thing. Already use them in arena cross. They have a class, and as a matter of fact, they have a dash that they call it. They race them against gas bikes. So it's got a lot of things yet to be solved, to be improved. But as you can see, these machines are absolutely incredible. The suspension's not the problem. The braking's not the problem. The power, that kind of thing. Just a few safety issues that they were looking at, and the fact that you can't hear the guy come up under you.
Yeah.
When you're cut down early, you don't know that guy's there. You didn't hear him come up, and I was being funny a little bit ago. I said he was revving it, but he couldn't hear it.
Yeah. No, I mean,
that's a safety concern right there, and just a few other little things, but it's incredible. We've got all versions of electric bikes at the office at Racer X, right up to the new start. And what has happened in a short amount of time is incredible.
It really is.
Because the first things were turds. I mean, yeah, they were fast in a straight line. I remember Davey took one to High Point one amateur day, and he got on the line with every bike, every class, and he raced. He was lined up on the outside, and he raced to the first turn and pulled off with every class. And it was a formidable machine, but had crappy brakes, did not handle, had torque steer, and that kind of thing. And as you can see, these bikes do not.
No.
They are light years ahead of what we looked at 5 years ago, Mikey.
That's so interesting, just how quickly they have advanced.
Yeah, and they have. And some of the plans that they do have, and even more weight reduction, longer battery life. You have program management, of course, like the horsepower settings and those kind of things. So it's a very, very unique piece, very neat piece.
They're here. They're here to stay, I believe.
Yeah,
they're not going anywhere.
And what's really cool is the first class, and of course that's how you always want to do it. The first class was the youth classes. Everybody come out with a play electric bike. Then all of a sudden we had race electric bikes.
Nice. So there you go. White flag out. We had a good fight going, man. It was Travis Snyder and Jason White. A lot of back and forth, and tough break for Snyder out of this one.
Yeah, and Snyder was looking toward the rear of the bike, maybe up the swing or maybe up the chain line. So maybe he had something in the drive line, that kind of thing was the issue.
There it is. Checkered flag flies.
You can hear the chain slapping.
Jason White going to hang on for the win. A good ride by him, waiting on Randall Sauce to check in out of Sturgeon Bay, Wisconsin. And that'll do it there for race number 19, the Open E Harley Davidson.
Our man, Don the Killer Kadowski, raced for the factory Harley. He's in Racer X this month. Don texts us about almost every week. Just such a great guy. Rode factory Hondas. Matter of fact, the Killer, he rode Rokon too, so at that point they called him Rokon Don. Only guy to beat Bob Hanna in a Moto. I forget what series it was. I believe it might have been Trans AMA, Trans USA, but Don was the only person to beat the number 39 Bob Hanna in the 125 class, one winner in the entire series. Beat him one Moto. Everybody getting on the gas a little different time out there. Brap, 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 brap.
Peyton Harden leading it for your Evo 1. Jacob Radulowicz in the number 2 spot, and Steven Turkleton. There's an S in there. I don't know.
Turkleson. There's a D and an S.
Turkleton. And then Nicholas Smigel.
Like when you get Pickleton?
Yes,
that's
all right.
Turkleton right there.
Fair enough. Christian McCauley in the 2 spot. Robert Betancourt in 3rd place. Chase Adams 4th. And Steve Nagy up into 4th place. Chase Adams falls back to 5th. Seeing the 46 of Nicholas Smigel out there leading the way for that Revolution 2 class.
Man, I thought I saw McCauley on a jersey out there. Cool. Christian down here hanging out.
That's out your Morgantown,
oh,
correct?
Yeah, absolutely, man. I've known his dad for 30 years probably. Great family, man. Mom's awesome. Mom's got to babysit him and the dad. They're awesome. I love it.
That's a good family.
Oh, they are. They're so fun. Right and he'll just laugh and he'll shake his head and say, yep. Betancourt out there trying to make it happen. Look, Nagy out there. Thibodeau riding another one.
Heat number 1 for Pro ATVs coming up at 12:50.
I'll bet you Christian's riding his dad's bike. I'll bet you that's a bike his dad raced. I'll bet you. We rode many a time, plus 30 class, plus 35 class, 40 class for over the years, man. Had a lot of fun together. But I bet that's the bike. It looks familiar. Of course, all them old Yamahas look alike.
Says the Honda guy.
You can see how much fun they're having. Look at these 3 guys just inside out right there. That is so cool. White flags out on this one. I think that Harley MX just came across, looking good. A couple of those in the crate near Morgantown.
Oh, man. Let's see. I just saw Jimmy Perry text you and Judd.
Uh-oh.
He said, this was in reference to our good friend Judd Poindexter earlier. He said, I don't think Judd needs riding boots. I think we should maybe get Judd some nice off-road marathon boots for as much as pushing as he's doing.
Oh, JP.
So, the boss man, Jimmy Perry, with the zinger.
You know, JP is the voice in the sky every Saturday, man, for track direction, for flaggers, dozer guys. I mean, that guy's race operation. And when he saw that from above, when he made the call, get new boots for hey, I'm telling you, that's what needs to be done.
Nicholas Smigel hanging on right there. A photo finish between him and Christian McCauley, 1 and 2. Robert Betancourt going to finish 3rd. Steve Nagy 4th, and Chase Adams 5th. And waiting on that Evo 1, Peyton Harden.
Look on our camera shot, folks. You see a little bit of breeze right there. Just so you folks at home know, it's about 74 degrees right now. That little breeze just feels like a fan on our face.
Beautiful.
And you see these little jet streams up there. So just, in case you're wondering, it's an awesome day.
It is a beautiful day. If you're back home,
if you're having a not so good day, well, think about us down here.
My wife had on the big winter coat to go feed the ducks this morning, so I'm glad I'm here. Sorry, honey. Vet 30 plus class on the track. Oh, a couple riders coming together and getting laid out there in the first turn as the 258 of Tori Strifthow out of McClinney, Florida, leading the way, and a pack of riders behind him as they jockey for position. Trying to sort things out here. Race number 21 on the track. That's going to be your Vet 30 plus. Coming up next will be your Vintage Golden Masters. And that'll be followed by, well, your Vintage Golden Masters and Revolution 2 Golden Masters. And then we'll get into our Evo 2 and Evo 3 Masters 50 Plus classes. And race number 24 will be your Open C. Don't forget, coming up here at 12:50, Heat Race 1, Pro ATVs. We'll talk more on that as we get closer. Joel Hetrick coming off a sensational season. Another one, I should say. And that is the man to the beat. That is the man with the target on his back. How is that all going to play out? Saw some great lap times out of those guys. How is that going to translate into race speed? We'll find out more about that in a moment. And, of course, the main event following our vintage motos. Really looking forward to that. We'll have podium celebrations in Mobile One Victory Lane with our top 3 riders. And going to be a great race. Right now on the track, race number 21. And Tori Strifthow out in front. Robert Leonard in the number 2 spot. Cameron Pappas. Boy, Dane Pappas had a weekend, didn't he? Just a day ago. The 112 of Andrew out of Newport, North Carolina in the number 4 spot. Kyle Kazee in the number 5 position. Michael Ploss in 6th. 7th place is Tuyo Cesar. Cody Duma in 8th place. I put the accent on there, Mega. Ryan Dole in the number 9 spot. And Chris Mannanen in the number 10 position. So, yeah, coming up here, the ATVs. Again, I mentioned Joel Hetrick coming off that historical season, and rightfully so, won an undefeated season. And Also put him atop the all-time wins list.
Man, when you top the leaderboard in anything, you're the man.
Yeah, that's it.
And you know, Weenan, such a great champion, and to watch these guys together race as close as they do each and every week, and to know where the bar was set.
That's right.
And what he had to do to surpass that. I mean, hats off and much respect. And like I said, you guys are going to see it here in just a little bit.
Put it on display. And I've said this in the past, you know, whether it be back in the day, you know, Chad Weenan and the success that he was having, Joel Hetrick and the success that he's had. You
Rastrelli, all these guys, dude.
You go off-road, and we talk about Walker Fowler winning so many races, or Caleb Russell on the two-wheel side, Barry Hawk. It can get redundant, right, when you're in the moment, and if you're a fan of racing, you're like, my goodness, I would love to see anybody else win one, and there's some truth to that, but I think you got to step back as a race fan and say, holy smokes, I'm watching history in the making right now. I'm watching the greatest of all time, one of the greatest, and you got to sit back and you've got to enjoy that and soak it in. Because I always laugh, you know, the guys that complain about it the most are the same guys 20 years from now that are going to say, oh, I was there when this happened and he did this. So, you know, they'll brag about it one day.
Oh, you're exactly right. And that's what I said. You're about to see it. You're about to see the best of the best. Because we got two of the very best.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Right, we got two at the top of the leaderboard going to be on the track today.
So checkered flag is out. Torrey going to take first place, a 258 machine. Robert Leonard going to take second, and Cameron Pappas going to take third. We saw Dane Pappas do some great things yesterday.
Right on. Yes, absolutely. And about 3 classes.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling double duty.
Look at those Elsinore tanks right there. All it takes one ding. Back to the body shop.
Boy, they look good, though.
They do, don't they? It's like artwork. And you could take easily all day just to sand that front fender. All afternoon, all day to sand that fender and get the proper finish on it. Oh, man. Put us right down there with the camera. There we go. I love it. Good looking CZ there, 623. Got us an early KX. Got us another Honda right there. Early Honda. Wow, look at the tank right here. I believe that's a CZ as well. Very cool. Oh, the Mako tank looks fantastic. Nice 695, looking good. 559 Husky looks really nice. Got a TS tank on the Suzuki right there. Looks fantastic. Absolutely. Nice. Husky looks good. Yamaha looking good. MX instead of a YZ, got an MX right there, 125, 457. Looking good, buddy. And the Penton, yeah, that's the Penton I pointed out to you earlier. Look at this guy. This guy rides this bike. Okay, this guy knows this bike.
I'm almost positive he ran GNCC on Sunday morning.
He looks like the kind of guy that would.
No,
Look at him. I'm dead serious. Yeah. Check him out, man. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. That guy rides that bike all the time. That bike's an extension of him.
Yeah,
That's a 13 and a half. Oh, I love him.
That's
What's your number? 13 and a half,
that's
brother.
Beautiful.
See you out there. Oh,
shout out
awesome.
to Mr. John Penton.
You better believe it. That thing's an unrestored tank right there. That tank's been in that condition for years. That is awesome. So technically, Mike, you see this Elsinore has green on top. It came first. It would, if those are 125s, it would have been a 74, and the one with the red on the top would have been a 75.
Details. I love the details.
Heck yeah.
We give you a lot of flack for it, but I genuinely, like, that's as cool as it gets.
And another big difference would be where it says CR125M, one M would be white, one would be blue. Good. So I take it we're giving the track a little drink, doing a little prep right now. That's exactly what we're doing. Got a good camera shot of it right there. The guys have done an amazing job all week long. Changed the face of this track about 4 times so far. Good news is we did not have to put in any irrigation on Sunday morning like last year. We didn't have to drain the lake. Oh, nice billet chain adjuster or chain tensioner right there. Very nice. A replica from back in the day. T&M used to make that, was the name. He's got one on his bike as well. Got some white wide foot pegs. Got the DG stencil on the back of the seat. Looks great. Low pipe. That would be a DG style pipe. So with this FMF DG, something like that, those are replica pipes. So we can get those when we smash them. They got that pickle pipe on the wall hanging. They got that factory pickle pipe on the wall hanging. They ain't going to smash that thing down here today. About 2 G's to replace. Oh, yeah, aluminum swing arm, looking good. See these hand-welded pipes right here? All these guys, that's the deal with these guys. Look at this. We got trick swing arms. We got progressive shocks. We've got Ventco shocks. Very, very cool stuff. So I believe that blue and white one might be some old cool Fox. Fox made an air shock and a spring shock. First with the air shock, and then KYB actually made one that most people don't even know about. Because when you think of the air shock, first thing you think of is MX Fox. That's the first thing you think.
I'm just throwing this out there. If Barrett Jackson ever wants to come out, do an auction for vintage dirt bikes.
I love that taco right there, dude. That thing looks so good.
I am nominating Megawatt Matt Watson to do the commentary of that.
The per thang. My buddy had one. We called it the per thang. Instead of the per thang, we called it the per thang. And he was bad on it too, dude. Let me tell you, so he ripped on it. The Mako, we talked about his tank. That was a coffin tank right there.
That is sick.
Actually, that's a semi-works coffee tank, or coffin tank is what that is. So that's very cool. See the welds around there? That is a custom tank, bro. Big radial head right there. Awesome, awesome. Race Tech, he's got the kit inside on these forks and stuff. So this guy set this bike up to ride, no question about it. 559, we saw his Husqvarna just a little bit ago. He's got a beautiful tank. Those are some of the hardest tanks. Ooh, look at the exhaust on his bike. Very cool. You see the silencer tucked in there, all custom. Very nice. Look, they got the rub on it, the patina, son. I like it. I like another bike that's ridden. See the pipe? Another bike that's ridden. Very, very cool. Those might be progressives on the back of it. Maybe Race Techs on the back of it. Again, very, very, very nice. Take a look at that pipe right there. Yep, PFR, they're one of the biggest manufacturers out there. They'll reproduce, whether you had a Bassani, an FMF, a DG, whatever. CZ had some of the most iconic bikes. CZ and Husky ruled the game until the Elsinore came out. That tank is beautiful. Look, you can see our cameraman in it, okay? You can read his watch, look. That's awesome. Oh, it did a great job on the polish and the fork lowers, anodizing the hubs and stuff. Fantastic. Hardware is the details, Mike. If you had a rusty nut and bolt right there and you did half the job, it would look like crap. I'm here to tell you. I mean, it does. And so many guys are guilty of that. This bike, original patina bike, that's a TS tank. The whole bike may be a TS, to be quite honest with you, instead of a TM. They had a little different power, but they were very similar. A TS was basically a TM tamed down for the street. They were street trail bikes. So they had a different ignition, different flywheel. He's got he busted that at one time or another, so he cut it out, which was what everybody did, you know. Again, got the custom pipe. Oh, got a nice heat shield on it, going to keep from burning his leg up. That is the factory TS heat shield. That's the factory Suzuki heat shield on there. Neat, neat bike. And that bike's custom built to ride. You know what I mean? That bike's put together some different pieces. Another sick Husqvarna. Now, he's got a different look on his. You see he's got the black lowers. He's got the up pipe with the slotted heat shield on it. Looks awesome. Take a look at the controls up there. The handlebars, the levers, all that kind of stuff. It's all in the details, Mikey. It's all in the details, bro. That's what separates these bikes from the one that's laying in Roanoke, Virginia in the snow. So... I'll check, Mike. Got the original 8-bolt bar clamps. Very cool, very cool. Hey, man, to say I love Vintage Day, that's putting it lightly. All right, getting ready to get this thing underway right now. Our man on the Penton got the outside line here. He is in no hurry. He's going to let these guys sort it out for a second and make his move. We got hands up with the Penton. Hands up. The MX 125 here. Can't get it running. Come on. It'll fire. It'll fire. Come on, give him a second. Come on, man.
They tried.
Man, bless his heart. He was gracious right there. He said, let him go. He said, don't hold him for me. That's pretty gracious right there.
They get out there. Okay, we still want to.
Look how much more stylish he looks doing it than Judd. Do you see how much better form he had kicking than Judd? I mean, he had so much better form right there.
Man, I hope he gets her fired up.
I do too, man. I want to see that bike roll. Because it's a very cool bike. MX was predecessor to the YZ.
Yeah.
Before there was a YZ 125.
I didn't know that.
An MX 125. Oh, okay.
Jimmy.
You're not much of a racer. So
no, I know this.
Get in here, Jimmy Perry. Oh, yeah, don't run away now.
We put him on blast.
Oh, he brought Judd's boots. He brought Judd some boots to push with. I love it.
203 out in front. That is Wade Doering out of Fort Myers, Florida, on that CVR Racing back ride.
And let me drop some knowledge on you. You say, oh, yeah, I know. Jimmy Perry was a badass.
Yeah, that's true.
On the bike, okay?
That's very true.
He has been
He was
involved
also a magazine model.
When he calls, I say coverboy.com.
Yeah.
You know, was a test rider for MXA, worked with the Peak Honda team, has been associated with Pro Circuit since he was in junior high, friends with Mitch, was there with the Peak Honda team, was there through all the wins, worked highly at a high level with the Yamaha factory teams. Jimmy Perry's an OG. There's no question about it. We have a lot of fun. We pick on each other and a lot of people, but Jimmy Perry is definitely the guy. That's why he sits in the sky every week up there at Supercross and make sure we have the best possible track for the best athletes in the world.
Yeah.
But I did see him in one goofy picture. He's lifelong Yamaha guy. But when he made that cover at MXA, you know what he's riding? 87 CR250.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, exactly. For the shootout, Jimmy wanted to ride the best.
Yeah,
in 87, he did.
Pretty bold of a guy who is literally, a magazine cover model to take a picture of me at Pro Motocross Outdoor and call me GQ the rest.
Oh,
of the
hey,
season.
dude,
like, okay,
you are right now, dude. We can put you on the cover of Maxim right now, bro.
I think that's. That's mostly the ladies, but
It was much better when we could put you on the cover of Beer Life.
That used to be it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you took away about 30% of my material one race day. Getting in shape. Thank God Dom slacked off.
And now Dom's still a beast.
He's over there listening to me right now, dropping the gate. He says, "This one's for you, Mega."
Joseph Parker second, and Jerry Maddox in third. Yeah, well, I used to describe my look as before picture. That was kind of the body type I had.
I used to describe your look as 8 months.
8 months.
That's how I used to describe your look.
He should be doing another.
Hey, great job, boss. Great camera work.
See, he's focused.
He didn't even pay attention to us. He's like, did you say something?
I got to get back out there.
Either that or he's like the rest of us. He's deaf.
Yeah, well, that's probably true, too. He's got the hearing protection. He's doing it right. So Wade Doering out in front, Joseph Parker in the 2 spot, Jerry Maddox is in 3rd place, Barry Ray in 4th, and Todd Winslow 5th. And then for your Revolution 2 Golden Master, Steve Scott holding it down out there, and Dave
Lurch is racing?
Yeah,
Lurch is out there?
That was my thought.
Let's go racing!
He's probably fishing somewhere, if I had to guess.
He's on some bass craft somewhere. Yeah. He's out there on some candy apple gold boat. Got a 8-inch flip jig out there, Texas rig.
Now I say that, he's probably getting ready to head to Indianapolis here in a couple of days.
I'm going to be home for about 14 hours. I'm going to drive 14 hours a night, be home for tomorrow, and then head out to Indy. Yep.
Well, tell the family back in Indiana I said hello, and I'll be back after Talladega GNCC.
Hey, tell wifey Wayne's come hang out in the Crawfordsville booth.
She's flying down to meet me in
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Otherwise, I would. I would have shaved her the shaver
Absolutely,
family.
yeah. We'd took good care. We'd had a blast, man. So Joseph Parker on that 119 machine looking good. Wade Doering hanging in there. Jerry Maddox having a good time with Barry Ray back there. Todd Winslow said, "What's up, Ian Johnson?" Robert Holzer come through there. Rick Lehman said, "You guys go ahead." Lightning Wepler, well, he said, "I'm going to watch from back here." Gary Peak, he's like, "Man, you guys look good."
White flag out. Steve Scott and
Carl Cox came through. He said, man, oh man, those guys are flying.
Joseph Parker leading the way. And then your Wade Doring in the 2 spot. Jerry Maddox in 3rd. Barry Ray 4th. And Todd Winslow rounding out your top 5 for your Vintage Golden Masters 60 plus.
I've been looking through all my history books and racking my brain to figure out what an OTH is. Because I find one, I'm going to restore one. I want an OTH 125.
All right.
I can't figure out what they are. When I see one, dude, I've asked Jimmy Perry.
What's an OTH?
Have you ever seen an OTH 125? And he's like, no, dude. He said, I've heard of them.
I've heard of them, yes. I think that means other, if I will.
Oh, okay. I got you. My bad.
For the folks at home that are racking.
Let me tell you something, Burl. When I find mine, it'll be pimping. You know that.
I think
when I find mine, it'll be right.
For the folks at home that are like, these guys are idiots.
You are correct. Yeah, you are correct. But I'll tell you this, we know vintage bikes, and we have not seen an...
there he is!
Woo!
Got his
Poindexter!
I wish you could get another sticker on the back of that Fly Racing
helmet.
helmet.
Just like Tone Loke said, Poindexter. Yeah.
That's our
This
man
time
right
we're running
there.
32. Hey, and we did not use electrician's tape this time for the numbers. Oh, but we do only have 2 number plates. Oh, I think there's a 3rd one back there.
And Judd's moving on up.
Ooh.
This is race 23.
This might be his most complete bike. And it's running.
He likes that
For
outside
now.
line, doesn't he?
For now. There's a reason for that. We'll not get into it.
He said, I'm going to take the far
Shorter
outside.
push.
Yeah, look at him now, Judd. Oh, it's a shorter push.
And that's the other reason why he likes that outside line.
Oh, man. Judd Poindexter last off the line. Always first in line when food comes out. That's interesting.
Normally at a real competitive race, you would talk about the whole shot. We talk about the last shot with Judd. It's your last
2 guys
shot.
out front looking good. That's the Chris Glebus. And I did not catch the other number.
The Chris Grievous? Yeah, all right.
The Pat Andy's out there. Derek Scott, Dave Parker.
Even for the vintage bikes, I like the split lane. It works. It's cool. Judd can pull over and let everybody go by. He can take the outside line.
Yeah. .422. I think that was David Clayball, the 94. 2 separate classes. So
David Clayball, our buddy from Denver.
Yeah, Lakewood, Colorado.
Out there.
Thunder Valley Motorsports.
He is the promoter at Thunder Valley. I believe the owner at Thunder Valley. And when you talk about great people, man, there he comes right there, man. Clayball, he has ridden that YZ for years, okay? That's his baby right there. He knows that thing like the back of his hand. And you talk about a guy like myself that just loves it.
Yeah.
Okay, that just lives for it, man. Clayball does. Every time you see him, there's a smile on his face. When you come up and tell him we need to fix banners or we need to do this, he's got a smile on his face.
That's awesome.
Even if it's 2 minutes before a gate drop, man. These people are incredible. I love them.
That's very good.
And she's, you just say behind every good man, there's a great woman. That's true with Clayball, man. She is there. She's supported, and she's the same way, always smiling. So look how cool his bike is. That's actually a Canadian or Euro look, YZ. They came white there instead of yellow.
Huh. How about that?
Yeah, how about that?
They get lost in the snow up there.
Well, that was the problem. It's camouflage.
Yeah. David Clayball, hey, he's leading the way for the Evo 2 Masters 50 Plus.
And David's 6'3" or so. You know, he's a big guy. He looks fit too. Look at him. Looks good. Very cool. Looks like he's done a little work to the bike. Last year had to replace a few levers and things like that. He's so busy. He's doesn't get to ride a lot in the least bit.
Second place, Randy McDonald, Jim McCarron in the number 3 position, Judd Poindexter in 4th, and Brian Oakley rounding out that top 5. And then your Evo 3 Masters 50 Plus, Derek Scott leading the way, Chris Glebus in the number 2 position, and David Parker rounding out your top 3. Derek Scott just checked in, 3 laps completed. That is your leader on the track. That's 757X. And there's the 422, Chris Glebus on the Suzuki.
Yeah, killing it.
And there's your leader, David Clayball.
Got the lower forks done. You know he's got the Race Tech kit in there.
Oh, yeah. finish after this. So Derek Scott leading it, Chris Glebus in the 2 spot, Dave Parker in 3rd, David Clayball in the number 2 spot with Randy McDonald 2nd, Judd Poindexter 3rd place. Judd is on the move. Jim McCarron in 4th, and Brian Oakley back in 5th place. White flag
Eachman
out.
Oakley may have had mechanicals if Judd's in 3rd.
It's possible.
They may have had issues, yeah. Don't know if there was a clean pass. This one just about to come to a close. Dave Clayball looking good out there on the white YZ. A lot of guys love that look. So as I said, they came that way in Canada and Europe. A lot of guys take their yellow YZs and put the white plastic kit on them, put the red graphics on them. Very cool look. The white flag is continuing to fly. There it is. Checkered flag is out. That's going to put race number 23 to bed. That's going to do it. Jackson Burrow, how about that? 23 on the docket, in the books, my man.
Yeah, that was a good one there. Going to have our ATV MX Heat Race number 1 coming up next, I do believe.
Hey, and heat is no lie. They're going to bring the heat.
And
I'm here to tell you.
Back-to-back heat races, get to see all of them. Actually, it looks like we might be going ahead with our next race.
Since that's race 24, probably going to go ahead and run that. And after ATVs, we'll be able to go back to the top of the order.
All right. Well, that sounds good. Race number 24 coming up next. That's going to be our Open C class. It's going to be a good one here.
It's going to confirm no interview after the heats, just at the end of the main. Are these the 2? I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, probably not. It'd be nice to have.
And here we go. It looks like the 44 machine going to be out front. Dylan Frisch getting it done so far, the Lakeland, Florida native.
Well, always nice to do it at home, huh, Jackson?
Oh, yeah.
Always a good feeling, isn't it?
Especially right here in this Daytona International Speedway. You can't beat that.
No, heck no. Jackson, I watch, I know you've got to do a little bit of riding, but you're like most of us. Work, travel, this and that. Just really don't get to put the time on the bike. What's a goal for you this summer? What do you want to do?
Man, I just want to get out and ride a little bit.
Where at, though? Where you want to go?
The house.
He said, I don't care.
Man, anywhere, just on a dirt bike. Yeah, just on a dirt bike.
All right, man. When that summer break comes up for GNCC, we'll put something together.
We'll do it. That sounds good.
We might call our man Mike Bonacci at Club MX, dude.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Days. Yeah, that's serious,
there
man.
we go.
Absolutely, we'll put something together, man.
Yeah, let's do it.
Definitely will.
Let's do it.
Now I only have about 2 weekends all. The rest, there's no summer break for me, bro. Yeah, there's no summer break, but we're gonna put something together. We're gonna get them out, man.
Yeah, maybe even break out some of the vintage bikes. Who knows?
Probably not. Yeah, but
Megawatt securing those. He ain't letting nothing happen to those bad boys.
Like I told Mikey, though, I have got to ride about 3 times as much as last year.
Well, good.
Since November, I've really made an effort. Nice. Hey, you've got an hour, use it.
Exactly.
It may take 2 hours to load up, get there and back, but if you got an hour, get it done.
There you go.
Oh, shoot. Dylan Frisch out front right now. Jay Potter in that number 2 ride. Carson Smith sits in 3rd. That's going to be Brock Belsole in the number 4 position. Hayden Graves rolling along in the 5th slot. In the 6th position, circulating, that's going to be Philip Whitehead. Michael Yankar in 7th. Blake Holder rides in 8th. Seth Hausman in 9th. And 10th, that's going to be Cole Sloom. Now, stepping into the booth, the legendary, the one and only, the cover man himself, the front man, Mr. Zach Aaron.
What's up? How are we doing? What a time. I got to slip out of the truck just a little bit. And Jackson, we talk about it all the time. Racer TV does an incredible job, right? These cameras, top notch. The view that we get, not even comparable to what we had just 5-10 years ago. But man, there's just nothing quite like putting eyes on it yourself and getting to check out the way this track is shaping up. So much fun. Yesterday we're talking about brutal, talking about rough, beat. Here, not that it's easy out there, but man, it looks like a ton of fun.
Yeah, it sure does. They've been making sure to do a good job watering the track here today. They've made sure to keep things very smooth. And it looks great out there. Another person looking great is that 44 machine of Dylan Frisch there on the Yamaha. Jay Potter been having a good run here today as well, Zach. Now going to be running in that second place spot here in our Open C class. 3 laps complete so far, so about 2 more laps or so to go. And just as I say it, right on time, the white flag flies for the number 44 machine. So this is going to be a 2 moto format here for this one. Going to be starting back up at the top with race number 1. But before we do that, I do believe we will be having our ATV MX heat number 1 as well as heat number 2 going to be back-to-back there. Scheduled for 12:50, going to be just a little after. And then, like I said, be rolling straight into heat 2. Of course, main event going to be coming up after the vintage racing is over for the day, and it is going to be a good one there for the ATV MX. Start the season back off.
Yeah, we kind of saw the tail of the tape as far as the entire season right here. Unfortunately, Chad Wienen going down last season right here at this race and severely affected the rest of the season. Joel Hetrick got things kicked off to a great start, and we saw how that played out for him. So a lot of things can start right here as far as the overall vibe, if you will, for the rest of the season. And excited to get things kicked off with this ATV SX Heat 1 and 2, and then we'll have the main event to close out the racing for the day.
It's going to be a good one. Dylan Frisch had a good one in that one. He takes the win. Jay Potter in second. Carson Smith in third. Hayden Graves in fourth. And Brock Belsole will round out your top 5 here for our Open C class. Good job, boys.
Absolutely. Good way to close out those first motos as we get ready to re-rack them and back down through the list we go. First, ATV MX Heats 1 and 2. There you see on the starting line, mechanics doing the starting gate stomp, as I like to call it, getting everything dialed in. And probably a little different than some of these guys are used to. They're having to get things figured out because there's motorcycle ruts obviously built up behind these gates. The quad's going to take up 2 gates each, and so the mechanics maybe having to spend just a little extra time getting things really dialed in as far as trying to get that gate packed down, get as much of traction as possible on the tires as they launch off this Daytona starting gate. Man, Jackson, what an incredible weekend into the week it has been. Great racing yesterday. Got to chat it up with the GOAT himself, Ricky Carmichael, here in the booth. And man, just continuing things. And this is one of my favorite days for special reasons, right? It's a little different. I don't want to. This is a whole different ball game. The ATV MX, it's fierce competition. These guys are about to start an entire season. It is dog eat dog, if you will. But the vintage racing, I don't want to say that it's less competitive, but it just seems like it's a little more fun, if that makes sense. A little
more laid back.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And you see the guys kind of checking each other's bikes out on the line, giving each other compliments. I mean, a lot of these guys are collectors as well. They have 2, 3, 4 bikes, and so they say, hey, if you want a part for that bike, I've got this, or this. Exactly. And it's cool to see the community built around vintage motorcycle racing and to have a place to celebrate that right here at Vintage Daytona Supercross.
And about to get to see the big boys go at it here. Our ATV MX Heat Race number 1 lined up on the gate now. And we get set to turn them loose, get to see them in full force for the first time here today.
Yeah, this is going to be fun to watch. Got 2 of our heavy hitters right here in Heat 1. Chad Wienen in that pink fly gear, and then you see the big number 1 of Joel Hetrick in that Moose Racing gear. Gates down. Great start from Hetrick, and looks like he's going to lead him into turn 1, but might not lead him out side by side.
And it looks like one of the Ford boys up in the mix.
How about that? Ford got the yellow gear, funnels into the number 2 spot. Bad news for the rest of the field. The reigning champ is out front. Joel Hetrick with the early race lead.
Yeah, Zach, just like we were talking about a little bit earlier, he was able to get through that entire season there in 2024 perfect all year long. First time that has ever happened, and that also made him the most winning ATV rider in ATV MX history. So very credentialed rider there up at the front of the pack.
Yeah, Hetrick knows how to get the job done, whether it be on a Supercross track, an outdoor national motocross track, even raced a little GNCC with us as well. His teammate there on the Phoenix Racing Yamaha ATV team, Bryson Neal, the champion in GNCC ATV racing. So these guys clearly know how to get the job done on the track and on the trail, as we see that pro-only section opening up here for the ATV SX class. Same rhythms that we saw Landon Gordon doing yesterday, Joel Hetrick doing it, but on 4 wheels.
Exactly. Joel Hetrick leading the way. Bryce Ford in that second spot in the yellow gear, and then Jaden Lounderville going to hold on to third. Chad Weenan in fourth. Joey Norris holds on to that 5th place spot.
Taking a look a little further back, Mason Jackson checks in just in front of Adam Ulrich and Zach Decker, rounding out your top 8 here in heat number 1.
Joel Hetrick now starting to pull off just a little bit. He was the fastest person on the track that last time around at 48.6, I should say. We'll see what it's going to be this time around.
Just a little bit faster, maybe just over a second faster than Bryce Ford was the number 1 of Joel Hetrick. We'll see what Ford's able to do the next time they come across the stripe. Got a little bit of space up in front of them. Not going to have to worry about checking up. We'll see a 101.6 now to a 102.0. So only little less than half a second now separating the lap times for Hetrick and Ford, but 1.7 seconds physically separating the two on track.
So here we go, getting to see our leader make his way through that pro-only section. About the only time I do believe we'll be seeing that all day here is going to be with our ATV pros. And man, absolutely sending it out here. This is the way you start off a season here at the Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, and you had to know that Hetrick was showing up to try to make a statement after going undefeated last year. All eyes are on you, and the thing they say about the top is there's only one way to go from there. It's either maintain or go down. Hetrick making it clear he's not going anywhere. He wants to stay atop and continue to stretch out that winning record on the number 1.
Hey, this is a great opportunity for everybody else. Like we always say, Zach, a clean slate for the rest of the riders. They come into this, as far as they're concerned, that everybody is the points leader here today. So we're going to see who is actually going to come out on top at the end of the day as the points leader. Of course, Joel Hetrick looking good so far, but you know Bryce Ford, Jaden Lounderville, Chad Weenan, the rest of the crew going to be very, very anxious to get themselves up into that number 1 spot and start their year off with a bang.
Yeah, I'm curious to watch to see whether or not we can see Chad Weenan creep forward at all, a 103.2, so just a tick off the pace of both Bryce Ford and Jaden Lounderville. But nonetheless, we know he has got to be one of the fan favorites coming into the season, but it's just so hard to argue with the program that Joel Hetrick and that Phoenix Racing Yamaha team has got. Really seems to be comfortable. I know Carolina-based, I've gotten to see Joel ride at some of the local motocross tracks, and the skills that he has on this ATV, and all of these guys, their ability to whip these four-wheelers is insane. You don't really see that on any local level. And Joel putting it to good use right now. Not really throwing any whips quite yet. It's all business as he makes his way through that pro section once again.
So let's see here. About 4 laps now going to be in the books. I'm going to have a few more to go. Man, Joel Hetrick and the rest of the crew there, Ford, they absolutely hard on that throttle, seemingly never letting off.
Yeah, you can see the wall of roost that they throw as they're wide open, sliding the back end around these big berms, and man, it makes it fun to watch for sure. I'm sure the photos that they're able to get from this as well really look phenomenal. I mean, that amount of momentum carried by Joel Hetrick, I don't think you can hit a turn any faster than that.
Yeah, absolutely not. Wide open as he makes his way back through this final section here before the finish. Going to be making his way through here for our first heat race with 5 laps complete now.
So another lap in the books for Joel Hetrick, continuing to stretch things out and matching that 101.5, 3.2 seconds back to Bryce Ford now with a 102 flat. So still roughly half a second slower is Bryce Ford, and while that's not a huge gap, it also is a huge difference lap after lap. And you can see Hetrick continuing to march away ever so slightly from Ford aboard that number 4. Launderville back there in the number 3 spot. And Chad Weenan hangs on to the 4th place position. Norris rounding out the top 5. A lot of outsides being used here from Hetrick. He's got enough of a gap built up that he can just carry the momentum around this track. Doesn't have to cut underneath, doesn't have to protect any insides.
And looking so far so good for the Phoenix Racing Yamaha machine of Joel Hetrick. And it just seems like Phoenix Racing Yamaha has something figured out, Zach, like you were saying. They've got it figured out in the GNCC side, now have it figured out completely here in this ATV MX. A perfect season last year. It just seems like they are on top of this ATV game.
Yeah, they've clearly got something working in their favor on both track and trail. Hetrick and Neal been unstoppable in their disciplines, and even seen some crossover as well. Like we said, Joel Hetrick hanging out with us at GNCC, trying some things out. Not quite as competitive in the woods, but I'm sure a very different race setup and different style as well. And then we've seen John Glada Jr. also jump over and do some ATV MX racing as well. So just goes to show the versatility of their riders. Is Hetrick, man, no doubt about it. He seems fired up and looking to come out swinging at round one and heat one. He wants to start off with a win.
Yeah, heat two, like we said, going to be coming up immediately after this one. And then we will resume racing with our bikes. And later on this evening, going to be having our main event here for the ATV side. Triple looking silky smooth.
Buttery, yeah, there's no doubt about it. And you can see the way that ATV is handling. He's almost able to predict where these bumps are going to be. Gets a great drive around that flat turn.
And Zach, we got a ton of great partners here at ATV MX. You see some of the tough blocks out there. Rocky Mountain ATV MC, Kenda Tires, VP Racing, Arma, CST Tires, SSI Decals, DWT, Wills, Henson, Elka, Defiance, man, so many great partners helping make this ATV MX a success, and we thank them for that. So now seeing the number 3 on your screen.
Taking a look, that is Jaden Launderville, still holding on to the 3rd place spot with Chad Weenan just behind.
And Joey Norris not far back behind Weenan there. Norris going to be on the 900 machine, or Weenan on screen in the pink gear.
Yeah, Weenan trying to chase down Launderville there on your screen right now, and looks like he's creeping in just a little bit. We'll see what the gap is. Only a second back to Chad Weenan.
About 4.8 back to Joey Norris, and then Joey Norris and Mason Jackson going to be that other battle on the track. 0.6 seconds separating them there at the finish.
Chad Weenan, one of the bigger riders that we have as far as stature goes. Joel Hetrick a little on the smaller side. Just goes to show different styles, different body types, but still able to go incredibly fast out here this weekend. And the Ford boys, Bryce Ford right now, making quite the impression. Oh, looks like that might have been Launderville that went off the track. So I think Jaden Launderville going to hand over that number 3 position, and he does. So Chad Weenan makes the move, puts himself in the final podium position.
So now going to be Hetrick, Ford, and Weenan in those top 3 spots. Launderville going to move to the 4th place spot. Norris in 5th, Jackson in 6th, Decker in 7th, and Ulrich now going to round out our top 8.
So 10 minutes plus a lap here for these heat races. And at about a 1:02 lap and 9 laps complete, should be seeing a white flag here relatively soon, as Joel Hetrick trying some different lines out now. This is something the number 1's really good about, playing the what if game. He takes a look at some different options just in case he does not get the start that he needs in that main event. Able to figure out some additional ways around the traffic in front of him. And let's see, back through the backstretch once again. Will we see? There it is. The white flag waves. 1 lap left to go for the champ, Joel Hetrick.
So one more lap here in heat number 1. Heat number 2 going to be coming up next. Hetrick having a good run, as well as Ford and Weenan. Bryce Ford on screen there in the bright yellow gear on that blue machine.
And yeah, you can see Hetrick there has pretty much opened up an entire straightaway on the rest of the field, not having to push very hard at all.
Yeah, looking like Bryce Ford somewhat settling in there into that second place position. He probably says that'll do here for the heat race. This isn't the main event. Don't need to push it too hard here in this one, but expect for those guys to be charging hard coming into this main event.
Oh, absolutely. And got to think saving just a little bit of energy. Don't want to throw it all out there if you don't have to. One corner left to go, and Hetrick going to do exactly what he needs.
And here we go, heat race number 1. Gonna go to Joel Hetrick. And was that a hill clicker we just saw over the finish line? I do believe so.
I'm telling you what, this guy has got some style for days.
Bryce Ford, a second place finish. And Chad Weenan comes through in the third place. Jaden Launderville going to be your fourth place finisher with Joey Norris in the fifth place spot. That will do it for heat race number 1. We're going to have heat race 2 lined up and ready to go here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, just like you said, Jackson, right into heat race number 2. Going to set the stage for that ATV SX main event coming up, the final race of the day.
And the rest of our riders exit the track now. And we will turn our attention to heat race number 2. And they get ready to go.
They've definitely gotten to see exactly how it should be done. Joel Hetrick putting on a clinic in that first race. We'll see whether or not the rest of the field can take some notes and try to reciprocate that. A 105.6 for Hetrick on that last lap, clearly backing it down a little bit. Chad Weenan matching the 103.9.
And here we go. The revs are up and the gate is down here for heat race number 2. Doing a little bit of bar banging, wheel banging, I guess I should say. Headed into turn number 1 and a tough break. 3 riders.
Wow.
Going to get called up there in that first corner.
Man, the rider that looked to be leading them into turn 1 going to have problems with them.
Max Lindquist there on the number 2. Getting held up big time as he pulls that machine backwards. Tries to get out from that collision.
And hey, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need racers for race 1, 2, and 3 to be in staging. Once again, all racers for races 1, 2, and 3, you need to be in staging. We will start second motos immediately following this second heat race on track right now. Once again, attention in the pits, riders for races 1, 2, and 3, please make your way to staging. Going to start second motos immediately following this second ATV SX heat race. And as they check in for lap 1, it's Jeffrey Rastrelli out front leading the way on the number 28. Kevin Saar in the 2 spot. Joseph Chambers and Nick Janusa 3 and 4. Brandon Hogue in the 5th place spot with Wesley Wolf and Max Lindquist 5th, 6th, and 7th. I think that might have been Hogue that we saw leading them into turn 1 and getting hung up. So,
yep, Hogue, Wolf, and Lindquist there. I do believe the 3 riders we saw in turn number 1. 7 riders in total, 4 of them able to escape from that first turn chaos there. Rastrelli, the Palm City, Florida native, trying to show what he can do here for the home crowd.
Absolutely. I heard Megawatt Matt Watson talking about it earlier. There's always just something special about being able to perform in front of your hometown. Friends, family here supporting, I'm sure.
Especially here at such a prestigious racetrack like the World Center of Racing.
Why wouldn't you come to Daytona International Speedway if you had a reason to?
The birthplace of so many different races. So cool to be here at Daytona. So cool to watch these ATV MX guys go at it here on this Supercross track.
Saw one rider, couldn't tell possibly the 311, jumping just a little far off to the right-hand side. It is Jeffrey Rastrelli battling it up with Kevin Saar, 1 and 2. So Rastrelli not able to stretch things out quite like we saw your reigning champ do. Joel Hetrick had some serious intensity in those opening laps, but right now Kevin Saar able to match the pace of Jeffrey Rastrelli.
And here we go, just a bike length or 2 between your first 2 and your second and third. It'll be about an equal gap. almost all the way from first through fourth there.
Yeah, relatively evenly spread, and the lap times are matching that as well. 103.8 for both Rastrelli and Saar, and then a 103.08 for Nick Janusa. So Janusa dropping the time down, a 102.6 for Brandon Hogue. He's trying to make up after that bad start. So Brandon Hogue in the 5th place spot, but the fastest rider on track that last lap.
And here we go, a pass being made now. And let's see, not quite able to do it there. The 311 machine of Saar going to have Janusa all over him. Janusa going to be on that 15 machine. Of course, all of these riders going to be on Yamaha machines out here today in this heat race number 2.
Yeah, strong showing for the Blue Crew out here, continuing to innovate that race ATV. And man, this is a great battle in the air at the same time as they check in. Rastrelli, Saar, and Janusa, 1, 2, and 3 with Chambers not far behind either.
Want to remind everybody that is here at the facility, we do need race 1, race 2, and race 3 down to the staging area for our bikes.
Yep, going to move immediately into second moto as soon as we get done with this heat race, and we are just about halfway or so. Rastrelli and Saar putting on a show for us.
And Saar able to keep Janusa at base so far.
And that on screen you're seeing Kevin Saar and Nick Janusa battling it out. There's Rastrelli just up ahead. So Saar in a tough spot at the moment, playing a little bit of offense and defense at the same time.
And Zach, one thing for sure, these ATVs absolutely tearing this track up. You can really start seeing these lines begin to develop. Just after that first heat race now, at the end of heat race number 2, these machines really moving a lot of dirt. You can see how much roost they're throwing when they land off of these jumps.
Yeah, like you said, Jackson, it's a little bit of a different racing style here for the ATV SX riders. Is they're using these outside the berms a little bit more and not quite as worried about protecting those insides unless they have immediate pressure. You can even see Kevin Saar on the 311. He's under pressure, but he knows how important it is to get those good drives out of the corner. Still taking the outsides until Janusa gets a little bit closer.
So it does look like Saar going to be able to break loose by a bike length or 2, maybe possibly even 3 there from Janusa. As Rastrelli still leads the way. Rastrelli continuing to pop out one fast lap after another, but take a look. Max Lindquist, the fastest person on the track, there on lap number 5 with a 102.6. That was almost 2 seconds faster there for Lindquist back in that 6th place spot than your leader of Rastrelli.
Look at that. Hard on the throttle was Kevin Saar. Gets the front wheels picked up. He is charging, really trying to push and get away from Nick Janusa. Joseph Chambers, 3.9 seconds back. Brandon Hogue continuing to match the leader's lap times. Once again, the second fastest rider on track. How about that? Max Lindquist turns a 103.1. So it's clear there were some favorites caught up in that first turn and not quite able to work their way through the pack. Just emphasizes how important the start is.
Yeah, Zach, like we've been saying all week long, if you ever let those lead riders get out of your sight there on those first couple of laps, it's hard to get that ground ever made back up. We're getting to see that right here with Max Lindquist as he tries to make his way back up, but Lindquist really didn't do anything wrong there. There was no way he could really prevent that. Just wrong time, wrong spot, wrong time.
Yeah, nobody's fault. And even we believe it was Brandon Hogue who was leading him into turn 1, had some issues. Nothing done intentional there, just an unfortunate situation. So going to try to recover as best they can. And man, look at this. Janusa continues to get just a yo-yo effect. He was right on the rear bumper. Now there's over a bike length between them. Launching into that sand section, gets a good drive through.
And here we go. We are bumper to bumper now.
We say it all the time, Jackson. It's one thing to catch up to a rider. It's a whole different story actually finding a way around them. You saw Janusa thought about tucking underneath, ended up funneling back into that main race line.
And it is going to be that much harder here for our ATV MX riders. seeing the split line come out here, is that going to be enough? And no, possibly even losing a little bit of time there.
Yeah, Janusa had to do something, could not continue to follow Kevin Saar, and did not pay off for him quite like he was hoping.
And the way those ruts are beginning to develop there on the berm is going to be hard for these riders to be able to cut back down.
Yeah, and you can see that's exactly what Janusa is trying to do. He's sliding the rear wheel under. We saw Joel Hetrick actually doing that a lot. Obviously, Joel not having to defend very much, but Janusa trying to tuck underneath. It seems like Kevin Saar really wants to rail these outsides, keep as much speed as possible on the exit of the corners.
And Janusa really gaining a lot of time there, able to keep his momentum up there as he makes his way through that rhythm section. That second triple, he seems to be gaining just a little bit of time, really able to close that gap up. And just as we say it now, Saar starting to pull back off just a bit.
Yeah, it's funny. You look at the lap time chart, Kevin Saar, 104.5 to a 104.57 to a 104.58, 1/100th of a second separating those top two on the last lap time.
Yeah, Janusa not taking that split line that time around. After losing a little bit of time there, he's going to follow in suit behind Saar, and still going to be following as they make their way across the line. Now 9 laps in the books.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty here, just about another 2 laps to go, expecting to see a white flag the next time your leader makes it across the line. Don't forget, folks, ATVSX main event going to come up, the final race of the day, right here live on RacerTV.com. Second Motos going to be getting picked up for our vintage racing coming up right after this.
And Janusa really starting to apply some pressure now. He knows if he wants to make the move, he is going to have to do it soon, as he almost pulls up beside him. To the inside he goes.
Man, came in a little sideways, wanted to try to force the issue, wasn't close enough to even close the door.
And it's clear, as much momentum as these ATV MX riders carry, that inside outside line there, and that split line going to be the premier line for these riders.
Yeah, Janusa, I think it's pretty obvious as well that he's got just a little more pace, but a great job from Kevin Saar riding a wide machine and keeping Nick Janusa behind him as the white flag waves. 1 to go. Jeffrey Rastrelli, all this time talking about second and third. He is out front doing exactly what he was wanting to do, pick up a heat race win.
Yeah, Brandon Hogue still going to be holding on to that 5th place spot. Max Lindquist in 6th and Wesley Wolf in 7th. Joseph Chambers going to be holding on to that 4th place spot just behind Janusa there by about 6 seconds. And then Brandon Hogue has caught up to Chambers, so we'll see if there's any moves that can be made here on this final lap.
Coming down to about half a lap left to go. Running out of time, and got to think maybe Janusa might just know it.
And it looks like Janusa has made the move, Zach. I must have missed that.
Yeah, something had to have happened. I'm not sure where we missed that. Even our producer telling us, yeah, blink and you miss it, as Nick Janusa found a way around, said, I'm waiting till the white flag and I'm making it happen. So it looks like it will be Jeffrey Rastrelli grabbing the win. There it is. Jeffrey Rastrelli does get the job done, grabs that second heat race win. Nick Janusa, yep, there it is, moves up to the number 2 spot with Kevin Saar in the 3rd place position. Joseph Chambers, Brandon Hogue 4th and 5th, with Max Lindquist and Wesley Wolf rounding out the field here for ATVSX heat race number 2. So the final checkered flag of our first motos and heat races. We're going to get ready to reshuffle the deck and get back from the top. All of our vintage races coming up next. And then that ATVSX main event going to be the final race of the day here from Daytona International Speedway. Jackson, what a way to close out an incredible weekend and week of racing here at Daytona International Speedway.
Yeah, it has been a good one. No better way to start off Bike Week than what we did here this year, what we do here every year. If you've not got a chance to come see it for yourself, everybody out there on Racer TV, it is a spot you don't want to miss, no doubt. From Supercross to RCSX to ATV SX, you name it, they do it all here at Daytona Speedway, and we try to cover all of it here on Racer TV.
From the first gate drop to the final checkered flag, racertv.com. All of you watching online, make sure you guys are subscribed and following along at Racer TV. Something as simple as clicking that subscribe button can make a huge difference for all of us to keep bringing you top-notch coverage of all of the racing action. And for all of you here at Daytona International Speedway, whether you're a racer, a family member, or just a fan, we want to see how you're spending your weekend and how much fun you're having right here this weekend, whether it's the RCSX yesterday or today. Make sure you guys are posting, tagging us, and using those official hashtags as well. All of your action from yesterday is going to be hashtag RCSX and RCSX Live. Today, it is hashtag DVSX and DVSX Live. Make sure you guys are doing that. Daytona Vintage Supercross second Motos coming up here in just a little bit. Huge shout out to all of our vendors and sponsors as well. Jackson and I got to cruise around the pitch just a little bit and chat it up. The Moto Tees trailer was still set up. Get your official event t-shirt as well. They had some pretty cool hats as well, Jackson. I know you're a big hat guy. Might have to pick one up.
Yeah, quite a few hats over there. All kinds of other products as well. Some stuff from Supercross, you name it. They've got it all over at Moto Tees. Go and check them out. Check out the rest of our sponsors and vendors. Plenty of food around here as well, so make sure to go check everything out. And while we're talking to everybody here that is with us at the 2025 Daytona Vintage Supercross and ATV SX, we are going to need race 1, race 2, race 3, and by this point, race number 4. You should be headed down to the staging area as we're about to start rolling once again. Things going to move fast here for our second Motos. Make sure that you show up a few races early.
Yeah, last thing you want is to have technicality, right? You show up late.
Like Judd Poindexter and sit out there and kick your bike and everything else. You don't want that.
My boy Judd has been going through it today, been getting roasted. I heard Megawatt giving him the business. And we got to keep him in check, though. I understand why we do it. Judd, I mean, he's a superhuman athlete running ultra marathons. Always impressive to see and always got a smile on the face. Well, get ready to kick off second Motos, followed by that ATV SX main event. But before we do that, we're going to get a quick word from our sponsors and be back with race number 1, Senior 40 Plus, right here from Daytona Vintage Supercross live on RacerTV.com.
Hear that? This bad boy can fix anything.
Yep, tough day at work. Nice cruise to sort you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You gotta pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Community, family, teamwork. It's what we have stood on for over a decade. Hauling might be what we do at the surface, but it's much deeper than that, because what you need matters. When you need a haul, give us a call at 724-852-4488. For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, we at JD Enterprises are prepared to serve you.
All right, everybody, welcome back here to the 2025 Daytona Vintage Supercross and ATV SX. Starting things back off from the top with race number 1, the senior 40-plus class off and rolling once again.
So here we are back for race number 1. From the top of the list we go. And it's Tommy Boyd out front leading the way. Frank Koenig in the number 2 spot. Mike Morris, Chris Mannanen, Kevin Carter, Brent Belsole, your top 6, with Brandon Hughes checking in now in the 7th place spot.
So how about
Oh, look at this. Oh. Some battling going on up front. Frank Koenig, I believe, going down in his first moto and is trying to make up for it. Applies the pressure and takes the lead away. The 43 of Frank Koenig out front now.
Yep, in control of this one as the 133 of Mike Morris going to move to that 2nd spot. That is going to put your early race leader, Tommy Boyd, now into that 3rd place position.
Yeah, things happening quick there for Tommy Boyd from 1st to 3rd in just about 2 turns. But this is going to be fun to watch. The 133 of Morris and Frank Koenig going to do some battle.
There's the number 10 of Chris Mannanen, making his way through the Sarasota, Florida native. Kevin Carter just behind him, Brent Belsole, and Brandon Hughes rounding out our class.
Koenig trying to put the power down and stretch things out. Grab that lead and wants to run away with it.
So far able to, as he is quite a few bike links now up into that top spot.
Frank Koenig, a resident of Columbia, South Carolina. Seen him ride throughout the Carolinas and always been up towards the front of the pack. Looks very good on that KTM. Seems like he's got everything dialed in. And we've seen him out on a national stage as well, Jackson, whether it be here at RCSX or Loretta Lynn's as well.
Yeah, no doubt. He knows what he is doing out there on that machine, and looking good so far as he's doing it. This is race number 1. Race number 2 going to be lined up on the gate now. Race number 3, race number 4, race number 5. You guys should be in the staging area as Frank Koenig continues to charge on, as does Mike Morris in that 2nd place spot. Tommy Boyd ain't giving up yet. He is holding solid there in that 3rd place position. And Chris Mannanen making his way through as well there on Racer TV. And now back up to our leader, Frank Koenig.
Yeah, Koenig handling business at the moment. A 48.1, just about a second faster than Mike Morris in the number 2 position. And opened up a 3.2 second gap now with 4 laps completed. Through that split lane he goes. Gonna hang a 180. See him sliding that back end around. Steering with the rear.
Hey, he's getting with it, man. We're having fun out here today. That's exactly what the 43 machine's doing, popping his way into this final corner here before the finish. And here we go. Checkered flag gonna fly. How about it, Frank Koenig? You are a winner, my man. Taking Moto number 2. Mike Morris with a 2nd place. Tommy Boyd comes through in that 3rd place position.
Looks like Chris Mannanen will cross the line in the 4th place spot. Brandon Hughes going to round out your top 5.
And so now going to get ready for race number 2 as they get fired up and ready to go. Some good looking machines there on the line.
Absolutely. Race number 2, Revolution 1 Masters 50 and Revolution 1 Golden Masters.
That's Wesley Turner. You see there on the 272 machine, the 69 going to belong to Pat Ondies. And here we go, off and rolling. A good start for the 272, but not quite enough as the 58 Kawasaki machine going to cut in and take that whole shot in the early race lead. 2 classes going to be here in this one, the Revolution 1 Masters, Revolution 1 Golden Masters.
Get 58 making a statement, rocking some all-black gear here in the Florida sun.
That's the 4.22 of Chris Glebus there. In that all black, like you said, a couple riders here in that all black showing them.
Yeah, not too hot down here in Florida. Yeah, absolutely. Probably upper 60s, mid 70s or so here in Florida. A beautiful day.
A cool, crisp day for Florida, really. 70 degrees. Not too bad at all. Perfect racing conditions.
Yeah, some of the locals probably running all black saying, I just need to warm up a little bit.
Yeah, I need a hoodie out here, man. Green flag going to fly here in this one. Race number 2 off and rolling. And it's the 2 Kawasaki's up front once again, leading both of these classes. So the Masters class so far, Wesley Turner leading, and then Keith Ulrich leading that Golden Masters.
Yep, looks like Chris Glebus, I'm sorry, runs in the number 2 spot in Masters 50 with Glenn Barrett. It's a Kawasaki, a Suzuki, and a Yamaha in one class, followed by a Kawi, a Suzuki, and a Honda in the other. So cool to see the different brands and the different styles of machines as well.
Yeah, this is a good class right here. Those 250 machines, they've got a lot of those retro graphics on them, and they look great as we see that Kawasaki machine making his way by. That blue seat, absolutely love it.
Yeah, at our races yesterday, we talked about the time during the week, the training, the emphasis. Here, it's more like time in the garage after dinner, putting on decals, figuring out what other parts you need to get. These guys are project bikes, toys, tinkerers, if you will, that they have built up. And a lot of times, this is the race they have circled on the calendar, right? They put in a ton of effort, get those bikes dialed in, looking good, and they say, hey, I want to show it to the world on Racer TV here at RCSX and Daytona Vintage Supercross.
Yeah, we talk about the national caliber amateur racers, how they travel all over the world together, travel all over the country together, racing at all these different events. There's a lot of these vintage events just like this that these riders all go to, all travel around to, and it's all just a big party for them every time that they go out. Seeing a lot more of the vintage races pop up throughout the country, a few different series running vintage races, so cool to see these guys have somewhere to go and run these bikes that they put their heart and soul into, really, Zach.
Well, and we talked with Megawatt a little bit earlier today during practice and qualifying, and he brought up a really good point. So much of this, we saw a lot of younger riders on older bikes, right? Sometimes the bikes are even older than the person riding it, and what that is there's memories and emotions tied to it as well. Oh, my dad had a bike like this that he always talked about. My uncle, my buddy's dad gave me one. There's so many different stories as to how people get involved with motocross, and then of course the the fond memories that they have growing up. So many people grew up racing, going to the races with family members. Some of them, I'm sure, riding as well. So if you could say, let's say you find a KX 250 like what we're seeing on screen right now, man, it looks just like the one my dad had. It's in good shape. Yeah, if you've got the ability to grab that, turn it into a replica bike of your old man's and come out and race it, enjoy it, and get to spend some time with us here at Daytona. Like you said, it's not just a track at another motocross track. This is the world center of racing. You're not going to get to be inside Daytona International Speedway much other way, so you might as well take advantage of it and come racing with us here at DVSX.
Yeah, some very cool stuff happening here at the Daytona International Speedway. Of course, Bike Week happening literally just outside of the stadium. They can probably hear me out there, so very, very cool. We can leave here. We can go party a little bit outside at Bike Week. Very, very fun week and weekend here at Daytona. Vintage race getting after it here as we make our way around a couple lap riders. I want to give a shout out to our boy Kevin Kelly, another one of our fellow announcers. He was here this weekend, I do believe, and has that Great Escape charity race that'll be coming up. Got to announce a lot of these guys that are here this week doing it, and take a look at that. The 58.
Yep.
Keith Ulrich. Man, these 2 Kawasaki's get me confused. Wesley Turner with a first place finish there in his Masters Revolution 1 class. Golden Masters going to go to Ulrich. Barrett second in that Golden Masters, and Pat Ondi's going to come through with a third place finish. Chris Glebus with a second place finish in the Masters class, and Richard Avery third place finish there in that Masters. That does it for race number 2. Race number 3 going to be hitting the track next.
Here we go. Elite Masters 65 plus. Good jump from a couple of them. Whoa, one rider almost looping out off of the gate, but it's a Honda grabbing the early lead, and I think that's Donnie Banks.
And it sure is the big 38. Donnie Banks making his way out of Forsyth, Georgia.
How about
riding
that?
On that Capital Cycles, yeah.
Doesn't get to hang on to it long, though. I believe that's either the 653 or the 853 KTM. These two battled up front early in first motos, and now it's all up to this for the overall.
Yeah, Del Grosso there on that 653 KTM, riding for Razy. And here we go. Gonna try to make a move. Oh!
Man, look at that wheel to wheel. The battle goes. Donnie Banks. This is exactly how he got the win in Moto 1. Applied the pressure. Del Grosso had to start early. Tuck into those insides. Riding a wide machine and takes over the #1 spot.
And Donnie Banks said, I will hit you on this bank for this first place position. He's going to be able to get it now. So Donnie Banks already able to put a bike length or two between him and the 653. Then we see the big number 8 back there. That is Bill Borum holding on to that third place position. There's the 66. I believe that's going to be our 5th place rider aboard that 66 machine. That is Steve Scott out of Raleigh, North Carolina. Taking a look who all we have in this one. Zach, on the number 1 is Gary Peak. The 8 is Bill Borum. The 10 is Del Barris. The 15 is Kenneth Dogue. 19th is Michael Pelham. David Bowman on that 31. Donnie Banks on the 38, leading the way. Steve Scott on the 66. David Clements on the 90. Rick Roos going to be on that 378, having a good run there in his first moto. Kurt Servant's going to be on the 442. The 572 is William Ford and John Del Grosso on that 653. Zach, everybody in this class going to be 65 years or older. And amazing to see what they can do out here on these machines. Glad to have them out here racing with us at Daytona.
Yeah, still lining up and racing with us, 65 plus. So cool to see. We say the sport never leaves you, and this is proof of it. Donnie Banks still doing it and doing it well as he continues to lead out front here for Elite Masters 65 plus. Looks like about to put a 3rd lap in the books next time around.
So top 3 going to stay the same so far. Banks, Del Grosso, and Borum.
Hey, Cam.
So taking a look here, 2 laps going to be in the books. Coming around for the completion of lap number 3. That'll mean 2 more laps to go here for our Elite Masters race number 3.
Banks calm, cool, and collected. Knows he's done the work, just needs to bring it home. Track's starting to break down just a little bit. The sun beaten down. They do a great job of keeping water on it, but those braking bumps starting to get a little bit square edged in some spots. We saw the back end step out just a little bit on Donnie. He's able to recover well.
Yeah, I have to imagine this track probably looking a lot different than it did before the ATV pros got out there. So Donnie Banks probably dealing with a little bit different conditions than he dealt with in the first one. Of course, the ATV MX guys had been out there, but man, when you're racing one of those heat races, they're charging as hard as they are. Lines start to develop fast, especially as fast as those machines are that they are on. So Donnie Banks making good work of it either way as he takes the white flag. 1 more lap to go here for Banks. Del Grosso, Borum, and the rest of the gang. Ruski right there in that 4th place spot. Steve Scott holding on to 5th. David Bowman in that 6th place position. Michael Pelham going to round out our top 7 here in this one. Up and over the wall jump goes your leader, Mr. Donnie Banks. As he makes his way into this split line. And it's seeming so far that inside the outside split line going to be the preferred method to do it today, but just like we got to talk about with Ricky yesterday, a very good split line there, very even, and seeing some passes be made from both of those lines throughout the weekend, especially there yesterday in that RCSX race. It was just all about who could hit them smoother, who could hit them faster, but seeing today that that outside line to inside, or inside to outside line, going to be the premier line, and the way that he would want it, Donnie Banks takes the win. The Forsyth, Georgia native, going to get it done here today in Florida, and that is going to do it for his second moto here of this Elite Masters 65+ class. John Del Grosso comes through in that number 2 spot. Bill Borum in 3rd. Rick Ruski up into that 4th place spot, and Steve Scott going to round out our top 5 as we get ready to roll here with race number 4, our 250C riders.
250C going to be a fun one to watch. A lot of riders in this, several of which we saw yesterday at RCSX.
And going to get 2 days of it, man. A lot of track time for a lot of these riders. And we'll see who is going to be able to step away with the win here in Moto number 2. Quite a few riders to watch here in this one. Robert Leonard been having a good day so far. Jay Potter as well. And here we go.
Gates down, a couple of riders looking like they were asleep at the gate, but Jay Potter battling for the early race lead, and I think that's the 33, closing the door and taking the early lead. Whoa, a couple of riders getting really close together there, headed into turn 2.
So Leonard gonna overtake the lead once again. He was able to get out front there in Moto number 1. Jay Potter running in that 2nd position there in Moto number 1. We'll see if Potter is going to have anything to say to the big number 33 of Leonard here in this one.
Yeah, Leonard going to try to break away early. He knows Potter's able to match the pace, but just seems like the intensity right off of the gate drop is the difference between the 33 and the 11. We know Ken Roxon extremely talented at that. Those first couple of laps, putting in a sprint pace nobody else can seem to touch. And Leonard on the 33 trying to replicate that in here in the C class, puts together 1.7 second gap on lap number 1.
Yeah, Leonard going to be on that 33 Yamaha machine backed by Rob's Racing Engines, and man, Rob must have worked on that engine because he has been off to a good day so far. As we see the rest of the gang making their way through. Quite a few riders here in this one, 17 entries in total.
Yeah, the C class is always usually a little bit, little more participation in them and a little wider of a range of riders as well. Look like Leonard really knows his way around the machine and around the track. Some of the other riders still getting things figured out, not quite struggling by any means, but not able to match the intensity of what we're seeing from Robert Leonard. Jay Potter, like we said, a multifaceted rider, doing some track and some trail riding with us, and making the most of his time down here in Daytona.
Seeing him shift down there through those doubles as he made his way by, shifted that machine down each time he jumped up, man, and set him up good for that corner. Looking good out there for the number 33 machine. To the outside he goes. Going to use those outside lines up as he rails that corner, makes his way through the final 2 sections here before the finish line. So far 2 laps complete. Now Leonard going to make it 3 laps complete. And Brock Belso right there in that 3rd place spot. Carson Smith in 4th. Yeah, so getting told by OPAG there that Jay Potter hoping to make it to the big show at the ranch, so trying to get in some time here in our vintage Supercross race.
Yeah, Potter doing a great job, and we talk about how many of these riders have some crossover going between the woods and the track. Sounds like, oh, wait a second. Your leader, Leonard, getting a little too close for comfort with the lap rider. And, of course, all of those C riders going to be their first time really out at Loretta Lynn's, and so a lot of pressure leading up to that, and like we said, a huge group usually at those Loretta's qualifiers as the white flag comes out for Robert Leonard. Got to qualify and usually make it through a divisional race to even be able to get it into the area main event, and then of course got to have those regional qualifiers as well. So Potter sitting in a good spot right now. I'm sure going to take away some pretty valuable lessons here from this weekend. One thing I will say about the number 11, we've had him on camera on the start several times. I don't think I've seen the guy with a tear off yet. So the confidence is there, but I'm just saying, as a fellow C-Class Loretta's rider myself, may want to invest in some of those laminates as well, because Roosh goes flying. Even if you're up front, Roosh goes flying. May want to have those, but nonetheless, his goggles always seem clean when we see him on the start line. So, Jay Potter
something figured out.
Yeah, he's doing something better than I was, that's for sure. Jay Potter in the number 2 spot, but it is all Robert Leonard grabbing the race win. Potter going to cross the line in the number 2 spot. It looks like Brock Belsol going to round out the top 3.
So there it is. We're going to turn things over from race number 4 now. Race number 5 going to be on the gate. Race number 6, 7, and 8 should be in the staging area. Evolution 3 and Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus getting ready to take off now. And the revs are up. The riders look down at the gate. As the gate drops, we head into turn number 1. Let's see who it is going to be. And no surprise, Zach, it looks like it is the 49 machine of Rattlewicks.
Yeah, Rattlewicks grabs the early lead. The Nagy boys running 2 and 3, I believe. Maybe not. That might not be Nagy on the Suzuki. Thought they were both in this class.
Yeah, let me take a look here. I did as well. Maybe that is another class. No doubt the Nagy boys are together in one of these races out here, but this time just going to be James Nagy. Oh, actually, no, Steve Nagy is in this one as well, Zach. He's going to be on the number 40, and then James Nagy going to be on that number 11 machine.
So let's keep our eyes peeled. So there is the number 11 in the 3 position.
And I do believe that is the number 40 just ahead of him there.
Oh, got to believe in myself a little more there, Jackson. Had it right off the call.
Yeah, there we go. Green flag going to fly here on lap number 1. Head out for lap number 2. And it is Rattlewicks that leads the way. Steve Nagy in that number 2 spot. In the number 3 spot is James Nagy Jr. And that is for your Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus class, as Travis Kunzelman makes his way through in the 4th place spot. Now we move up to our Evolution 3. It is Austin Seelig that is in that number 1 spot. Dave Parker in the number 2 spot. And Carly Westermeyer going to hold on to that 3rd place position.
Yeah, Rattlewicks right now putting in a solid run on the number 49. But the Nagy boys not letting them get away with it, especially the number 40 of Steve Nagy. He is applying the pressure, and I think actually closing in a little bit here, Jackson. We might have a fight for the lead on our hands.
Yeah, Zach, it looked like he was really fired up as he made his way through that back section. Maybe this is going to be the run for the lead, and it looks like they are, Zach. They are wheel to wheel, almost side by side at this point.
Take a look. Steve Nagy tucked to the inside, going to pull up alongside over the big wall jump. The split lane. Oh, they're both headed to it. Oh, man, Nagy doing a great job.
Back to the inside.
Wow, that was a great move inside to inside. But Rattlewicks continues to not be rattled by Nagy. They're in the number 2 spot. Let's see, the Suzuki shows him a wheel back up the inside, not able to make the pass.
So Nagy trying to make something happen here side by side once again. Is this going to be it? And it is. Oh, and he crashes him.
How about that, Nagy? Don't think that one was intentional. Rattlewicks got the short end of the stick, but now going to lose the lead and lose the podium as well. 2nd and 3rd going back. It looks like it'll be Travis Kunzelman, who has actually made some passes as well. He got around James Nagy Jr. So the 14 finds himself from 3rd up to 2nd.
Possibly one of the best battles we saw all day there for that number 1 position there. Nagy really going for it. I do not believe he intentionally by any means did that.
Don't think so. And you could actually see Jacob Rattlewicks went to try to cut underneath it. We've seen that happen several times this weekend, and just a little too quick on the move and caught the rear end of the 40. But nonetheless, the Suzuki out front leading the way. Steve Nagy trying to bring home a win. It looks like he might have pulled off, Jackson. I think I just saw him in the background, so that might be all for Rattlewicks.
It is. He's making his way off of the track, so a tough break for the number 49. Having a good run there in his first moto. Hate to see him out of this 2nd moto here.
So enjoying the number 40, Steve Nagy. Had to fight for that number 1 spot, and fight he did. Pays off for him, though, as he is out in front and got a little bit of breathing room here as well, Jackson. Not under immediate pressure, able to take whatever lines he wants on that Suzuki machine.
Yeah, 4 laps complete now, so this will be his final time around, and he will be headed to a Moto 2 win here in race number 5.
This is exactly where the pass happened. He got such a good drive. Let's see if he's able to do that triple again. That momentum right there was enough to put him just in front of Wadwigs for that final corner. Goes through it for the final time and grabbing the win. It will be Steve Nagy getting the job done in Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus.
Good run there for the big 40 machine. The Florida native going to get it done here today. So now we wait for our Evolution 3 class as the rest of our Revolution 2 Senior 40 Plus comes through. James Nagy Jr. going to be in that number 2 spot there for the Revolution class with Travis Kunzelman in 3rd. As for our Evolution 3, it is Austin Seelig that takes the win. Dave Parker, your 2nd place, and Carly Westermeyer, I should say, going to come through in that 3rd place position, and we get ready to drop the gate now on race number 6, our Golden Masters 60 Plus.
Here we go, race 6 down, and it's a Kawasaki leading them in and out of turn number 1. That's Bow on the 665. Been lightning off of the start all day long, and looks like the 14 Honda in the number 2 position.
So that's going to be John Motter there on that number 14 in the number 2 spot, riding for Motter Builders, FXR, Factory Connections, and 6D. As the Kawasaki machine continues to lead them around. Edward Bow Jr. on that Decal Works Facility 15, Henson and Team Green backed ride. Then off to a great day so far there on that 665 machine.
So the New Jersey native leads the way around. A couple of northerners up here showing us how it's done here in Florida. New Jersey, Connecticut, and Colorado, 1, 2, and 3. Edmund Moore back there in the 4th place spot out of Ohio. And then finally the first of the Floridians, Dennis Decker, rounding out the top 5. Really starting to see some of those riders get very high up in these berms, Jackson, and with our 2 ATV SX heat races, I think some of those top berms might be a little deceiving as far as how solid they really are. Watch this section right here. They're carrying a lot of speed, jumping that full triple as they head out. Bow does a great job of staying low on that lap, but got way up there and almost got the front end stuck in some of that loose dirt.
Yeah, going to be a lot of loose dirt up on those berms where those ATVs was throwing it out, and where there's not loose dirt, there's going to be some train track ruts making their way through there. So no doubt going to have some heads up riding here in this one. A little bit different conditions than what we saw yesterday. A little more hard packed. A lot more hard packed than we saw yesterday, seeing a ton of ruts. These riders not going to have to deal with that here so much, and I'm sure that is the way they would like it, Zach.
Well, and that just goes to our amazing track crew here at Daytona International Speedway. Everybody involved from prepping the Supercross track all day on Friday and Saturday to the RCSX track on Sunday and Monday. And like you said, there is a difference in the way some of these riders are preferred. They know these bikes, not quite as able to handle big braking bumps, not wanting quite as peaked up jumps. And like you said, really deep ruts all day yesterday, not quite the same thing we're seeing here today. And I truly believe that's by design. These track owners and track preppers know exactly how to set things up for success with the riding group that they're going to have in store. So great job. It works for both these vintage bikes and for those ATVs as well.
Yep, works great for them. A great track that we have here today. Big shout out to all of our track crew here at RCSX, all of our flaggers out there doing an amazing job. And of course, all of the security here at Daytona doing a great job as well. There's a ton of people that make this thing happen. And some of our unsung heroes, Zach. It takes a lot. It is a village to make this happen. And a big shout out to everybody at Racer TV too. I can't forget them. Don and OPAG, Adam Gordon in there doing a great job as well. It's hours and hours of action right here on Racer TV. And we can't forget about our boy Dan Reinhardt in there, our manager man. He does an amazing job as well. Dan, always the most helpful. Smiling face you'll see here at Racer TV. There it is, smiling face right now. It's going to be your leader, Edward Bow, and your 2nd place, John Motter Jr., or John Motter, and then Dennis Decker in that 3rd place position. Taking a look here. Gonna have a Florida native now moving his way up in that 3rd place spot. Zach, I know you said 5th there on that opening lap, so making up some moves. is Decker.
And we've seen that throughout the day today. A couple of riders making up some big points and some big positions late in these races. Riders maybe getting just a little worn down and able to use that to their advantage. But all of the advantage right now goes to Edward Bowell, taking the checkered flag and taking the win in Golden Masters 60 Plus. Is now we turn our attention to race number 7 sitting on the line.
Race number 7 going to be your 125 class. And they are fired up, ready to go. We see the number 5 revving that machine up. He is fired up. He wants that gate to drop, and here we go.
And look at that, Drysdale with a good jump on the number 5. Doesn't look like he's going to be able to turn it into a hole shot, though. That might be, guess who? Gregory Paymart out front.
Yep, the 444 of Paymart off to another hole shot and the early lead. Frenchie, as a lot of people call it, a well-known face here, of course, riding for MKS Moto Kicks, as well as GPMX Crossroad Power Sports, VPE, FXR, WTF, Scott, Twin Air, FMF, Voisin, Adapt, Power Seal, and Pawnworks, man. And you're going to get to see why he has all of those sponsors as he makes his way around. And he has lost the lead, though, Zach, as once again we see the 713 Yamaha at the front of the field.
Yeah, Gildolan on the 713 Yamaha really looking feisty here early. Does not want to waste any time getting into the number 1 spot. Jeffrey Drysdale going at it with Nathan Mock. We saw that battle come all the way down to the line as well. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, almost a exact picture of what we saw in Moto 1. Let's see if we have any shuffling around here late in the day.
See how this one plays out as the 713 machine makes his way through. Looking great, looking very technical here. Paymart still holds on to that second place position. Just see him outside of that camera shot.
Through that straight section they go. Looks like they've kind of added almost a roller-esque through there. It was braking bumps yesterday, Jackson. I think they might have seen how big they got. We're like, you know what? That actually looks pretty good. Maybe we'll put a roller or two there.
Yeah, we'll just let those stay. So Paymart there on screen, as was your leader. The 713 machine looking great. The 444 now coming through on Racer TV. Hopping and skipping his way through. And then we see the number 5, Jeffrey Drysdale, the Indiana native, just 13 years old, making his way through. Drysdale going to be on that LS2 helmets, Hoosier tire. 7 Mica Metals, in control suspension, and Big Force cycle and marine back ride. And he's trying to chase down Paymart, but like we said earlier, Zach, Paymart, a seasoned vet. He knows how to ride a wide bike. He knows how to keep somebody back behind him at bay. And we're getting to see that in real time here, as now we turn our attention back here to our leader.
And I'll give Frenchie credit. He's not just riding a wide bike; he's riding a fast bike as well. Still has got the pace up. The intensity is there. Tripling his way through those rollers as your leader, making his way through the pack. Going to start to work into some lap traffic. Using those outsides, just flowing here on this DVSX track. Little scrub on some of these doubles.
Getting a good pop there over that triple. Now going to make his way to the finish line one final time.
And here it is. Anthony Gildolan going to take the win here in the 125 class. As I'm going all the way to the wall here at Daytona.
A victory lap, you could say. Taking a look back down at his competitors, seeing exactly where everybody was. And Paymark going to come through in the second. Drysdale comes through in third. Mock in fourth. And Simpson rounds out our top 5. That'll do it for our 125 class. Coming up next, going to be our women's class.
We hear them on the line. There we go, revved up. And the gate's down.
Shelby Rowland with the whole shot. She is going to have the early lead as she rockets out onto our straightaway. It is the 4.34 that holds on to that second place position. Janelle Brown. Janelle having a good run there in her first moto. Looking to better it here in her second, as she runs in that second place position. And here is the two we saw battling it out, Zach, the 47 and the 42 machine. And look at that, the 42 going to be just ahead of the 47. That was the battle that continued on for quite some time there in Moto number 1.
Picking up right where they left off. Seems, we talk about that all the time too, Jackson. It never fails. Some of these riders almost having a magnetic attraction to one another, whether it's at the front of the field or at the back. They just always seem to find each other when they're on course. The 42 and the 47 looking like that right now. Shelby Rowland, she's like when you try to hold the wrong side of magnets together. She's headed the other way, trying to check out, leading this one already by 11 seconds.
Felicia Geither going to be there on that 42 machine. Anna Murphy on the 47. And it looks as if, I do believe, and I am right, Anna Murphy has now moved up on that 47 machine into the third place position. So still going to have Janelle Brown right there ahead of her as Shelby Rowland leads the way. We'll see. Could we possibly see a battle here between the 4.34 and the 47? Looks like the 4.34 realizing that the 47 is starting to catch up and laying down a little bit of ground in between the two. Now seeing the 42 machine of Gaither making her way by. Trying to catch up here to Anna Murphy once again. Start battling here in this one, of course, going down there in Moto number 1. A tough break. But nonetheless, going to rebound here in Moto 2 and off to a good run so far. The 4.34 looking good as she makes her way around. And she's going to be riding for Port City Nissan. Operation Vet now, Vet MX, FXR, Legion Speedway looking great in that FXR gear.
Yeah, Gaither, I believe, a U.S. Army veteran as well, so big thank you to her.
She is. It looks like possibly a couple out here with us. Gaither riding for Bobby Ingram, Riss Racing, and Bet MX. Anna Murphy riding for WMR, FXR, and 100%. Megan Bennett out here with us as well aboard that number 87 machine, riding for Chrissy's Creations, Everything Dirt, Flow Motorsports, Fringe on third, FXR, Gabe Anderlich, Matrix Concepts, OGO, Split Design Co., and Twin Air.
Back down the stretch we go. The chase continues. The 47 and the 42 yo-yoing once again. Just seems like when you think you know what's going to happen. Excuse me, that's actually the 47 and the 4.34. There you see the 42 on screen. Now your leader has already taken the white flag. There she is, Shelby Rowland. We saw this play out in Moto 1 as well, so we'll see whether or not she's able to catch up to those two riders in front of her.
So Shelby Rowland is on her last lap. So this time around, Rowland going to get the checkered flag, which is going to mean a checkered flag for the rest of our field, I do believe, as now about to work her way up into that second place spot as far as lappers go, and she is. So this will be a checkered flag for her and the rest of the field. Actually, not going to do it. Shelby going to let that rider get another lap. So Rowland going to come through, and she takes the win along with that checkered flag. So it's going to be Shelby Rowland, Janelle Brown, Anna Murphy, Felicia Gaither in that 4th place position. And then just outside of that, going to see Megan Bennett rounding out our top 5.
DJ Judd sitting on the line. He's already got the bike fired up this time. That is a good call, Judd. Probably going to work out a little better for you. He is locked in. Red, white, and better than you. That's what he's telling himself in that Troy Lee Designs gear. 100% focused. That's what he is right now.
No doubt. He has his eyes on the prize. He watches that car. The car goes sideways, and the gate drops. And we are off and rolling.
Well, he got off the gate this time, and we're headed in the right direction. As the gate's down, the 203 going to grab the early race lead here in race number 8.
Yeah, the 203 machine coming out firing here in this one. The number 1 going to be just behind him. This is race number 8 that is out on the track. Race 9, 10, 11, 12, you guys should all be in the staging area as things continue to move along here today at the 2025 Daytona Vintage Supercross and ATV Supercross. And taking a look, I believe that's going to be Jerry Maddox there on that number 1 machine. As now they make their way through the final couple sections before the finish line. We'll get to see exactly what the time between these riders is going to be, the lap times and the positions. So let's take a look. It is going to be Wade Doring that is going to have that lead here in this one. The Fort Myers, Florida native getting it done so far here in Daytona.
Yep, Dorian and Clamforth in Evolution 1, Jerry Maddox and Robert Heiserling in the Vintage Masters 50 Plus. So two classes out on track right now. There you see the number 10, our boy Judd Poindexter, making his way through, about mid-pack at the moment. Maddox, Heiserling, Whitted, Holzer, and Poindexter. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And there we see the 203 machine making his way through. And taking a look here, so this is our Masters 50 Plus and then our Golden Masters, which I do believe a 60-plus year age group there for our Evolution 1 Golden Masters. And look at that, Gary Peak out of Marshall, Illinois. Going to be 78 years old there on the 1/. Going to have 2 number 1s, the 1D of Jerry Maddox and then the 1/ of Gary Peak. Glad to have Gary Peak out here with us this weekend, as well as the rest of the gang here for our vintage classes, the Evolution 1 class as well.
Yeah, the ages and the bike sizes, I mean, it's so cool to see such a wide spread. So many different stories as to how these riders got there, how they acquired the motorcycles as well. We could do a whole video segment just off of that. Tell us about your bike, how you got it, what you've done to it. Like we said earlier, cool basically moving museum pieces out here.
And flying through the air is the 203 machine, checking in for another lap complete. Now 3 laps in the books, 2 more to go for race number 8. Race number 9 going to be on the gate, our Silver Masters 55 Plus, and in staging should be race 10, 11, and 12. Our Warrior, King of Daytona, and mini open classes.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one to watch. I know it got Megawatt fired up. I think he's already found a way to buy one, get it tuned in for next year.
And watching on screen here, you're going to see the 203 making his way around some lap traffic, and he is going to grab the white flag, signifying 1 more lap to go. And he will have Moto number 2 win under his belt.
Around the corner he goes, just by us in the Racer TV trailer. Scrubbing it off on that machine. Don't see any of these guys really skying that big wall jump out.
No, not at all. I don't know how many more laps you could complete after skying one of these machines out over that. A hard hit there off the wall jump. But seeing some riders out here today sending it pretty hard. Some of the farthest I've saw it all week. Now on screen, seeing the 13 machine making his way by. And here we go. One more corner to go. One more straightaway to go.
Checker flag inside. I think he's going to check up, let that rider do another lap. And there it is, the checker flag coming out. Jerry Maddox going to grab the win.
As well as Wade Doring, a Fort Myers, Florida native, and Jerry Maddox going to be the Bryson City, North Carolina native. And they're going to take the wins in the Vintage Masters and Evolution 1 Golden Masters. Now the rest of the crew checking in. Let's see as we get ready to roll with our next one. Scott Clamforth and Randy McDonald going to be behind Wade Doring there in our Golden Masters Evolution 1 class. Then for our Masters 50 plus, it is Jerry Maddox, Robert Heiserling, and Judd Poindexter jumps up to the third place position. That's what I'm talking about, Judd. A podium finish here in this one.
How about that?
That's going to put David Whited into that fourth place spot. Robert Halsler going to finish in that fifth place position, as now we are off and rolling with race number 9, our Silver Masters 55 plus class, and it looks like they are firing off already here in this one. Some of our heavy hitters that we saw here today out here.
Val Koenig 1 and 2 right now. That's going to be a fun one to watch. I believe Koenig got the upper hand. Oh, almost comes together. That was not intentional. Got caught in some of that soft soil. We talked about a little bit drier here this afternoon. The ATV's pushing a lot of that soil to the outside. So Val hard on the brakes, back in, stepped out a little bit, and he just about took Koenig down with him.
16 entries in total here in this one of our bigger classes, as Koenig tries to cut into the inside of that corner there. You can see the green flag fly. Keith Ulrich going to hold on to the third place spot. Kyle Thibodeau's going to be in that fourth place position. James Nagy Jr. going to be in the fifth place position. John Motcher in sixth. In seventh, going to be Edmund Moore. In eighth, going to be Jason Dawes. And in the ninth place spot, Randall Sawes, Donnie Osborne, and rounding out our top 10. What you seeing, Zach?
I think we just saw Frank Koenig go down in that corner, unfortunately. Looks like he got a little front end high and put it in the dirt. We'll wait and see as they come back across the stripe. But I do believe that is Ulrich back in the number 2 spot now.
Yep, seeing only one KTM back there, so that is going to be Ulrich checking in. James Nagy going to move up to that third place position. Let's see where Frank's going to check in at in the 6th place spot.
Look at that, though. He is back up, and he is charging hard now, knocking on the door of John Matcher there in the 15th place, or the 5th place position, I'm sorry.
He is already back up now into that 4th place spot, I do believe, for the 43 of Koenig. And let's see here. Trying to catch a glimpse of him as we watch our leader on screen. The 6'5" Edward Bow Jr. Team Greenback ride looking good. Checks in for 3 laps complete now here in these 5-lap motos.
Yeah, this could be the difference between an overall and a 2nd place. I believe Koenig had that 1st place spot.
Frank Koenig,
he's charging.
Move, Zach.
He is going to have to make it all the way to the top, though, if he wants to get the overall win.
So we'll see now on screen, seeing the number 28 machine. And number 11 on the back. And there is Ulrich. So I do believe Frank Koenig now going to be your second place, and he is, as we make our way back to the finish line here. Edward Bow Jr. checks in that #1 spot. So let's see, 8 seconds is the gap. It's going to be hard to close this one in, but let's remember that 8.5 seconds is what it is now. We'll see what it's going to be here at the finish.
Yeah, he's not giving up by any means. 2+ seconds faster on that last lap, but 8.5 seconds. You see the Kawasaki up ahead. That's a lot to make up. He's going to need a mistake from Bow.
He is not settling though, Zach. I mean, he really pushing the limit there as he made his way across that wall jump. There comes your leader, the 665 machine of Edward Bow Jr. So here we go. Checkered flag gonna fly here in Moto #2 of the Silver Masters 55 Plus, and it is the 665 of Edward Bow Jr. that takes the win. Frank Koenig comes around in that second place position with a 4.9 second gap in between them, with now Keith Ulrich rounding out our top 3. James Nagy Jr. going to come through in that 4th place position, and now seeing John Motcher checking in that 5th place spot. That's going to do it for our Silver Masters. Now it is time for our Warrior class. 19 entries in total here for race number 10. Here we go.
Gates down. Let's see our Warriors off and rolling. Good jump from the outside. Ooh. Man, that was a beautiful start.
That was.
For the 258, yeah.
258. Tori Streethoff there, the Florida native, 38 years old, out there on his KTM. And some of our heavy hitters here in this one. Mike Morris on that 133 machine, already making some big moves up towards the front.
Yeah, Morris back there in the #2 spot. A good start from him as well. But, man, one of the better put together starts we've seen all day long. A lot of those insides been working out. Can't quite charge as hard into the first turn, but you're able to cut down underneath. But, man, yeah, the KTM. And look at this, a battle for 3rd as well. The 2 Yamahas going at it. That might be the 12 Slash back there in the 3rd place spot. Let's see. Tori Streifenhoff in the #1 spot. Mike Morris and Shane Waite sitting 2 and 3. And I take that back. Right after the finish, Waite makes the pass for the #2 spot.
Heating up to be a good one here in this one. Race number 10 out on the track. Race number 11 going to be on the gate. Race 12, 13, and 14. You guys should be in staging as things continue to move along here at the 2025 Daytona Vintage Supercross. Of course, our pro race is going to be coming up at the end of the Vintage Supercross. So about 13 motos or so left to go, and we'll be getting to see our ATV MX Pro class go to battle for their main event.
Oh, problems for the 44. That might be the 441, actually, of Dylan Frisch, who was putting pressure on Morris as well. So things are starting to happen fast for the 133. Streithal, Waite, and Morris, 1, 2, and 3.
So 2 laps complete so far here in this one. 3 more laps to go. About 2.5, I guess you should say. As we watch our leaders on screen, we could have a lead or a battle for this lead here in this one, Zach.
Yeah, Shane Waite, if I remember correctly, did grab the win, I think, in Moto 1. So Waite not needing to wait too long because time going to be running out soon. They're starting to work into lap traffic. And there is that number 42. So out there in the Warrior class. Look at that, going wide was the 258 of Tori Streithal. And Waite is right there, Jackson. The fight has been brought to him. Only a bike length or 2 separating 1 and 2 at the moment.
Yeah, like you were saying, the 42 machine in this one as well. One of our women's riders. Glad to see Gaither out here in our Warrior class.
Let's see, a nice response from the KTM. He does open it back up by 2 bike lengths or so. But Waite really seems fast in this back part of the track. Not sure what he's doing, but it's working for him as they get ready to come down the backstretch once again.
This time around, they should be getting a white flag, and they do. So 1 more lap left to go here for our Warriors. Second moto going down. Who's it going to be? The 258. Can the number 12 Slash make something happen here late in this race?
Telling you what, he's running out of time. Strythal looking really strong. Was under fire early, but man, Waite hasn't been able to do anything this last 2 laps, and he's running out of time. Half a lap to go.
Strythal having a good day here all the way around, Zach. He has been a name that we've been seeing up at the top of the charts all day long. And here we go. Just one more corner, one more straightaway to go, and he will be our Moto 2 winner. Here it is.
Checkered flag. Tori Strythal going to grab the second Moto win in the Warrior class. Shane Waite crosses the line in the second place spot. Mike Morris going to round out your top 3 for race number 10. Looks like Dylan Frisch going to cross the line in the number 4 spot. Travis Kunzelman going to round out the top 5 as now we get ready for race number 11. And looks like we got the King of Daytonas, the XR200 class, coming out swinging. The number 1, Addison Emery. And let's see, where is Riley Ripper? We saw Ripper battle in that first moto, took the win right up until the final straightaway, the final jump of the final straightaway, and Emery got him back. Riley Ripper. Oh, look at that, slideways, tries to put the moves on him. That was the 238, or the 268, excuse me. And yeah, McCoy went down early in that first moto. Didn't get to show what he was capable of, but man, he's got the overalls buttoned up extra tight, and he is bringing the fight to the number 1. Mikey Wayne's back here in the truck.
Yeah, Addison Emery doing his thing out in front. Just absolutely cool to watch. King of Daytona, the XR200s, going at it right here. And boy, we got it on display out in front. Good battle. Look at that.
McCoy flying right now on the 268. Addison Emery did not have pressure like this early, and man,
trying to put him in the corner. I like it. They're racing these machines.
Wow, this is great racing. This is what we wanted to see. McCoy keeping the power to the ground. Pulls up. He's got the inside line here and got the lead. No.
Oh,
gets up
right
in that
back
big stuff. We talked about the ATVs throwing a lot of that dirt to the high side of those berms, and it can be misleading. You think you've got a little more space than you really do. McCoy, good job. I've seen a lot of guys go down right there doing that exact same thing.
Trying to fire back on him. That put a sense of urgency in Addison Emery, though, man. He's throttling through now.
Yeah, Emery staying sharp on this. And McCoy, I'm not going to lie, McCoy's definitely seems got just a little more pace.
Yeah. See if he can catch back up with him here. We got, what, 2 laps completed. Knocking on the door of 3. Third place, Jacob Heinzelman. 4th place going to be Colby Bryson. Man, I can't see from here. I'm playing.
Yeah, we got Emery and Shine 1 and 2 with Heinzelman in the 3rd place spot. Brizendine in the 4th and 5th. So we've got Colby and Jason.
All the Brizendines came out of the race. Whole family, but all eyes on the leaders. The number 1 of Addison Emery, that KVR Pro Works backed ride. Getting a little bit of separation in there.
Yeah, McCoy twisting and twisting, but starting to run out of ability here, as he's going to need a mistake from Addison Emery.
Getting it done in the bibs, too. I like it.
Got the over the boot pant legs, fully committed. The look is there, and the speed is there to go along with it. Oh, and maybe some problems for the machine.
Uh-oh.
Oh, McCoy slowing down significantly.
He said, yep, you are correct.
And that is a heartbreak. Not sure what happening here, but man.
He's saying, son of a gun. Gosh darn it.
Yep. Shoot. As the white flag comes out. Well, now Addison Emery, no worries here for the number 1. Looks like he's going to be able to keep that number 1 for another year, as he tries to bring home a win here in the King of Daytona XR200 class.
Coming up next, race number 2, Mini Open.
Yep, race 12 on the program. A fist in the air for the number 1 here, closing out the King of Daytona XR200, grabbing a win back-to-back. Going to get the job done. The King of Kings, Aston Emery. There it is.
Heck yeah. Rocking the number 1 plate with pride. Checkered flag for the rest of the guys. All right, Mini Open, Alf and Roland, race number 12 on the track. So going to be getting loaded on the gate. It's going to be race number 13. That is your Evolution 3 Golden Masters and Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus. So Mini Open, Jeffrey Drysdale, Jace Musa, Jack Saraceno, Finn Hansen, Hampton Craig, or Craig Hampton. It says Hampton Craig. Maybe it is Hampton Craig. I was going to guess Craig Hampton, but hey. Either way, he's out of Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, having some fun in Daytona. And we'll see how this one plays out. Again, race number 12 on the racetrack right now. Coming up next, going to be race number 13. As we welcome back into the booth, Megawatt Matt Watson was out there, giving Jackson Burrell the tutorial on the King the XR200s.
Absolutely, it's a shame because that thing would have been wheel to wheel. Rider going down, that thing would have been wheel to wheel right there at the very end. But absolutely cool. Jackson wasn't understanding the concept of 125 chassis. 200 motor swap, that kind of stuff, upside down fork, and he's like, "Oh, I get it." He said, "Now I see it."
Very cool.
Yeah, and just a lot of fun. All those guys, whether they had built up 200 stock bikes or they had fully transformed bikes, it's just a really fun class. What, we got outpatient surgery going on here at the back of the trailer?
I think so. Our producer Adam Gordon, OPAG as we call him, has a hangnail, and I think he's going to try and report that as a lost time accident.
Yeah, it looked like outpatient surgery or something back there. So wasn't sure what was going on.
He said, "I have no idea what you just said about it." He's not used to not having a headset on.
Doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter. It was all good things.
Yes, absolutely.
Jeffrey Drysdale, he's all about good things right now, leading the way. Jack Saraceno in that number 2 spot. Finn Hansen 3rd. Jace Musa in 4th place. And Hampton Craig rounding out that top 5. In your Mini Open race number 12.
Show your rider back there just outside in that number 6 place. Mikey Track's changed a little bit over the last hour, dried out just a touch. I like that. They'll get a drink here later, but it really doesn't need one.
Yeah, no.
I think it's in prime racing condition, especially for the type of racing we're doing today.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, this is obviously we've seen some great competition out there, but I think generally speaking, it's like a fun race for most guys.
Well, the intensity level isn't quite there except in this class.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, your Mini Open.
They show a little more intensity level than Masters Plus, yes. Masters 50 Plus. So, Golden Masters. So we're at race, looks like race number 12.
Yeah.
Yep. Everything's set and in order for a Pro ATV MX. That's going to be coming, of course, at the conclusion of these modes. Looking forward to that, man. That's going to be good, Mikey, for sure.
Yeah, going to be good. First one of the season. Set the foundation for your year. Going to be a good one to watch.
Yep. Drysdale picks up the white flag right there. 49.264 last time around. I think the gap was 13 seconds. Over second last time, Jack Saraceno. Who's coming up next?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Right now on the track is Mini Open race number 12. Coming up next will be race number 13, Evolution 3 Golden Masters and Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus.
Oh, nice. And it never gets old.
Never gets old. Never gets old.
Mikey, we're talking about that breeze there just a little bit ago. It has not had the least bit of adverse effect on our dirt.
No.
But it has made all the difference for our riders and spectators and crew, staff out there for sure. It's made all the difference, that little breeze.
Yeah, it's actually, I mean, we're in the TV truck right now, and I can tell you it feels much better outside. Checkered flag flies. Jeffrey Drysdale, the second, a rider out of Evansville, Indiana, out there my way on that LS2 helmets and Hoosier tire and the Hilo Concepts back ride, grabbing the win right there.
Jack Saraceno checking in, I believe, right there. Yep. Gonna lock down a second here today. How cool is that?
That's very cool.
That's awesome.
And in the home state, out of Apollo Beach,
Oh,
Florida.
even better. Yeah, even better. So what 3 classes we have here?
Well, we've got the Evolution 3 Golden Masters, and we've got the Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus.
I see the Revolution 2 machines out there. We be part of the revolution. Man, nice looking 76 RM250 right there. Look at that thing, dude.
Beautiful.
Very nice. Might be 77, but it looked like 76.
Trying to get the Husky fired up there.
The old left side kick.
I love that. But yeah,
I've got
left side.
I've got left side kick Hondas. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Most guys can. You know, it's tough to reverse. It's tough to kick with that
No,
left
you're not
leg.
wrong.
I can do it.
It's different.
I can do it, but it is different, man. I'm here to tell you.
It's kind of like, you know, if you're on the interstate, the closest thing I can think of, driving on the interstate, your right foot gets tired or whatever, you ever use your left, and it just feels so foreign.
Yeah.
That's kind of what left side kickstart feels like. Just, not that you can't do it, it's just foreign.
Look at him, man. He's lining up top dead center there. When he gives it that small kick right there, he's moving the piston, trying to get it top dead center.
There you go.
His buddies are actually tired from the last motor, so they're like, hey, take your time, dude. We're
Take your
good.
time, take your time.
Not a problem.
I think that is Todd Winslow there, the 559 out of Clovis, California.
We talked about his bike earlier. It's cool.
Yeah,
very nice
bike.
Yep.
Did he get it, or is he resting? 60 years old out there.
I think
he's got some time though. We're getting water on the track.
That's the good news.
Yeah. Our riders, the guys were setting up there upstairs in the 500 club, and they said, how old is the oldest rider you have out there? I said, well, I'm not sure exact number. I said, but we do have a 60-plus class. And they like gasped, like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, yeah, man. I said, it's pretty awesome. Like, if I can get to 60 and I can still throw my leg over a bike, let alone race one, that's pretty darn good. And I know off-road GNCC, we've got a Elite Master, a Platinum 70-plus.
We had a 69-year-old rider yesterday.
That's so cool.
69, bro. I think he was racing plus 40 or plus 45.
Man. Carl Cox, shout out to him, the 623.
Carl, man.
Out of Fresno, California,
What's up,
66
buddy?
years old.
Yeah, right on.
Out there racing with
I like
the guys.
it.
Very cool.
Mikey, we didn't get to do our loop this year. We didn't get to go do our tour of Daytona.
Yeah, that's true.
Had a lot going on.
Well, we'll have to come back next year.
Well, we're going to stay with Aaron Kane. We're going to come down about 3 days earlier.
Yeah,
everybody at the office is going to be mad. I'll be like, is that trailer ready? Is that trailer ready?
Zach said there is a guy out there. I'll have to look through the paperwork, see if I can find him. We'll give him a proper shout out. But there's a guy out here, 78 years old.
Oh, yeah.
Today, racing.
Bring it.
That's cool, man.
That's our guy right there. Get some.
Yeah, man, that's impressive.
.78 years old, making it happen right now. Man, I'm just picturing Gran Torino.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do this. Get it on. Yeah.
Get off my lawn.
You punks. Make my day.
He's still trying, man. We're rooting for you, buddy. We are rooting for you.
Dude, he's ridden 3 motos trying to start.
Yeah, he has. He's warmed up.
Yeah, look at him. He's whooped, dude. That stinks. But you notice nobody else come over to kick it.
That's true. Yeah.
Like that right side kicker comes back at the wrong time.
Man.
going to be real interesting to get our ATV Pro MX going this afternoon. I can't wait, man, to be quite honest with you. This round, you know as well as I do, this round never disappoints, man. There will be some good passes. Somebody's going to get aggressive. You have to down here.
Yeah, absolutely.
You absolutely have to. And these guys are all buddies, and it's just business on the track. But I again, you know as well as I do, open wheel at Daytona, in the trenches, bro. It gets gnarly, man.
Yeah, you got to get in there and get some aggressive passing in here in Daytona, and
it gets gnarly.
I know the boys watch off-road. Maybe they watch some Josh Merritt and some Adam McGill highlights from GNCC, and maybe somebody leaves a corner open. Somebody's going to put somebody up in a berm. Like, maybe we got some of that today, and that's probably what it's going to take. To make some moves.
And you know, I have to say, we get too caught up sometimes. And was it dirty? Well, was it your favorite rider?
there's probably the biggest question.
It's just like basketball. If it's traveling on one end of the court, it's traveling on the other.
That's right.
If it's a crappy move by one dude, the same move's crappy by another dude. Then
you're not wrong. Not wrong.
Oh man.
Well, he didn't get her fired up, and I hate that for him. And you could see the disappointment smacking that seat, but we are off nonetheless. This is your race number 13, Evolution 3 Golden Masters and Revolution 2 Masters 50 plus.
Wow.
The 40, that's Steve Nagy.
Of course it is.
And I didn't catch it. It looked like an 8-something on the one, but
wow, look at this. We got a race, man. Yeah, he's challenging right now. Look at that.
Well, no, for sure. Good battle there for the number 3 spot as well.
Hey, how many Motos?
Yeah, that is good action right there. Those guys really staying on. You have to be committed, Mikey, through those first few turns, and all 4 of them were. Nobody really let up and kind of followed the other. Look at this. Nagy, I believe that's Nagy, isn't it, on the 40?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And then Troy Collier. That's West Palm Beach, Florida.
Yep. West Palm, Rob's neighbor down there. Looks like that's the, was that 272? Yep. Wes Turner in there. What's our fast lap time spin? Be curious to see when these guys pop up.
Yeah, how it compares.
Yeah, I saw the XRs a little bit ago. These guys are moving pretty good right here. This is a pretty fast class. Well, you got 3 classes here. Race number 13. What's 14, Mike?
14 coming up next, going to be your Evolution 2 and Revolution 1.
So they're on the gate right now. Race 14 on the gate.
Yeah, Evolution 3, excuse me, Golden Masters and Revolution 2 on the track right now. Patrick O'Connor, Randy McDonald, Carl Cox, Jim McCarron, Bill Michaels, Steve Gant, Steve Nagy, Wesley Turner, Derek Scott, and Troy Collier.
Look at those gaps. Those gaps are small. Less than a second, 1.8 seconds, 2 seconds, less than a second. You know, these guys are close. These guys are, and that's fun to ride that way. You get a comfortable pace.
Oh, absolutely.
Each guy's like, yeah, we're not riding over the edge. Yeah, this is fun, but it's not dangerous, you know. That's cool.
The 2 classes out there to give you those splits, that's just your top 10 as they sit on the track as far as the class is concerned. Right. Randy McDonald first, Carl Cox second, and Jim McCarron at third, and then Steve Nagy leading it for the Revolution 2 Masters, Wesley Turner second, and Derek Scott in that 3 spot.
Absolutely. Nagy out of Port Orange again, right down the road. I mean, literally 10 minutes. Well,
nice.
That's where Sonny's is, where we go over Sonny's to Port Orange. Got some action going on through the rollers. A non-class pass. Mikey, no deep ruts whatsoever. Just enough of a berm or maybe a little guide support, this and that, but no deep ruts.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Been very impressive. The track's really held up. You know, I know we get some prep out there. White flag out now, and you know, can't ignore the fact we're running ATVs out here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really speaks to the track crew, the track build. They've done a fantastic job.
And that, you know, like I said, just a spray of water just a minute ago.
Yeah.
You know, we knew they weren't going to give it a lot. Sure enough, just a touch, and it's staying so consistent.
Yeah.
It's like the track looked just like it did the last time you run.
Yep. Yeah.
That's impressive.
It's been good. So white flag out. Going to see our checkered flag here in a moment. Randy McDonald leading the way for the Evolution 3, and Steve Nagy and Derek Scott doing a good job out there as well for the Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus.
Yeah, Scott keeping him honest.
Gate loaded for race number 14, Evolution 2 and Revolution 1. There it is. Checkered flag flies, and Steve Nagy checks in. Randy McDonald not far off his pace physically on the track. He'll take first place for Evolution 3 Golden Masters, and Carl Cox will take second. And then over to Revolution 2 Masters 50 Plus. It's going to be Derek Scott second, and Wesley Turner rounding out the top three with race number 14 on the gate, Evolution 2 and Revolution 1.
Yeah, that's a fun air. Look at all those bikes. That's a fun air right there.
Oh, heck yeah.
Definitely. Man, that was a fantastic hole shot. Perfect gate pick. Just put a nice S-turn arc in there. I mean, looking good. There's that XR in the mix. A thorn in the side,
yes.
Man. He's bringing it. He's at like 316 or something out front.
I believe so, and 319, I think.
There we go.
If I'm not mistaken,
that
Jacob Heinzelman.
Yep.
Yeah, 319. Rider out of Niles, Ohio.
We stay in Niles when we go to Redbud, don't we? Niles, Michigan.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, same but different. There is the 411, Gavin Hampton. Making Don Hampton proud out there. I hope he's making him proud.
Heck yeah, man. Looking good. That bike looks good, dude.
Yeah,
and they just got that bike for this event. They haven't really had time to shake it down and that kind of stuff. So, heck yeah, on the gas. Look at the roost coming off that thing, dude. Sounded good going by.
Gavin coming off a weekend at the GNCC with us in Palatka.
Heck yeah.
Over at the Hog Waller. Be a week on the road for the entire TV crew and everybody. They'll head up to get done here. I think they get maybe one day off, and then they head up to Talladega. New venue for us. So very excited to be there. Basically across the street from the Raceway, the Speedway, and I think we've got, I believe it's World of Outlaws going on. I think at the same time. I have to double check that. Don't quote me, but I know there's some other things going on.
The all-time king of the Outlaw, Sammy Swindell.
Dude, some really cool. If you're heading, I guess that'd be kind of northwest.
Yeah.
Or just come on out anyways. If you're on vacation, a couple good things to check out there. So really looking forward to that one. Right now, it is Daytona Vintage Supercross and ATV SX here today. Peyton Harden, rider out of Kentucky, holding it down for Evolution 2 and Revolution 1. Michael Ploss, as well as Jacob Heinzelman and Mike Hartzenfeld. My goodness. Hartzenfeld. Got it out there, I think. Fifth time's the charm, Mega.
We'll get it. Give us a minute. Yeah. We'll get it. Oh, shoot. So race 14 on the track, 15 in the gate. That's who?
15 is going to be, drum roll, this is the Open and 250 class is going to be coming up next. So we'll get another look at Jeffrey Drysdale. Had a great ride earlier today.
Like a lot of these guys riding multiple classes. I love it. Got different bikes here today. Got different years, different eras. Everyone takes you back to a different time, or somebody had one. The guy down the street had one of these, or my uncle had one of those.
Yeah, you made a good point this morning, before we got started talking with Zach Herron about, what makes certain eras, just more iconic than another. And you made a good point about it's all basically based upon time. You know, what was cool when you were a teenager, maybe you had, or maybe you always wanted and couldn't
never
have.
did. Yeah.
So you get to that age where, oh my God, I can afford this now. And so
and it costs 7 times more than it did that.
More. That's right. That is exactly it.
Yeah, it's all generational.
You see it in cars. You see it in motorsports, everything.
And I use that for an example. The Model A, the Model T Ford. You know.
Yeah.
Hempin looking good, man. The 411.
Got the style too.
Oh, yeah. For sure. Gear look good, man.
That's it.
You know my motto. Got to win that fashion show at the gate, baby.
That's right. We got to give a shout out. I don't know that you have yet. Randy Richards not racing with us today as checkered flag flies, and Michael Ploss going to take the win. Jacob on the number 319 Honda going to take second, and Mike there in the number 3 spot with Peyton Harden taking the win in that Evo 2 class. But he got to see you put your skills on display at High Point.
Yeah, I had to give Richardson a taste of it.
And I think you scared him away from today.
I had to give him a taste of it, but nah, man, Randy, the senior citizen, disappointed he's not here with us today.
Yeah.
And I'm going to text him here shortly and see what the gig is. I guess he had a lot of work to do for the company. He's a tire guy and all that.
Yeah.
And it's a big week down here. I guess he had a lot to do, but that's very unusual because Randy normally going full Steve McQueen.
Oh yeah.
Red Wing work boots, Levi's, open face helmet. You know.
And maybe
lineman gloves,
cigarette hanging out the side.
Yeah, hey, Randy can do it. Absolutely. Had an injury last year, didn't ride.
Yeah.
The year before, had a couple mechanicals, like vapor locking or something on them Huskies. But we were talking about Randy this morning when we looked at those gas tanks. And Randy really has the skills, knows the people, how to make those things look really good. And he builds good race bikes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he gets all the carburation right. Air boxes like, ha, there he is, man. Our guy Frenchie in the house, working his way into the palatial Racer TV studios.
Yeah, man. I was in staging out there, so I figure I'll come and say hi real quick.
Awesome. Welcome. Hey, tell us a little bit about the track today, French.
It's kind of similar as yesterday. They took a couple whoops here and there, but, turns, man. He just turned fast, and today I ride a 125. I think it's my first time since 1997.
Is that what you were on?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gas.
Yeah.
I picked that up 2 weeks ago.
I didn't look at the pipe, so I didn't see what shape the pipe was on it. So, okay.
It's something after 1980, so it's hard for you to recognize them, right?
No, shame on you. Shame on you.
I know you know your bike's good.
Hey, if anybody needs a good pair of shoes, go to Foot Locker.
They're
going to play like that.
One day we'll be in there, but it's all good. The track's cool, man. I love being here. It's every year it's a blast.
If anybody rides and has fun, I more than you, I'm not sure who it is because you love this stuff. You're like all of us, and we talked about your progression over the last couple of years. Really, ironically, the result of an injury. You came back, and when the doctor said do this, you did it twice. When the body said, the body said that's enough, you said not quite.
Yep.
And you were really motivated, man, to not just come back, but come back better.
And you know what? As we're getting older, we got to be a little more careful. You got to. I watch what I eat better. When you're young, who cares?
Sure.
You're ripping,
I got you.
But I listen to my buddy, and try to stay on the bike, not getting ejected from the bike. You make a big difference, as we know. So it's great. Having a lot of fun and not focusing on results as much, but more riding the track, breaking the track down, and riding with the old stars from back in the days, like
are you joking?
LaRusso and those guys. I was watching those guys from a TV in France. I never thought I would be riding with those guys ever in my life.
Let alone all over the country. Let alone that. You didn't think that you'd not only race with them, but race with them consistently.
That's exactly,
that's amazing.
And it's funny, we spent a lot of time in staging, and I talked to those guys, and I know their career and stuff, and I was like, wow, it's unreal for me. And being here, of course, like we always say, in the speedway is like,
it's a dream.
We pulled in,
incredible.
And you mentioned that, you get the you teared up when you roll in, you know. And every year, never miss. It's such a cool place. So thank you guys for doing what you do and everybody else.
Oh, man, thanks, dude, for sure. Hey, I let everybody know the new models are dropping.
Yes, sir.
Everything that is leather on the current shoe is now suede, I believe.
Yep.
We still have the
sidebar support.
Yeah, nice. Insole, multiple insoles. Yep. Quality lace system. None of that's changed. A couple new colorways.
We're doing the 3 colors for the free ride for the athletic shoes. Yep. But we have a new model called the Hilo. It's a mid top. Gray. There's a black and a gray one. Super excited. A lot of people have been waiting patiently, you know, for them to come out. So, and that's why I'm not going today in the dirt, because we got to go and get the shipment, and we have a lot of pre-orders that needs to be shipped. So I got to take care of those people that are trusting us with MKS Moto Kick. So yeah, thank you, man.
MKS.com.
MKSmoto.com.
There it is.
Yep.
MKSmoto.com.
Yeah. And I have a project for you guys. I have 2 projects for you guys. I have 2 things. I'm going to make a list of words for you guys that you have to pitch in during the day.
I'm ready.
Not a problem.
I don't know. You ever done that? I was like,
bring it. Yes, we have.
You
don't even know that we do. You guys,
maybe that would
explain
a lot.
You don't even know out there.
Well,
okay?
real quick, Judd Poindexter is relevant. My goodness, I think he's there in the 2 spot. That, or we're being very generous on Racer TV. Okay, he is.
Did somebody get stuck in the gate?
I don't know. I think
Judd's in second. I mean,
it's a ride.
Unfortunately, somebody's back there kicking one on the starting line.
Yeah.
And I think
those guys are warriors, man. It's incredible.
Oh shoot! What year's that 125 you're riding?
It's a 23 gas carbureted.
Oh, nice.
A friend from WTF, the Wentz Training Facility, hooked me up with a with a used bikes. Yeah.
I just don't get Judd here. I don't know if we're Captain America, Sneeble Knievel.
He's a star. He's a rock star.
He is a star for sure, dude. And you know, he loves this stuff too. Superstar GD. All you got to do is look at his email.
That's
his handle on
Instagram.
Twittergram, Instagram,
Air shocks.
whatever.
You guys got the air shocks in the back.
Oh yeah, Ventco. Yep, Ventco. That's the one that didn't start last time. He got it figured out. He put gas in it.
That will fix it.
Yeah, he put gas in it, so it's running much better.
So
than this
why
Moto.
is not a massive swap meet, Vantage swap meet here for this event?
You know, I wish there was.
Do you think it would work here?
What's that?
Do you think that would work to have a swap meet?
You know, unfortunately, there's so many guidelines, Frenchie. That's something that really is under control of the Speedway and stuff, and it's not something, everybody coming out and laying out our carbs and laying out our parts and stuff. You know. So would it work? Sure. And I always wish there was a dedicated spot next door at the Daytona swap meet. All that's going on for Bike Week, have a designated off-road or vintage dirt area over there. I always thought would be cool, for sure. Poindexter, number 17, still bringing the heat. Still in that number 2 ride. Going to take home some hardware. It's just look at him. He knows we're talking about him now, man. Did you see him wick that elbow? Look at him.
Clutching it.
He's like, I was wide open. I was like, yeah, that's as far as your elbow would go.
Get a look back too.
Oh yeah, a little check up from the neck
Good form
up.
Too, man. Those guys ride. They're
not bad. Yeah, looking pretty good there, Judsky. You know, we have a lot of fun with him and stuff. But again, this guy does, desert runs out in Mojave and stuff. He does a lot of cool stuff. When he rides dual sport, he rides dual sport on like an old XL 250.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's crazy. Loves bounce houses and carnival games. Walks on the beach, sunsets. You know, Judd, he's that kind of guy.
My type of guy. All right, guys, I'm going racing. Thank you.
Frenchie, thank you.
Always an honor,
always
buddy.
A pleasure, man.
Always a pleasure, buddy. MKSmoto.com. New shoes dropping any day. Frenchie missing a day in the dirt to go make it happen. For sure.
Have some fun.
Woo!
Oh,
Judd. Steer with the rear, son. Yeah, steer with the rear. Or good save.
Yeah, it could be.
Judd looking good. He's having time of his life. With that thing running, he's like, Mega's got nothing to make fun of this time.
You guys can't say anything.
It started, I'm in second. He can't say nothing.
That's right. And he's got his transponder on. That's the best part.
All Our guy Jimmy Wells from LiveView. I'm so glad you brought that up. Judd's like, I'm not running a transponder. I'm not running. Yeah, you are running a transponder. So Jimmy Wells come down to the starting line and cut Judd's transponder off at the first moment. You're not going to need it anyways. You won't make it to the finish. Oh, shoot. Yeah, and he's on the gas. That's right. Absolutely.
White flag out.
Absolutely, and he is gassed right now.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care how many deserts he runs. Look at him looking back. Can I let off? How close is he? I don't care how many deserts he runs through. His heart rate's through the roof right now.
That's right. Kenneth Hempen Sr. Is the man out in front of him. The 7:02 leading this race. Rider out of Iowa. And Charles Kiesel leading the way, or excuse me, I believe that is Brian Oakley. Yeah, Brian Oakley leading the way for the Vintage Masters 50+.
Are there only 2 guys in Judd's class?
Well, there are 3 listed. There are 3 listed, but I think only 2 guys.
I'm giving him all this credit right now.
And he's
not ahead of anybody in his class. Yeah, he's still last.
True.
Oh.
There he is.
He should be sorry I just scrolled down.
That is the 7:02 of Kenneth Hempen Sr.
We got a question from Adam Gordon. He said, do you get an award for second? Well, normally the rule is 1 trophy for every 3 positions. You know, when you grew up as a kid, you always want to know how many guys was in your class. You know, if you had 7 guys, you were going to get 3. Yeah, if you had 7 guys, you were going to get 3 trophies.
Yeah.
So Judd may be going home without any hardware here.
Judd doesn't strike me as a participation trophy guy, though. I think he'll be okay.
Oh, he loves them.
He loves them.
He's got a wall full of them since 3rd grade.
Oh, my goodness.
You know he got perfect attendance awards, too. You know he did in school.
Oh, absolutely. Vintage coming up next. Checkered flag out here for this one. So Vintage going to be Jerry Maddox, Peyton Harden, Jim Wells, Chase Adams, Robert Heinzerling, and Kerry Eberts.
And Vintage is race 17.
Correct.
Race 17. Look at this, just another little splash. Just go up, turn the truck around, give it a little water. This guy's going to, look at this, he's going to try to go through that spray. Oh, he's like, turn it back on. Turn it back on. Wonder if old K-Dub's at home listening. We'll have to shoot him a text here in a little bit. Tell him he missed hot dog night at On-Track School last night. Man, how good was that?
That was amazing.
Oh,
yeah,
my
Andrea
gosh,
Lieb,
dude.
Don Lieb making hot dogs for us. It was a good time. Went down there with the boss man from Racer X.
Yeah, we had a little bench racing session, ate some hot dogs, then went to dinner with Dom.
Yeah.
Came home like bloated fools.
That's it.
Wow, 3-man battle all the way. Who you got on your list there, Mikey, on the early Yamaha? It looks like a 74 YZ.
I believe that was probably the number 10, Peyton Harden, if I am not mistaken. So, yeah, I believe, well, let's see. We got, I believe Peyton Harden, if I'm not mistaken. I think that was who was out there. Peyton had some success early. Let's see. Green flag out here, lap number 1. And I believe that is, yes, the number 10, Peyton Harden. And then Jerry Maddox in the number 2 spot.
Yep.
And Robert Heinzerling in the number 3 position.
And these guys just having a blast. It doesn't matter position right now.
Yeah, that's it.
In this class, they couldn't care less right now. They're glad the bike's running.
Yeah, yes.
Relatively cool situation too. You got to track to yourself, man.
Yeah.
You guys out here having a blast. Well, now we've put several gate drops together and this and that for certain reasons, but How cool is that, man? You're just out here on Tuesday afternoon. All your buddies are at the office. When I mean, I hate the boss. I'm not going to do that. She wants that sent over by now. Right. I'm not doing it, you know.
That's right.
These guys are out here just ripping with their buddies.
That's it, man.
Cruising. Look, just cruising.
I feel like I'm in that same boat. I mean, I've got the day job back home. I'm using a couple of vacation days yesterday and today. And
is your boss listening? Is she listening?
No. She's not. She's not. I can promise you that. I can promise you that.
That's a good thing, because she heard what you said last night.
Yeah. That's entirely possible.
That's a good thing.
So today beats being in my office at home, you know, selling recruitment marketing.
It's a digital fingerprint. What?
Yeah, exactly.
That even sounds crappy. That even sounds crappy, dude. Boring. It really does.
But it does allow me to do this, so I'm okay with it.
Sounds so invasive.
It is invasive.
Make you want to put rubber gloves on or something. I don't even know. Digital fingerprint. I don't know.
It's not going to help you. Peyton.
Oh, no.
Peyton. Oh, what a save. Woo! Peyton shakes his head right there and says, okay, let's chill out a little bit.
Wow. He needs to play the lottery tonight.
My goodness, that was a great save.
I don't know. I think he used up all his luck for a while. And hey, that's how quick it happened on those old bikes too, buddy.
Oh, yeah, man.
Cruising along, having a good time. Hey, I'm out in front of all my buddies. Man, my bike's riding good. Whoa!
He's still pushing, though.
He's going to need to change his shorts, man, when he goes back to the fifth. I will guarantee you.
So that got a little sketchy.
Oh, he gives a little cross up there. I'm good. Yeah.
Still got some little hot sauce.
I got some style, yeah.
I like that.
I do, too.
Jerry Maddox in that 2 spot. And Robert Heinzerling running out the top 3.
Heinzerling saying, did you see that? Old Jimmy Perry. Got old Poindexter on point, man. Bought him some new boots.
Yes, he did.
Hooked him up. Who's up next, buddy?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Right now, it is race number 17, and that is your vintage, which means coming up next is going to be race number 18, your Masters 50 plus, and that is going to be followed by the Open E, race number 19. We had 3 riders there earlier, and saw a great battle between Jason White and Travis Schneider. Unfortunately, Travis Schneider with some issues early in that one. And then race number 20 going to be your Evo 1 and your Revolution 2.
Oh, nice.
We're getting down to the nitty-gritty. Following the Motos, of course, we'll get into our main here for ATV SX. Those guys with some time to think about it, but I think, boy, that's going to be a pretty darn good time to go out and close out with the main.
Let's see. Yep, should be seeing checkered flag on this one. This time around, or white flag. Yep, checkered flag. There it is. Nice. Hardin had a blast out there. One sketchy moment. Maddox cruising around on the Elsinore. Said, man, I look just like Gary Jones.
Yeah, I love it.
Gary Jones, our first 250 National Motocross Champion.
That's beautiful. What year?
1972. Ooh.
It's been a minute ago.
It's been a minute. Gary Jones is at Pala every year.
Oh, no kidding. That's awesome.
That's why our 250 award, which was actually given to our lights riders, the Gary Jones Award, very prestigious, you know, to win that Gary Jones Award for sure in the championship of the lights class, 250 class.
Masters 50 plus.
Is that French? It is.
Frenchie.
On that gas.
That's Frenchie. Leading the way. Did him some good. Come in and talk to the TV guys, I guess.
Absolutely.
He getting some pressure, though. That's Frank Koenig. This is very similar. Last time we saw him out here. Frenchie,
these guys race each other at Loretta's.
and Koenig was able to get him eventually. We'll see if Frenchie's able to hold Frank off this time.
So if Koenig gets by, is that a pass gas?
I think so. That's pass gas, yeah.
Paymart followed by Koenig. Ulrich in that number 3 position. That's going to be Troy Collier in 4th. JJ, Jermaine Mendez, Kyle Thibodeau, and John Harrison 7th. What's funny is these guys will switch like one position in motos or so.
Yeah.
You know, they'll battle with one guy in one moto. They'll battle with another guy in the second moto. It'll be about one position different. That's awesome. I love it.
Very true. Yeah.
So everybody gets to race everybody here.
That's it. Hey, Frenchie's holding them off so far, but Frank is really applying the pressure and not playing any follow the leader here.
Yeah, truth be told, you want to be in Frank's position right now with 2 to go.
Yeah, and
you really do.
Same line right there on that inside with the switch lanes.
Frenchie's got to be thinking, when's it coming?
Yeah, man. He hears them at this point.
When's he going to hold it on? When's he coming at me? So Frenchie, he's riding defensive, and Koenig's just waiting for a mistake, just putting some pressure on him.
Oh, this might be it. Nope. Very
Look
close.
at that corner, though, man. Koenig's showing some style right there, dude.
They're going to come through the finish. Almost not quite side by side. There, Frenchie gets a little breathing room.
How old is Koenig?
Let's see. Frank is 61.
Yeah, did you see that corner he just laid off there?
That's cool. Frenchie 52.
Yeah. So Koenig got him by a couple years and putting the heat on him right now.
That's impressive, man.
See, let me show you how they do it at the university. I'm going to take him to school right now. Here comes Koenig. What, got him by 10 years, 11 years?
Yeah, what would 9 years.
9 years, wow. And look at Koenig coming at him.
No, wait, I'm so sorry. Frank Koenig, I looked at...
I didn't think so.
Frank Koenig's 56.
I didn't
so he's
think
got
he was
him
in
by
the 60s.
4 years.
Yeah. I was
My bad, Frank.
Like, God bless him, he looks good. His family's out there laughing now. They said he was 62.
They said you were 62. Yeah, oh, man, maybe a little small mistake.
Wow.
Doesn't matter. Frenchie's still able to hold him off, protecting that inside.
And Frenchie did what you're supposed to do.
Yeah.
He gassed it right there. It'd have been easy to hit the brakes, check up or whatever, and Frenchie held it on, making Koenig search right there. But Koenig able to go left and right all the way around him. But I think he's only got a few corners left. Is the white flag out?
Yeah, I believe so. We are 4 laps in, and they are getting into the lap traffic.
Here comes stack him up.
Yeah, Frenchie. Oh, and I think it's going to go to the advantage of Frenchie right here.
It sure is, yeah.
Forces Koenig to just basically follow the leader.
He had to go so wide.
Yeah, so there you go. Well, good job, Frenchie. A fist in the air.
Ooh.
Put a little hot sauce on it at the finish line there, Frenchie.
He'll be drinking out of an MKS shoe on the podium.
Shoey. Do the French do a shoey? I mean, is that a French? I think it's a Australian thing.
Here we go.
Back to Open E. And the big battle we saw the first time around was between Travis Snyder, the #1, who grabbed your whole shot right there, and Jason White sitting in the 2 spot. And these guys, I mean, back and forth. I think we're going to be in store for some more of that.
And #1 had the issues, right?
And #1 ended up with some bike issues and enabled Jason White to kind of run away with it. Let's see how this one plays out.
Well, right now there is no runaway. These guys are basically fender to fender. Whoa, big pass. Look at that. Slides up under him.
That was good.
Absolutely. And again, never heard him coming.
No, that's not wrong.
It's like, oh, where'd he come from? Dag on it.
So Jason White takes over the lead. See what he can do out in front as Travis Snyder will be in that 2 spot.
And look, that bike's going fast, dude. Those guys are riding fast right there. Look how quick he went down that short chute.
And your 3rd place ride, Randall Sauce.
Yeah. Randall got a good look on Stark there. Got it done in gray and blue. Looks good. Who's lined up on the gate?
You're going to be race number 20. That is going to be your Evolution 1 and your Revolution 2.
Oh, okay.
That's going to be followed by, in that staging area, about ready to take a gate pick here in a moment, going to be Vet 30 Plus.
You know, a lot of times that Vet 30 Plus, it's just, it's like going to any local race and watching an A-Class.
Oh, yeah. No, you're not wrong.
For sure, yeah.
Matter of fact, that might be one of our largest here today. I think 16 entries in total. Of course, we see a little drop off in these second motos on Vintage Day. I think a lot of guys just, man, I want to go out and ride the track and have some fun. And
got to be at work tomorrow.
And they head home.
They've been here all week.
It's totally fine.
Yep, for sure.
So I don't know, we'll hit those numbers, but
I did.
Nonetheless, get the experience, get the photo, get the video, and that'd be my goal, man.
Sat down there with Stanton on the starting line, hung out for a bit, dude, looked good, rode a couple laps. Hey, Daytona, what's up?
I got all the stories I needed from Daytona.
I did.
Head home.
I did. But I'm liking this XR200 thing.
Yeah,
I'm liking it. Yeah,
kind of fell in love out there, and that's 2 or 3 years now you've been talking like that.
That's how an '87 CR250 got built, was just for this race. Bitus was talking a lot of crap, and he was going to go get a cow. Well, he ends up building a KX250 for Ron Lacheyne's induction, that one I showed you last night.
Oh yeah,
he built that KX250, and it ended up on the stage with Ron Lacheyne. I come down and got
that was a cool shot.
I come down and got mine full of sand. Yeah, nice.
Oh, man.
Oh, Bitus too. Shout out to him, man. Had a bad accident.
That's right.
On the way home. Luckily, he's okay. But beware out there, guys. Here's a tale of caution. Rob Bitus on his way home last night, about 2 hours from home on I-79, and actually he was right in front of Mount Morris, exit 1 PA. He was right in front of High Point Raceway, and somebody pulled in front of him at 80 mile an hour and brake checked him, and they totaled 2 cars last night.
That's insane.
And the good news for Rob is the other guy had no driver's license, this and this, and so
looking for a payout. That's what that is.
Fortunately, but tale of caution for everybody traveling to Texas.
Be safe.
Stay alert, be safe in the wee hours and the late hours.
Yeah.
Just pay attention to your surroundings while you're on the highway out there.
I mean, it's very, very true. A lot of us, we travel all over the country, and sometimes we're traveling overnight. And
man, I got to follow my own advice tonight.
Absolutely.
Got to be careful.
I got 6 hours ahead of me. Not a long drive by comparison to what most of us are used to, but then heading to Talladega. So
yeah, man,
a lot of road time.
Jason White out front right now, race number 19, Open E. Travis Snyder still in that number 2 ride. Randall Saws in that number 3 position. So we got Connecticut, Florida, and Wisconsin out there on the course. Yeah, he's moving. Checker flag out. Fist in the air. Jason White making it happen. Coming up, race number 20. And see, those bikes had full power the whole race. The battery stuff's coming around. It made full power. Not a long race, but still.
Now we go to the opposite end of the technology spectrum here.
Oh, yeah, fossil fuel.
I like it. Evo 1 and Revolution 2 on the track. Jacob Radulowicz, Steven Turkelson. All right, I'm going with it. Peyton Harden is back. That's the 222 there out of Stamping Ground, Kentucky. Gary Eberts as on the 963. My goodness, I get my words out here. Revolution 2 going to be Robert Betancourt, Steve Nakey. Saw some great things out of mercy. And a nasty crash right there. Going to get some help on the way. Man, I hate to see that.
Yeah, just a little incident there. Shot off between a couple tough blocks and got just shot sideways there. So
Peyton Harden
got up on his knees pretty quick.
Yeah,
so
he
we're
did.
all right.
He did.
Yeah.
Peyton Harden leading the way. Christian McCauley leading the way for production 2. Radulowicz in the number 2 spot, and the 136 there in the number 3 position.
So race 20 out on the track. Who we got on the gate?
Coming up next is going to be race number 21. That's going to be that Vet 30 Plus.
Ooh, yeah.
Had 16 entries to begin with. We'll see how you guys.
Yeah, it's going to be a big one there.
Stuck around.
On lap 2, McCauley still out front. Betancourt in that number 2 ride. Nagy still continues to circulate in the 3rd position. Peyton Harden last time around 55.2. Jacob Radulowicz, let's see what kind of lap time he's going to check in with. Looks like Turkleson's still in that number 3 position on the camera. We'll see if he checks in. Yep, Relowitz checks in. Got about a 10-second gap there for Hardin. McCauley checks in with a 47.9 on lap number 2. 48.6 for Betancourt. Nagy 49.7. Now, McCauley probably hadn't got to do a lot of riding lately. It's been about anywhere from 13 to 30 degrees for the last month at home. So
yeah,
we had 2 degrees or 2 days at 56 degrees, 58 degrees in the last 60 days or so.
That sounds like home, Indiana. Not much different.
Yep.
You get a couple of those teaser spring, air quotes, spring days that kind of whet the appetite, and then you're right back to winter.
And they live in a really cool place right near Morgantown, but they can get 3 or 4 more inches than Morgantown. They're only a couple miles away. It's pretty cool.
Peyton Hardin leading the way, Radulowicz in the number 2 spot, and then Christian McCauley leading it for Revolution 2, and Robert Betancourt in that 2 spot. And Steve Nagy back there in 3rd place.
Yeah, Betancourt's legendary dealers up there in New England for years. Not sure if Robert's part of the clan or not, but West Brookfield. Three laps in the books. Last time round, 4 laps in the book. Last time round, McCauley turned a 48.1. Betancourt 49.5, and looks like a 50.7 for Nagy. So those guys pretty tight right there. Those guys pretty evenly matched as far as the lap time's concerned. The gap just about 5.5 seconds from McCauley though, so got a little bit of real estate to work with.
There it is. Checkered flag flies, and Christian McCauley going to bring that checkered flag out and take the win.
Nice.
As Peyton Hardin will take it there for your Evolution 1.
Yeah, Peyton Hardin run away with that one.
Yes, he did.
Like about a 19-second gap there. McCauley had about a 7.5-second gap at the end. So good ride for all those guys, man. A lot of fun.
Vet 30. Race number 21.
Let's see how many of our 16 are out there. Most of them.
Yeah, it looks like.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to guess about 12.
All right, we'll take it.
Yep, I think it's about 12.
I like it. Coming up next, going to be race number 22, your Vintage Golden Masters 60 Plus, and your Revolution 2 Golden Masters will be coming up after this one.
Excellent. Get the young guys out here.
Yeah.
I love it.
In our 30 plus class, the oldest guy out there is going to be 46. That's Corey Kimball.
Oh, yeah?
Out there with these young pups.
Excellent.
And there it is. I found the name, Megawatt. Zach Heron said we've got a guy out there that's 78. He's coming up next. He's in the Vintage Golden Masters 60 plus class. Rider out of Marshall, Illinois on the KTM. He's the 1/Gary Peak.
Oh, Gary Peak?
So Gary Peak, yes, sir.
Yeah, right on, man. Good deal.
78 years old.
Man,
Ian Johnson.
I hope he comes out here with a cigar to the starting line, dude.
Yes.
Puts it out in his hand for everybody, you know.
I believe it's Ian Johnstone. I show him some love, too. He's 71. He's going to be on the Mako out of Fort Myers, Florida.
Him and Gary are just going to come out here and rough up some kids.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I love it.
That's cool.
Peak said, look out.
Move over. Move over.
Have a big Cuban hanging out underneath his helmet.
That's where it's at. That's where it's at. Puts it out in his own hand.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, time to go racing.
Let's do this.
Man. Tori Strefthau in first place. Cameron Pappas in that 2 spot. Robert Leonard in 3rd. Michael Ploss in 4th. And Andrew McCulloch rounding out that top 5.
So where is Strefthau from?
That's a good question. The 258. McLinney, Florida.
Really?
So, Florida native.
Nice. Riding well. Used to the sand.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Feeling right at home.
You know, you get all kinds of legends.
Oh, those are two
you get all kinds of legends that come through the palatial Racer TV studios. And speaking of one, you know, one of the original quad gods, Mike Holbert, stepping into the studio right now.
He just kind of nods.
YouTube celebrity.
Yes.
Track owner. Tire recapper extraordinaire.
Yeah, it's
absolutely.
Talking about Mike Holbert, by the way.
Yes.
I don't know if we said his name.
I did.
You did.
I
Okay,
did.
good,
Yes.
good.
OG.
And runs a camera for us.
Hey, listen.
TV.
One of the first guys to do it.
On a dirt bike running a camera.
One of the first guys to do it back in the day. Him and Mark Kite, they'd strap a VHS RCA on the side of their helmet. You know, Mike could be riding around his neck like this. And it was crazy, dude. Yeah. It was. It was like, you know, take a roll and wrap it around his chin and stuff. But it was cool, dude. He was an originator, man. He's a trendsetter. Absolutely. A lot of fun. He's partner in crime, of course.
Brian's no slouch. He can hang.
That's what I'm saying. Brian, you know, he shows up in snowshoe. I don't need no goggles. Yeah. Rolls through snowshoe mud holes and stuff, wipes it out. It's all good.
Tori,
I see you come in somewhere without a seat one time.
Several.
Yeah. Come in and like, oh, when did that happen? Biomarker 3? Okay. Shoot.
Of a 12-mile track.
Yeah, right. Yeah, mile marker 3.
Mountains and rocks and God knows what else. Checkered flag flies. Tori going to hang on for the win. 2:58 brings out that checkered flag as Cameron Pappas going to take second, and Robert Leonard will round out your top 3.
Mike, did you see Shane Hitt rolling around? Oh, man. We run into him last night just before we walked out. Man, I always love seeing that guy. Of course, he's just down the road from you and I, Weston, West Virginia. Guy raced anyone, anywhere, anytime back in the day, huh? Good dude, man, old Shane. Love him. Jackson Burrell steps into the leather-lined recliner here, the leather lazy boy in the studio. Yeah. Come on, Mike. I've just told everybody about our palatial studio with our leather-lined lazy boys, our shag carpet, our hardwood flooring, and you're like, man, you guys come out of the Rolex Club down to this? Nice. Hey, way to paint a picture, Mike. Love it. Buzzkill. Jackson, you gonna be all right there, little buddy?
Yeah, I'm gonna hang in there.
My buddy, for sure.
All right.
Track crew giving a little drink right now, just a sip. Put a little traction on top of it. Now, I got to tell you, Mike, they've been very consistent. I mean, they have. They've been, I'd say most of the time these guys hit the track today, the track has been very similar, very close. And you know how tough that is. Mike, of course, Mike takes care of High Point throughout the course of the year, helps with the track prep during nationals and stuff. And it's a science, isn't it, Mike? It is. Everybody thinks this stuff happens by accident. You've been mining dirt, trucking dirt. You found the perfect combination, but it didn't happen overnight, huh? Nope, not by any means. Not by any means. 75 model. 74 model would have had a green stripe on top. Man, they went down, the cameraman went down and basically went over all the bikes for me. We were seeing all the old ProTech chain tensioners and progressive shocks, holding shocks. I even saw a pair of KYB air shocks. A lot of people didn't even know they existed. When they think of air shocks, they think of Fox, of course. But KYB actually made an air shock back in the day as well. These guys, come on, Mike. Really? Yeah. And let me tell you something, they're costly. When you find them, they cost. For sure, they're pretty rare. But all these guys, one of two ways. These guys have built racers with period correct parts on them, chamber pipes, the whole deal. Take the pickles off of them, whatever. Bigger carburetors, that type of thing. Or they got NOS stuff here. They got factory correct stuff here, and it's really cool. And I like both. I see the need for both. So my collection, you got a little bit of everything. So I like it. Had the opportunity to really pick a few of these bikes apart, didn't we? It was cool. And I give hats off to all these guys because, Mike, the tanks, you know how difficult they are. I don't care if it's a painted tank or a polished tank. First, it's got to be straight. Then it has to look correct. Then it has to get graphics. Then it has to, and these guys really put a lot of time into this. Now I appreciate it because I know how tough that is. The Husky tanks always have the polished panels in them. Some Elsinore tanks painted, some Elsinore tanks polished, and it doesn't matter. One of the most basic tanks out there, 76, 77, 78 RM Suzuki. So cool. You know, just yellow with black Suzuki on it. So basic, but yet stunning, you know, on a race bike. So just a few more moments of prep here. Going to get things underway again. What race are we on, Jackson? We just finished 21, so 22 sitting on the gate right now. Race number 22. 25 races, and then, of course, going to move our way into that Pro ATV MX. And, man, I am looking forward to that.
Yeah, going to be a good one there for the ATV Supercross.
I can't wait.
11th annual ATV Supercross.
Had our qualifying there earlier, and a little bit of drama.
Yeah, there was.
Yeah, man, a little bit of drama. Absolutely.
With Lindquist getting held up there, as well as 2 other riders. So yeah, going to be a good one heading into this main event.
Mike, did you ride Huskies or CZs or anything? No. No. You rode the first Elsinores, didn't you? I know you did. What's that? I know you did, yep, for sure. How long before you broke that pickle off or cut it off, that silencer? No, Mike, that pickle come off of there quick. For sure. A lot of people don't know Cole's story. Of course, you've lived at High Point your entire life. Grew up racing and riding there, of course. It is your track. You guys had a very cool layout. Of course, the dad, the uncles, everybody was into it. You supported, hey, let the guys ride out here. Let the boys ride. We got a perfect place. But little did you guys know that a relationship would kick up with a guy named Big Dave. And very soon after that, Adolph Wheel would be at your farm. The traveling Mako team showed up, and this is how networking works in motocross, even back in the 70s. And Heinz Mosch, I believe, Adolph Weil, and don't roll your eyes. I believe this. I've read this before. Davey and I have talked about it. And those guys came to not only practice on your practice track, but while they were there, they said, let's run it this way and maybe try an off-camber here. And if we could go down in that valley, and that basic layout still has remnants today, without question, still has remnants today, and was inspiration for multiple changes throughout the decades, man. And it's been a neat transformation. I've been there since '77 to watch that happen. Been a pain in the Holbert's butt for that many years. And, we've had a good time, haven't we, buddy? For sure. We've had a great time. Got to see wonderful battles, watch great local talent come out of our home track. A lot of great local talent, you bet. Also had a GNCC at High Point for years. We have Matthews Farm right across the street on adjoining property with a nice partnership with you guys for years. Herschel, great guy. I don't think there's a better armed American in the country than Herschel Matthews. She's just a great family, great people, and just a lot of great memories from home. And it's always good to have you down around, bud. I know you come down for GNCC, and I saw you and Melissa walking out today, and that just pumped. You know, we always have a lot of laughs, for sure. Jackson, say something. It's okay. Step in.
Still waiting to get this track prep over and done. I believe mainly prepping it for our ATV Pro race that's going to be coming up here in just a few minutes.
I think that's what this final groom. When we look at these last couple classes, I think that final grooming is to get us in preparation for that.
Yep.
And we got plenty of time. Just about 25 after 3 right now, so we're in very good shape. I think it's been a great day. Races have moved smoothly. Everybody's rode really well. Races have just, in my opinion, gone perfect.
Yeah, I'd say so too. One person that's had a pretty good day so far, Jerry Maddox, that's going to be coming up in our Golden Masters Vintage 60-plus class. And then we got our Revolution 2 Golden Masters class coming up in this one as well. Steve Scott and Dave Martini going to be in that one. Everybody going to be 60-plus here in race 22.
Perfect. One guy that's had a very average day, Judd Poindexter.
Yeah, he's going to be in this one as well.
Yeah, yep.
I do believe. No, Judd's not over 60.
No. Judd.
Hey, he said he ran out of gas. I got the full story earlier. Judd actually ran out of gas.
I went over to the trailer a little bit ago. That ding dong. Oh, there's a note on my tank with gas in it. Ain't got no gas in it, Judd. You know, all you had to do was ask Carl. He'd tell you what was wrong with it. Come on, Judd. Push the thing off in front of everybody on live TV because it got no gas in it. Really? That's our Judd for you. I love him.
He got a podium earlier, though.
You know what they say in Judd's neck of the woods? Bless his heart.
Bless his heart.
Bless his heart. Yeah, that's polite for he's special. What that is.
Hey, we wanted a podium out of him. We got a podium out of him. So
hey, he got second place, man. He got a second out of 2.
He got third.
Out of 2.
He got third earlier as well.
He got second out of 2.
Good run. Good run.
He did, dude. Now, Mike, when we were kids, the rule was 1 trophy every 3 spots, wasn't it? One. See, you guys think I just pulled this stuff out of my rear. All right, Mike backing it up right now. Absolutely, man. So Judd may or may not be going home with some hardware. He's probably going home without any then. All right. Well, I tell you what, it's about time to take a commercial break, Adam Gordon. Take a quick moment and hear from our sponsors. Awesome. Hey, thanks a lot. We're going to take a quick break here from our sponsors to give you guys a break for just a second.
You know, when I take the bike out like this, all my stresses just melt away.
I hear that. This bad boy can fix anything.
Yeah, tough day at work. Nice cruiser sorts you right out.
When I'm riding, I'm not even thinking about my painful cavity.
Oh, you shouldn't ignore that.
And every time I get stressed about having to pay my bills, I just hop on the bike, man.
Oh, come on, man. You got to pay your bills.
You don't have to worry about anything when you're protected by America's #1 motorcycle insurer.
Well, you definitely do. Those things aren't related, so...
Ah, yee! Oh, that is a vibrating pain.
Community, family, teamwork. It's what we have stood on for over a decade. Hauling might be what we do at the surface, but it's much deeper than that. Because what you need matters. When you need a haul, give us a call at 724-852-4488. For 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year, we at JD Enterprises are prepared to serve you.
It takes commitment, passion, and endurance to make something great. Made by champions, for champions.
Born of family values and a homegrown work ethic, Cometic Gaskets seals your machine so you can focus on the finish line. Cometic Gaskets are the competitive standard for racers who demand the very best. Cometic Gaskets are constructed from superior materials designed to perform in the most demanding environment. Whether it's championships on the line or a day in the dirt with friends, professionals and enthusiasts depend on Cometic. Cometic Gaskets, sealing championships since 1989.
And welcome back to Racer TV here at Vintage Daytona Supercross, getting down to the final couple motos of the day, and then of course going to have that grand finale, our ATV Pro SX class, going to have the main event to close out the racing action for the day. Doing some touch-ups to the track. The last probably bit of track work we're going to have for the rest of the day, Jackson.
Yeah, no doubt. Going to get it ready for our ATV Pro race that's going to be coming up. Going to be a good one there for that.
Yeah, going to be fun to watch. Going to try to run out of the trailer when those guys are just about ready to get on the gate. See if we can catch a word with a couple of those riders. Like we said, this is the start of their season, Jackson. We talk about the hype of Anaheim 1 for our Supercross, motocross racers. Big buck for the GNCC field, and RCSX yesterday for our amateur national racers. But as far as the ATV MX crew goes, this is where it all starts and sets the season in motion.
Yep, everybody going to be on a clean playing field here today. Somebody is going to leave here the points leader and going to leave here with round number 1. So going to be an exciting day leading up to that. Shouldn't be much longer now, and we will be seeing race number 22 hit the track. Race 23 and 24, our final two of the vintage bikes. You should be in the staging area. This one coming up going to be the Vintage Golden Masters 60 Plus and Revolution 2 Golden Masters. And going to see Jerry Maddox, Gary Peak, Barry Ray, Rick Lehman, David Jones, Joseph Parker, Wade Doring, Rodney Paget, Todd Winslow, Robert Colzer, Carl Cox, Leon Johnstone, Lightning Wepler, all in that Vintage Golden Masters class. And then the Revolution 2 going to be Steve Scott and Dave Martini. Going to be a good one here for race number 22.
Don't forget, folks, for all of you hanging out with us here at Daytona International Speedway, make sure you are posting about your time here at the races, whether it's RCSX, DVSX, whatever you've been doing, whether you're a racer, a family member, a fan, however you find yourself here at the World Center of Racing. We want to hear about it and see it on social media. Make sure you guys are tagging us and using those official hashtags as well. All of our amateurs racers yesterday, that is hashtag RCSX and RCSX Live. For today, it is DVSX, Daytona Vintage Supercross, and DVSX Live. I know Jackson and myself, we go through whether it's the GNCC field, those Loretta's hashtags as well. It's so cool because there is such a variety, right? Obviously, we spend pretty much all day here in the Racer TV truck. Not a lot to show as far as on our social medias. We did catch a photo with Ricky Carmichael yesterday. I guess that was pretty cool. But the riders, the families, man, being able to hang out at such an iconic location really is special. And we love to see you guys posting about it and posting how much fun you've had here at the races with us.
Yeah, Daytona is such a cool place to be. No better place to be on a Tuesday, that is for sure. Daytona International Speedway has been hosting the Daytona Supercross uninterruptedly since 1971. Zach, a ton of history here at the Daytona Speedway. A little bit more history going to be made here today. This year does mark the 7th annual Daytona Vintage Supercross, featuring bikes that well represent the history of this sport, no doubt, ranging from before 1974 to 2008 machines, and then we got a couple support classes as well that's going to be out here. But this one going to be one of our vintage classes for sure, the Revolution 2 and the actual vintage class, and we are off and rolling.
Look at the jump from the inside, but that's going to be the 203 coming from way outside, carries the momentum and grabs the early race lead here for race 22. Wade Doring finds himself up front early, but look at that, the 119 actually able to make the pass. Let's see if we can get a name on that. Joseph Parker. So Parker and Doring going at it. Fair amount of track work getting done there, touching some things up. Obviously want to get it in tip-top shape for that Pro ATV main event coming up in just a few motos. But man, starting off strong here is the 119. Out front leading the way, Joseph Parker.
Yeah, Joseph Parker making his way out of Covington, Georgia. They're 60 years old on that Parker and Son screen and glass backed ride. Wade Doring, our second place there on the 203 machine.
Look at that, Parker sending the big doubles. Oh man, comes up a little short on that one, using every 2 inches of those travel. I'm sure Megawatt could actually tell us the exact suspension specs of these bikes, but needless to say, very different than what we saw racing on Saturday night and even yesterday.
Yeah, no doubt, completely different. These shocks don't have near as much travel. Things have just evolved so much over the years here in dirt bike racing, and cool to see where everything started out, how much it has changed, and glad that these guys are out here racing with us on some of the old machines this week.
Yeah, shows just how tough some of these old machines are as well. You think about how many laps several of these bikes have made. Some of them showroom bikes, not spending a lot of time on the track. Some of them, they've been ripping and ripping since the year they came out. So really impressive to see. Not only are the racers tough, the bikes are as well.
Yeah, these dudes are tough out here. This is one of the most physically demanding sports that they are, and they're not making their life any easier on these vintage bikes. Everybody out here over 60 years old. Gary Peak going to be 78 years old out on the track right now.
Yeah, so impressive to see. We've got Joseph Parker out front leading the way. Wade Doring in the number 2 spot. Jerry Maddox in 3. Barry Ray on the Bull Taco actually now makes the move for the number 3 spot. Todd Winslow and Ian Johnstone 5th and 6th.
Yeah, Wade Doring, our second place, making his way out of Fort Myers, Florida on that CVR Racing, Sun Sports, Cycle, and Watercraft and Hoosier MX Tires backed ride. And it looks like he is going to have plenty of company there from our third place.
I see red.
Taking a look, I believe our third place physically out on the track actually going to be out of our Revolution 2 Golden Masters class.
So the 203 trying to hold off the 66.
Yeah, that's going to be Steve Scott out of the Revolution 2 class. Not sure if I said third there, meant fourth. Anyhow, making his way up through this pack. He is leading that Revolution 2 class, so that's going to put Dave Martini in the number 2 spot on the 351.
A little bit different sized bikes. And different era bikes as well, so that more modern Yamaha kind of marching its way through. But look at the slicing and dicing from the 119.
Yeah, the 119 machine having a great run here in this one. Makes his way through our split line section. So far, so good for 3 laps for him. Making his way around for lap number 4. He will be getting the white flag this time around. Just one more lap to go here in Moto 2.
Love to see all the fans that we still have up in the grandstands hanging out with us to that final Moto, the ATV SX main event. Going to close out the racing action for the day.
The start of the 2025 season, going to be a great day of racing. Going to get to hear from some of our pros here in a minute, but as for now, the white flag is out here for race 22. Race 23, race 24, you should be in the staging. 23, you should be on the gates. 24, you should be in staging. And that will end our day here at the 7th annual Vintage Supercross here at Daytona. 11th annual ATV Supercross, 16th annual Daytona RCSX going down this week. So much history here at the Daytona Speedway. Everything from NASCAR, the Rolex 500, you name it, they have a slice of it here at Daytona. And wanting to grab a big number 1 plate is our leader, Joseph Parker.
Here we go, working his way through that back rhythm section for the final time. Going to take a left and be looking for a checkered flag. Joseph Parker trying to bring it home.
And here we go. Calm, cool, and collected, making it over the double that time. He wants to see that checkered flag. Joseph Parker, the Covington, Georgia native, going to get it done here in Daytona. Takes the win here in Moto 2 of the vintage Golden Masters 60 Plus. And now the rest of the crew going to check in. Barry Ray with a second place, advancing up into that second place there on that final lap, and Wade Doring, your third place.
There we see Judd Poindexter on the number 32, the 125. Got it fired up. DJ Judd ready to rock one more time around.
Jim Meacham, Gary Potak, David Klonball, Brian Oakley, Randy McDonald, all going to be here in this one out of the Evolution 2. And it is the 757 that is going to be leading the way. Actually coming out of that Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus. Pat Andes in that one, Chris Glebus, Derek Scott, and Dave Parker all out on the track. And so making our way through the split line, everybody now, for the most part, going to shuffle into that inside-outside line there. Definitely been the preferred method here today, is that inside-outside in the split line. Now our leaders going to make their way through the grandstand sections and turn back towards the finish line, and that will be one lap in the book here for race 23, Evolution 2 and Evolution 3. Welcome back, Mikey.
Oh, thank you very much. Good to be here. Is this one Judd is in or no?
Yes, Judd is out there. So battling it out.
He said he's out there. He didn't say he was competing. I noticed that.
I mean, I don't know if he's necessarily doing that, but
you know, he got second place last time he was out there. Now there were only 2 riders in his class.
Now.
Oh, he's beating someone.
Wow.
Well, Randy McDonald will certainly catch Judd Poindexter. I have no doubt. But no, David Clayball out there out of Lakewood, Colorado, leading the way. Judd Poindexter in that 2 spot, and Randy McDonald in 3rd. Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus, Derek Scott first, Chris Glebus in 2nd, and Dave Parker rounding out your top 3.
And here we go, making their way back here to the finish once again. Now going to be 2 laps complete here for your leader. The 757X of Derek Scott. Taking a look here, 2 laps complete, 3 more laps to go. Race 24 going to be on the gate. That is our Open C class. Going to have 17 riders in total. Right now, 10 riders out on the track here for race 23. All right, here we go. 757 still on screen. And Derek Scott, 55 years old here in this Masters 50 Plus class. Across the line for lap 3 complete. 2 more laps to go. Next time around, he will be getting the white flag. A good day of racing here at the Daytona International Speedway. Thank you for tuning in on Racer TV here on a Tuesday evening. There is Judd making his way through there on the big 32, and he has got some company, Mikey. The battle is on now between Randy McDonald.
I said Randy would make the pass. Come on, Randy. Don't let me down, dude. We've just been giving Judd a hard time. What are you going to do? Judd's? Oh, no. Judd's got some bike issues. I think the rear shock is broken, it sounds like.
Can't catch a break here today.
Judd he's got all the tools with him. And, you know, he just worked on that bike, too, at Daytona here last year. That was the last time he worked on it.
Yeah, literally loaded it up, took it back out this year.
You think I'm joking on that, but I think
that
legit.
Is serious. Yeah, he did.
I think he said I basically dusted him off, and
he didn't even. He knew he needed to clean the carburetor. Did it right here.
That's awesome. That is awesome. I love it, Judd. That's our buddy. David Clayball leading the way. Judd Poindexter in that 2 spot, and Judd has checked in 4 laps completed now. Randy McDonald right there, 1.9 seconds back. Derek Scott leading it for the Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus. Chris Gleadis in that number 2 spot, and Dave Parker rounding out the top 3.
And here we go, checkered flag for Derek Scott. He's going to take the win for your Evolution 3 Masters 50 Plus.
So this is race 23. We've got, what, one more?
One more to go, and we will be Pro ATV Supercross racing.
And I know we're getting some interviews lined up. I know Zach Herron down there. We're going to see if we can't talk to a few of the ATV SX Pro riders prior to the main and get their perspective heading into the first race of 2025. But right now, race number 24. Open Sea, just about ready to set it off. This will be our last 2-wheel race of the day. Oh, a couple guys look like they jumped the gate.
And here, Jay Potter looking good on that 11 machine. One of our fellow GNCCians, I guess you could say, Mikey. Just 17 years old, yeah. Racing at the GNCC, hoping to go to Loretta Lynn's, he has told us, and so trying to get some practice in here at RCSX, and now today at the 2025 Daytona Vintage Supercross. And now finally, he is going to find himself in the lead. Been spending a lot of the time today in second, been having a hard time here with Dylan Frisch on that 44 machine, and look, right on time, there is the 44 sitting in that second spot, trying to make a move. We'll see if Jay Potter can hold on here. Dylan Frisch very hard on the throttle right now, and to the inside he goes, and gonna rocket into the lead now as he makes his way through for a green flag.
There you go, 1 lap completed for race number 24. Frisch out in front, as you saw, from Lakeland, Florida. Jay Potter in that 2 spot as Jackson Burrell had the call on that. Brock Belsole in 3rd. Carson Smith in the number 4 spot. Hayden Graves in 5th place. Outside of that, give you a top 10 rundown. Why not? Philip Whitehead in 6th. 7th place going to be Michael Yankar. Blake Holder in 8th. Cole Saloom in the number 9 spot. And Adam Miller rounding out your top 10.
So there we go. The 44, Dylan Frisch, going to be 27 years old there on his Yamaha out of Lakeland, Florida, riding for Frisch & Co. and Raidworks along with Evolution Graphics Company and Studio Frisch. Jay Potter, just 17 years old, making his way out of Pennsylvania. And now going to see a big gap open up between Frisch there, about 2.2 seconds now. Not quite as big as I was thinking. Potter able to keep him at bay for now. Carson Smith in the 3rd spot. Brock Belsole going to be your 4th place. Hayden Graves in 5th. Philip Whitehead in 6th. Michael Yankar in the 7th place. Blake Holder, Cole Salmon, and Adam Miller going to round out our top 10.
So 2 laps into it here for race number 24. And stage almost set for ATV SX, the main, coming up here in just a moment.
And another lap complete here. 3 laps now.
Yeah, just let us know.
And here we go to the grandstand section. They make their way through this split line. Got 2 more sections to go, and we will be seeing a white flag here in this one.
See the crowd starting to gather there for our ATV SX main coming up in just a moment. Getting some bonus racing, watching the Open Sea class close things out for us here on Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross Monday and Tuesday. We got Vintage Supercross today, I guess I should say. Daytona Vintage Supercross, but been a great weekend. Had the big boys out here on Saturday and then got into the practice order and some racing on Monday and Tuesday. I hope everybody has a good bike week. If you're heading out today, be safe out there and all of the things. And whatever's next for you, we got for us next. For the Racer TV crew, we'll be heading to Talladega for the next round of GNCC. But first, we got to get to ATV SX coming up here next.
And here we go, the final section for our Open C class, the 44 Yamaha machine. Killing it here today, and he is going to take a Moto 2 win here for our Open C class. Jay Potter comes through in the number 2 spot. Carson Smith in the 3rd place position as he crosses the line. Then we see Hayden Graves in the 4th place spot. And let's see, can Brock Belsole hang on? And feed off the pegs, he does. Brock Belsole, your 5th place. Philip Whitehead, your 6th. Michael Yankar going to come through in the 7th place position. And let's see if Blake Holder is going to hold on for an 8th place. Waiting for him to check in, and he does. So Blake Holder going to round out our top 8.
All right, sounds like we are just about ready to set things off here for ATV SX. We see our riders down there getting ready to get loaded on the gate. And with that, our very own Zach Herron standing by with some of our riders.
Standing by with the champ, Joel Hedrick, got the big number 1 on that Phoenix Racing Yamaha. Coming into the season, trying to repeat. Once again, what we thought couldn't be done, an undefeated season. Take us through the mindset right now.
Yeah, right now we're just prepping this gate up a little bit. It's pretty hard, rutted up. So we're digging through, trying to get some good dirt in there, and of course we want to try to get the whole shot and do what we did in the heat race, and that's the goal right now, man, is just get out there clean and have a good, strong race.
We saw an impressive performance in that heat race. Talk about this Daytona Supercross track and ATV SX to start the season off for you guys. What's your thoughts on the track you'll be racing today?
Man, the track's really good this year. They did good work for us. I'm happy to be out here racing. It's just night and day from last year, so we're very fortunate to have a racetrack for us, and you know, I think everybody's in better spirits for this track this year. So I'm happy to be here at the Speedway, legendary Daytona, and happy to click that heat race win earlier, and ready to go out there in the main event and put some laps down.
Thanks for the time, Joel. Best of luck for you. Joel Hedrick getting ready to try to do business here in Daytona.
All right, so anticipating a great race here today out of Joel Hedrick and the boys as we are still going through some preparations. And once we get our ATVs, I believe, lined up, we'll do a little opening ceremony. I know we did stuff this morning, but while we get things dialed, I want to give a big shout out to the many fine sponsors of ATV MX, of course, RP Race Performance, Rocky Mountain ATVMC.com, Kenda Tires, as well as VP Racing, Arma, CST Tires, and SSI Decals, DWT, as well as our good friends Eric Henson and Elka Experience the Edge and Defiance Lifestyle, and of course 88 Live to Ride, Rocket Racing, and of course Wheels Up, and of course the AMA, the American Motorcyclist Association. Big shout out to those guys. So Joel Hedrick ready and dialed. And I see Zach Herron down there. He's trying to get another interview, I think, with Rastrelli. I'll throw it down to him in just a moment. But nonetheless, man, expecting some big things out of the Phoenix Racing Yamaha of Joel Hedrick and the rest of these guys out here. And sounds like Zach Herron is ready with Jeffrey Rastrelli.
Hey, thanks, guys. Yeah, standing by with the number 28, Jeffrey Rastrelli, an impressive performance in the heat race. I see you kind of got that 1,000-yard stare, man, getting locked in. Talk us through what's going through the mindset before we kick off the season.
Yeah, just a good start here on the main event. It was that's what I did in the heat race. Ended up taking P1, so just got to do the same thing again.
Now, we talk about setting the tone for the entire season. How much weight and how much effort do you guys put into this round one? You can't win the championship, right, but you can certainly lose it. Talk about the preparation coming into today.
The preparation, I mean, really just got to get out of here at a decent finish and not throw it away, like you said. So, I'd love to win this one. It's a home race. I've tried a lot of years and came up a little short, every time. So I've got seconds, but that first would be nice. So just did a good start and ride a good race. The track is a little tough to pass on today for us. So I think if I just hold my line and ride a good race, I think it's possible. So that's the plan.
Yeah, I was going to touch on that. We've had a bit of time since our heat races to this main event. Have you guys been watching the way the track's been developing? A little bit of track made it just a little bit ago, but not quite the exact same track as far as the way things shape up between those heat races and the main event.
I think it looks a little bit like it has it looks like it has a little bit more moisture in it right now. The heat race was a little dry, so we have that hot lap to figure that out, and we'll just make adjustments from there.
Best of luck to you. Jeffrey Rastrelli, ready to do battle here in Daytona.
I like it. I like it. Seems like a man absolutely focused here for today. So slowly getting our ATVs lined up and ready to roll. Big shout out. I see you down there, Gloop. Good to see you, buddy. Gloop Melee down there. Rip It Up Films. It's the homie. He's looking around. Where's the voice coming from? Right here. Good to see you, man. So just about ready to roll here for ATV SX round number 1 here in Daytona.
Hey guys, I'm going to jump in real quick. You know we had to grab a word with Chad Wienen. He's getting strapped up, getting the helmet put on. Chad, man, big expectations coming into this, but biggest thing, just get out of here healthy. Talk about coming into Daytona.
Yeah, man, it's been a road getting back, but man, I feel great. It feels amazing to be out here with the boys on the gate, and yeah, just having fun, enjoying the moments, and I've missed it a lot. And just get through this first start and really put my best foot forward and try to come out here with a good finish. And we move on to Decker here this weekend, so gotta make sure I'm good to go for that as well.
Absolutely. Quick turnaround. You've missed it. We've missed you as well. Chad Wienen, ready to go racing.
So there we have it. Ready to go. Everybody getting ready now. Like they said, going to have a quick hot lap. And then we will be dropping the gate on the 11th annual ATV Supercross here at Daytona. So once again, everybody on Racer TV, we would like to welcome you to the 2025 Daytona ATV Supercross, where some of the best ATV racers in the world going to go head-to-head here in just a few minutes. And what will be their main event for the day, round number 1 of the season.
All right, Jackson, making my way back into the truck from the starting line, and we talk about intensity, talking about being able to almost feel the emotions. Man, it's serious down there, right? It's kind of a quiet falling over the crowd, quiet falling over this ATV SX field. They're getting locked in right now. This is truly the best of the best in this business, and they can feel it. They know that how important it is to start things off on a solid note. We were able to talk to 3 of some of the best to do it just a few moments ago, and the rest of the field, they want to be getting talked to as well. Maybe not before the race, but they certainly want to be chatting with us after the race on the podium.
Yeah, that is everybody's goal here today. Like we said, everybody going to be starting with a clean slate. 0 points for everybody going into this race. Somebody is going to be leaving here as the points leader. All of those riders you see on the line have been training, have been focusing their whole life around being that guy, being at the top of their sport here in ATV MX. And this is how you do it, Zach. You get off to a good start to the season, and you develop yourself as one of the top runners right here at Daytona at round number 1.
Yeah, it all begins right here. And like they said, a quick turnaround as well. So main focus, I think Jeffrey Rastrelli said it best, just get through here with a decent finish, right? You're not going to win everything here today, but you can certainly lose everything. And a couple of riders well aware of that. Chad Wienen talking about he was wanting to just get through here healthy. He's glad to be back. We're glad to see him, as looks like they're going out for that hot lap.
So they'll go take one lap around here, get a chance to take a look at all the lines, at what has changed about this course, and then we will line them back up, and we will be going racing. Going to have a quick opening ceremonies here in just a few minutes, and then we will be headed into the race.
Going to be a fun one to watch. Some intense observations as well, talking about maybe just a little more moisture in the soil now than compared to earlier. They did a great job throwing some water down, and looks like they've got this track in tip-top shape here for the main event, not only of the afternoon, but arguably the entire day. The crowd sticking around. They want to see the best in ATVMX do battle. The World Center of Racing. No better location than to kick off the ATVMX season right here. Sight lap underway, and then they're going to get ready to go racing. Jackson, this is going to be a ton of fun. I truly do. I think we got a battle on our hands. Everybody talking about how important that start is. Joel Hetrick lightning off of the start earlier, able to run away with it, but the rest of the field, they've got some things dialed in, done some adjusting, and ready to come out swinging here for ATV SX round number 1.
Yeah, some of our heavy hitters getting tangled up there in heat race number 2, I do believe it was. So going to get to see them get some redemption here on the day. Going to be a good one, and anybody that's been tuning in here on Racer TV, watching our vintage bikes, we will be getting to see this pro section only. And Zach, it really looks like they have got this section dialed in. They've went through, they've dozed everything down. They've put a lot of water here on the track, kind of try to keep the dust at bay here today. They have gotten rid of some of the lines that was here earlier that they were saying was making the track one line. It should be a great race here for the first round of ATVMX.
Yeah, once again, cannot stress enough how impressive this track crew is. They do an amazing job of setting the entire facility up for success, doing track prep not just before the ATV SX, but a couple of motos before. There's still some lines, there's still some braking bumps, still some character in this track, but like you said, putting a fair amount of moisture down in there to really keep this thing raceable. Excited to see some lines develop throughout here as well. Hopefully going to see some more passing than we did in those heat races. Had a little bit, but I definitely think this track is open for more. I want to be watching that split lane, Jackson. How many passes have we seen just there throughout the weekend? Seemed like those ATVs really kind of preferring one side of that. Be curious to see with the track prep whether or not that opens this course up a little bit more.
Yep, these riders going to get their whole shot devices set. Hold that front end down as they rocket into turn number 1. We're going to get them lined back up, Zach, and we're going to be going ATV Supercross racing here in Daytona.
Here we go. There you see last little bit of preparations going on. Everybody just trying to get in gear. Some riders getting fired up. Some riders, Ricky Carmichael saying yesterday, he likes to stay nice and calm. Doesn't want to get the heart rate up too much. Stay chilled out so he doesn't override the machine. And that is something that we don't talk about enough, the ability to override. We say ride as hard as you can, but sometimes you can override the machine, especially here on these ATVs. You see them sliding the back end around. Sometimes they slide just a little too far and end up losing a ton of momentum. So got to be picture perfect, and one guy that was picture perfect all season long last year, Joel Hetrick. I think everybody going to have their eyes on the Phoenix Racing Yamaha, the number 1.
Yeah, he is now the most winning rider in ATV MX history. He is going to be a tough contender for the rest of the field. We'll see. Is he going to be able to come out on top here at the first race of the year? It is anybody's game here today. It is anybody's year here in 2025. We'll see. Could we see Joel Hetrick's streak end here today? The 11th annual ATV Supercross is off and rolling.
There we go. A great jump from the number 15, but look at the drive the number 1 of Joel Hetrick gets. Oh, this is not what the rest of the field wanted to see. Joel Hetrick grabbing the whole shot and out front early.
Flying into turn number 1 and turn number 2. Problems for one of our riders there, having to turn that machine around. He is going to go to dead last. It looks like Ford in that bright yellow gear is going to be in second once again.
Ford in 2. Chad Weenan in the number 3 spot. Good to see him with a solid jump. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to chase down your early race leader, Joel Hetrick, as they make their way through the far rhythm section for the first time.
And here we go. Going to check in for the first time with 1 lap complete. Already see it, Zach. Look how much roost those machines can throw when they make their way over those berms. The green flag flies for Joel Hetrick.
Absolutely on fire. Into that pro-only section they go. Hard on the binders right before that big wall jump. Got to get things slowed down and then immediately ratchet it right back up. Full speed, triple through that rhythm section for all of our top pros, and then launching into the deep Daytona sand. with a lap in the books. It is Joel Hetrick out front leading the way. Bryce Ford, Chad Wienen, Jeffrey Rastrelli, and Brandon Hogue 1 through 5. Kevin Sarr, Joseph Chambers, Joey Norris, Max Lindquist, and Zach Decker. Your top 10 on lap number 1.
On screen going to be your leader, Joel Hetrick, followed closely by Bryce Ford. Hetrick making his way out of North Carolina, Ford out of Texas.
Man, Joel Hetrick doing such a great job of creating a wide entry into that split line section, almost going into the starting gate ruts as he pitched off that Yamaha into the first section of corners. And you can see him starting to open things up. But I'll be honest, Bryce Ford not letting him get away. Excited to see what these lap times show. A 1:01.7 to a 1:02.1. So just about half a second or so for Bryce Ford. But he's going to need more than that to keep the number 1 at bay and make a pass.
No doubt, Joel Hetrick absolutely flying here in this one, sitting 1.3 seconds ahead in the lead of Bryce Ford. 2 seconds back from Ford is going to be Wienen, and then not even 1 second going to separate Wienen and Rastrelli, and looks like problems for Decker.
Man, Decker, who was sitting in, I believe, just outside the top 10, or maybe just inside the top 10, going to be shuffling back a few spots. Oh, man, look at how hard Bryson Ford landed. Almost kissed the front of the machine when he came down, and you can see it cost him maybe a quarter of a second or so.
And this one's still not over by any means, Zach. Bryce Ford hanging in there. Only a few bike links separate them, maybe 4 or 5 bike links as they make their way back into this straightaway, head into the finish line. One more time, this will be 3 laps complete now.
The number 4 of Ford. He's got the number 1 in sight, but is he going to be able to do anything with it? As now we see Chad Wienen still checks in the number 2 spot. Or excuse me, in the number 3 spot with Jeffrey Rastrelli 1.4 seconds behind, and 4th Brandon Hogue now moves up to the number 5 position. Look at the body positioning of Joel Hetrick, absolutely perfect the entire time. Lands off of these jumps, and you can't even tell that he took an impact. Bryce Ford, we saw on this wall jump, they're about to go over a lap ago, got just a little far on the front end, didn't have the drive when he landed, and really slumped down afterwards, able to much stronger landing that time around. You see how hard, Mikey, they're on the outside, slideways to the inside, and Hetrick just doing it better than the rest.
I mean, it's one of those things. You go into a corner, and I think Rastrelli was kind of alluding to it. You know, not a lot of room in your interview with him, not a lot of room for passing. If somebody's going to make a pass, it is going to have to be something pretty daggone aggressive at this point.
And it also seems like you're going to have to be right there. You can't be a bike length or even 2 back and be able to all of a sudden make something happen. You got to be essentially touching the back number plate to be able to cut down underneath. And Hetrick not interested in any of that. He says, can't pass me if you can't catch me.
That's it, man. And it's one of those things, too. You can't rely on the guy in front of you making a mistake. And especially when that guy's name is Joel Hetrick.
Man,
I heard Jackson mention it earlier. We talked about last season, a historical season for him, and now the all-time wins leader in ATV motocross as well.
And like Zach was saying earlier in those interviews, a quick turnaround for these guys. Decker Training Facility is going to be the next stop, March 8th. This coming up Saturday, and then they're going to be headed to Etchiconee MX in Georgia, March 29th. So not much time for these guys to recover before they head to round number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Going to be a very quick turnaround, and that's why we see this even at GNCC, limiting between rounds 2 and 3, not overexerting yourself. And one of the things that we touched on in all forms of racing is not taking a decent day and turning it into a bad day. If you're Chad Wienen, if you're Bryce Ford, Chad Wienen, probably a great example, not able to continue racing after this race last year. Biggest thing for him, hey, let's get out of here. Let's still be in the fight. A 3rd place, not a bad day.
Not at all. Not at all. Rastrelli's checked in 4th, Brandon Hogue 5th, Kevin Sarr in the number 6 spot, Joey Norris. If I'm not mistaken, I think Joey Norris rookie season,
possibly,
I believe. Joey Chambers in the number 8 spot, Max Lindquist in 9th, and WW Wesley Wolf rounding out the top 10. Fun fact for you guys, it was before you joined us with GNCC, Wesley Wolf used to pull double duty, race pro class at GNCC, and then go race pro class in ATV MX. Good dude, good family.
Absolutely, yeah. We've seen a couple of crossovers. Joel Hetrick's joined us a few times at GNCC. John Glotta Jr. over here to ATV MX. So the crossover is there, but man, as far as tip of the spear, just cream of the crop, Joel Hetrick, I don't know of anybody that's able to do what you're seeing right now. Even Bryson Neal, his teammate, when we talked to him, he's like, man, that guy's just on a whole different level.
It's insane. Talked about that a little bit earlier during Vintage Bikes as we watched Joel Hetrick, Poetry in Motion. But it's one of those things, whether it's ATVMX, you know, Chad Wienen was this guy for a while. Now it's Joel Hetrick. We've seen it in ATVs with Walker Fowler over the years, Caleb Russell on the two-wheel side, where when the guy is winning all the time, maybe it gets kind of redundant, but it's one of those things you just watch and you've got to appreciate it because you're watching maybe arguably the greatest ever work on their craft out there, and it's pretty something special that we get to watch it.
Well, and even getting to walk through the staging areas, the riders were starting to pick their gait out and stuff like that. There was a couple of people, you know, Jeffrey Rastrelli, I'll be the first to say, man had a 1,000-yard stare going on. He was locked in, wasn't smiling, wasn't talking. Meanwhile, Joel Hetrick's tapping his buddies, talking to competition. Seemed like he was very lighthearted and not feeling any pressure coming here in round one. Seems like that lightheartedness is carrying well, keeping him light on that Phoenix Racing Yamaha.
Another lap for him completed. I believe that lap 7, yes. So the North Carolina rider turning and burning. Bryce Ford 2.9 seconds back in second.
Not seeing too much movement here through the field. 2 seconds and then a big gap back to the third place spot. Chad Wienen 8 seconds behind Bryce Ford. Then 1.3, 2.3, and 1.6. So third through fifth or sixth or so, maybe a little bit closer, but your top two starting to break away. Got to give some credit to Bryce Ford, keeping it within 3 seconds of Joel Hetrick at the moment.
So taking a look here, this is going to be an 18-minute plus 1 lap main event here for our ATV Supercross. So quite a while to go still left in this one.
Yeah, we're going to find out who's been eating the Wheaties in the offseason, putting the time in the gym all day long. It's been doing damage early, sets you up so much better for the rest of the day. And Hetrick doing just that right now as he continues to put some time on the rest of the field. Now 3.5 seconds in front of Bryce Ford.
Absolutely flying a 1:02.0 still. Even as this time drops, going to be the fastest person on the track there for Joel Hetrick.
And we'll probably start to see that as this gap continues to grow. The closer and closer it gets to the 5-second mark, you got to think maybe Hetrick going to back it down just a little bit. Those last 2 laps of the heat race, you saw him 1.5 seconds slower than he was in those sprint laps. He's very intelligent on the racetrack. He knows where the competition's at, and he knows how hard he needs to push at all times.
Man, Zach, did you see how high up on that berm
I don't think that was by design.
No, by no means.
So Hetrick showing he is still pushing it right now. He wants to try to get the job done and put some distance between himself and the rest of the pack.
Yeah, Hop skipping his way to the finish line here.
Confirmation on Joey Norris. It is. Grew up racing at Fast Tracks in Ohio. That's owned by the Bickley family, which I believe is Levi Cohen's parents. And this is Joey's pro debut. And we've seen some great things out of him over the years. And up into the top 10 in the 7th place position. Pretty good start to the pro debut for Joey Norris.
Yeah, no doubt. That's the way to get things started off. Round number 1.
Hetrick, poetry in motion right now as he makes his way around. Bryce Ford still got him in sight, but not able to do anything with it.
And watching Bryce Ford on screen now.
Yeah, you see how hard he's trying to get slowed down over that wall jump. A few times he jumped just a little long, and you could see the how hard that impact was. The body kind of folding up as he hit the ground. But Hetrick, everything from takeoffs to landings to corners, he just seems to be hitting his marks. I mean, we say it all the time. It almost sounds cliche, but every corner, every jump, he just seems to be doing them almost perfectly.
Yeah, no doubt. He has this machine dialed in, as does Bryce Ford as well. You can see on Racer TV here just how well those machines are working and just how well they know how to make them work.
Yeah, you got to think Hetrick at this point just over 4 seconds out in front. He's backed it down just a little bit. He's not on the, look at that, on the pipe. He's setting the machine up in the air. I mean, this is feeling the flow at its finest. I don't think Hetrick is doing anything that he's not comfortable with. Don't think he's taking any chances. Just trying to bring home and start the season off right.
Yep, trying to continue the streak here as we start off the 2025 season, the 11th annual ATV Supercross, round number 1 of the year.
Taking a look a little further back in our top 10, it looks like Kevin Saar is right on Jeffrey Rastrelli. 0.8 seconds, the gap between 6th and 5th place. Would love to see a nice fight for that top 5 position. See if we can catch them on this wide shot. There you see Hetrick and Ford, a pretty big gap now back to Chad Wienen.
And I believe you're going to see your leader on screen once again.
So we're going to continue to watch the split between the 5th and 6th place. Kevin Sarr trying to put the pressure on Jeffrey Rastrelli. They check in 0.6 now. He has not lost an inch, actually 0.2 of a second faster on that last lap. Kevin Sarr able to close the gap down even more, and that's got to be less than a bike length. That might have been them that just went over the finish there, Jackson.
Yeah, that is there's a pack of 3 of them. Norris only 0.7 seconds behind Sarr.
Wow, so look at this. We could have a fight on our hands.
And we do. Here it is.
Wow, up the inside. There it is. A pass made in the bowl corner just by this Racer TV truck. Launches out on the double, hard on the brakes over that wall jump. And looks like that might have been Norris getting around Sarr.
It was.
So we'll see whether or not he's able to now set his sights on Jeffrey Rastrelli for the 5th place position.
So taking a look now, I do believe this is
couldn't quite see the number on
Joey Norris there in the orange gear.
Yeah, there's Rastrelli in red with Norris charging hard behind. Says, oh man, Mikey Waynes was talking about me. I got to get going.
And Kevin Sarr going to be right there in that blue and orange. I do believe it is hard to tell here on Racer TV. The blue and orange gear going to belong to Kevin Sarr.
No, the blue and orange going to belong to Joey Norris.
Joey Norris going to be here in that orange gear right behind us.
Yes, correct. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Yes, sir. And look at that. I thought Sarr was going to fall off the back of this pack. He's actually latched on to the back of Joey Norris. So we're going to try to re-find a way around the 900. Bryce Ford maintaining the gap. 5 seconds now between Hetrick and Ford. And here we go, Rastrelli, heard in that interview, just wants to try to get through this race clean.
Well, he's got the young gun, Joey Norris, right here behind. Loading up into that top 5 position here at round number 1.
Yeah, and they're running just about a minute lap time, so 13 laps complete, about 13 minutes into the 18-minute plus 1 lap. So maybe 5 to 6 laps still remaining. We'll have to wait and see exactly how the time breaks down. Don't forget that first lap, Jackson, a little bit shorter due to not going through the pro section. So we'll watch and wait. This guy, I don't think he's worried about it. He says, you guys make it 28 minutes for all I care. I'm feeling great right now.
Yeah, no doubt. He is dialed in here today. Crosses the finish line once again. Now going to be 14 laps complete. So just a little over 14 minutes into this one. Bryce Ford going to check in still in that number 2 spot. There he is on screen in the bright yellow gear.
Ford staying attacking right now, not settling in. Chad Wienen got a fair amount of time in front of him and a decent amount behind him. 14 seconds behind of Ford, 5 seconds ahead of Hogue. So we're starting to see some separation now. Rastrelli has pulled it back out over a second on Joey Norris, and then another second back to Kevin Sarr.
Wesley Wolf going to check in, still holding on to that 8th place spot. Jaden Launderville in 9th, and Max Lindquist going to round out our top 10 positions here at the completion of lap number 14.
Yeah, Hetrick definitely has backed it down just a tick, a 103.2 and then a 103.4 for Bryce Ford. So got to think that Hetrick knows he's got a little room to play with and is able to manage.
And through the pro rhythm section they go. Triple there for Joel Hetrick. And now he's going to make his way through this sand section, maintaining around a 6-second gap on Bryce Ford, your 2nd place there on the number 4 machine.
Man, Joel Hetrick already thinking about that podium interview we've got coming up after the race.
in the Mobile One victory lane, by the way. Don't forget about that.
Absolutely.
We'll be interviewing. We'll get Zach Heron down there. We'll get interviews with our top 3 out of today. And right now, looking like that man is going to be Joel Hetrick, at least taking up one of those spots and trying to be center of the box there in Mobile One victory lane.
And not only just me and the boys,
right.
We can have everybody come hang out with us.
By the way, that was an open invitation as well. So pack those stands there in the Mobile One victory lane. Post-race. Not post-haste, post-race. I think it's the same thing, probably.
We post-haste once we see that checkered flag.
Yeah. It's been a long 4 days. Well, 5 days. How long have we been on the road? I've lost track at this point.
I don't know where I am.
Zach, you've really been like Arena Cross, GNCC. You went to Supercross Saturday night. You got amateur Ricky Carmichael's amateur Supercross, Vintage Day, ATV MX. Stick around, do flat track.
Yeah, why not? I want to thank all my sponsors: Hall's Cough Drops, Throat Spray, everybody involved here.
Pickle juice.
Yeah, absolutely.
The secret drink of announcers everywhere. And athletes, too. Come on, guys. Good electrolytes.
Yep. We cramp, too.
That's right.
It helps. Joel Hetrick, he's been drinking the pickle juice or something because he ain't cramping. And, man, continuing, let's see, another 103.5. He's just knocking these 103 downs, Jackson, like it's nothing. And I think that's kind of one of the sprint paces for Ford and the rest of the field. And for Hetrick, this is just can turn it lap after lap after lap.
He's just a gnarly dude, no doubt. He is absolutely on it here for the past few years. Like we said, a perfect season there in 2024. Finishing it out last year at Loretta Lynn's, actually able to announce that one as well. Got to see it live and in person. It was quite the sight to see. Joel Hetrick saying, I don't even want to talk about it beforehand, man, not until it happens. And sure enough, it did happen, and he did go undefeated in the 2024 season, and I'm sure Mikey he is looking to do it again here in 2025.
Yeah, keep the good times rolling there. And, yeah, Joel has just been sensational since he took that #1 plate. Been absolute wrecking ball in ATV MX. Fun to watch him work. Fans make some noise for the man.
Getting down to the nitty-gritty in this one as we come around now for 18 laps complete. And, Mikey, we should be expecting a white flag anytime. Now, look at that, right on time. Joel Hetrick takes the white flag. One more lap to go here for the North Carolina native, and he will be on his way to a win here at round 1 of the ATV MX Series.
Phoenix Racing Yamaha team going to be very happy about this start to the season, picking up where he left off last year. Bryce Ford sitting in that 2 spot has checked in about 7 seconds back and waiting on Chad Wienen. There he is. Chad Wienen checks in the #3 spot, about 17 seconds off the pace of Bryce Ford. So, yeah, Joel Hetrick, just you look at the race and you really can't pick anything apart as far as how to improve. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. He's been near perfect from the drop of the gate. And don't forget, folks, Zach Heron is heading down to Mobile One Victory Lane. And you guys can make your way there as well. After the checkered flag flies, we'll get our top 3 riders over there. We will pop some bottles and have a celebration. Give these guys a chance to talk about the race. And there it is. The checkered flag flies. And Joel Hetrick continues that perfect streak from last year here into 2025. He will take a win out of Daytona and, most importantly, the points lead.
Bryce Ford checks in that 2nd place position. And now waiting for our 3rd place, see if Chad Wienen is going to be able to hold on to it. It does look like he will.
Yeah, so Hetrick, Ford, and Wienen going to be making their way to Mobile One Victory Lane, where Zach Heron will stand by with the interview. Shout out to D-Gar down there, Derek Garcia, our man. He has been here in Daytona this weekend doing, if I know Derek, everything, absolutely everything. I want to give Derek a big shout out. He helps us out, man. Here, Loretta's, Pro Motocross Outdoor with podiums, GNCCs, does so much for us. So shout out to you, Derek. Get you some love in there.
So right outside of those top three, we see Brandon Hogue, Jeffrey Rastrelli, Kevin Saar now going to be able to advance up into that 6th place position. That is going to put Joey Norris into the 7th place spot. Wesley Wolf, your 8th place finisher, with Jaden Launderville in the 9th place spot. Max Lindquist will round out our top 10 here at the 11th annual ATV Supercross.
Good day. It was a good day for Joel Hetrick and the boys. First one's in the books. Have a short week and be ready for round number 2. Right now they are on their way over to the podium. Man, big takeaways. Obviously, Hetrick is still Joel Hetrick. Bryce Ford right there. Chad Weenan. Big welcome back to Chad Weenan. Looking good with a podium finish here today. Going to be interesting to get his perspective on the race. And Joey Norris, the rookie, he was up into a 6th spot at one point, ends up 7th on the day. But I think a great start for his pro debut.
Yeah, no doubt. No better way to start it. Top 10 here at round number 1 of the 2025 season. No better way to start it for Joel Hetrick either, keeping that win streak alive. So Zach Aaron going to make his way down to the Mobile One podium, where you guys can go and join him. Everybody that is here at the Daytona facility, make sure to head down to the podium, do some celebrating with our ATV Supercross. Zach going to get the interviews live here on Racer TV, so we can see the celebration. And there they are, getting ready now. Joel Hetrick has made his way down, as has the rest of our top 3.
See David Eller down there and the boys. David with a big congratulations to Joel. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up indeed.
One of the best in the biz right there. David Eller, just a solid guy. About as nice as they get. And got his fingers on the pulse of his team and the ins and outs of the industry. There's no doubt about that.
Having a word with the Zach Aaron real quick.
Our camera operator, Mike Nichols, shout out. Hey, shout out to the Racer TV team. I'm sure the guys out on the track are hustling to get back, get themselves hydrated. You guys have been put through the ringer the last few days. So shout out to the entire Racer TV staff. We'll throw up the our post-race credits in a little bit, and we'll show you guys some more loves, get your names out there. But see our guy Mike Nichols, he was giving us those great shots on the starting line. So getting things ready here for some podium celebrations.
Quite the trophies we have here for them.
Yeah, what an iconic shot too. I mean, just the backdrop, Daytona International Speedway, Mobile One Victory Lane. Very, very cool. And there it is, the world center of racing. Just an amazing weekend, man. Just everything that goes into this production, from Supercross Saturday night to Ricky Carmichael's Amateur Supercross on Sunday. And then, of course, Amateur Supercross, I guess, on Monday as well. We got practice on Sunday, and then we have the Vintage Day and ATV MX to close things out on our behalf. They got more racing that's going to be going on here. Now we're getting the bikes up there, the ATVs up there on display. So we will get these podium celebrations underway.
So going to be heading to the Decker training facility for round number 2. And then to Etchiconee, up in my part of the woods, up in Georgia. So going to have 2 amazing facilities that they'll be headed to next as well. Training, the Decker training facility, quite the facility. And then, of course, Etchiconee there with Matt Walker, a great facility as well. So going to be a fun couple
there.
Pretty good ways. 4 hours.
Okay.
Still going and out sometimes.
Yeah,
drive all the way there through the middle of the night from Calhoun, Georgia. So quite the drive. But these guys will probably know something about it. They'll be there for a few days at Etchiconee. Going to turn right back around and go racing at the Decker training facility this Saturday, Mikey. That is a very quick turnaround.
Awesome. Yeah, that is a very, very quick turnaround. Of course, we'll have the amateurs as well. They'll all be out there and in full force. Good to see the crowd down there for the top 3. And looks like Zach Aaron's just about ready to get things going. D-Gar getting the champagne bottles ready. And just missing some riders, and we'll get her going. So, yeah, short week for the pros, but I would say these three guys especially more than capable. And sounds like Zach Herron may be ready down on the podium. Take it away,
All right.
Zach.
Thanks, Mikey. Yes, I'm ready. The riders ready. Fans, are you ready for a podium celebration? What a way to kick off the 2025 season. Yeah, I'm speechless on that. Joel Hetrick, Bryce Ford, and Chad Wienen, 1, 2, and 3. Going to start the interviews off here. Chad Wienen closest to me. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it. Chad Wienen, he's back, and he's back on the podium. Man, take us through the emotions that you're feeling right now. We had a tough year right here last year, and to be able to respond with a podium finish, take us through it.
Man, it's been waiting for this for a long time, and didn't know exactly if it was gonna happen or not. But man, I gotta thank my family first and foremost, and being behind me and believing in me and trusting me that I still got some left in the tank, and to be on board with me coming out here. So much love to my family. But man, it felt so good to be out there with the boys. It's been a long time, and gosh, like just ripping that third place start out of there, I was like, okay. Man, I was ripping that first lap. Those boys, Joel and Bryce, are really cooking today, and man, I rode my race. And once the track started to go, I started hitting my lines that I like to take. I've been waiting for those kind of all day, and just waiting for the track to kind of break down a little bit more. But man, it really did. And huge props to my support group, Wienen Motorsports Yamaha, of course, T Brown stepping up as the wrenches this year. Man, when he gave me that word that he was wanting to do that, I was like, man, I cannot pass that up. We're on the same wavelength, and he brings a lot to the team and as a friend. And yeah, just got a huge props up to him. And man, just kind of just lost, just because I didn't expect this to come out, and I hope for it. But man, I just really put everything I had into that start. We prepped an awesome gate, and we saved it that sight lap, and we were able to yank a great start. And my Maxxis tires hooked up great. My Fox shocks just working so good. We've been working on some protos, and they've been working out great. And Hinson Clutch, thank you. FMF, CP Carrillo, ODI grips on board this year with me. VP Racing Fuels, SSI decals, man, thank you to that whole family. They do so much for our sport and for my program as well. Shoei helmets, Fly Racing gear, and man, just Wrath Racing. But man, it feels so good, and thank you to everybody out here for all the messages. It really meant a lot. It gave me a lot of motivation to want to get out here and do the best that I could. We're off the Decker this later this week, and I can't wait for that one. And yeah, my wife, children, all my friends coming out and supporting, and it's been a great ride, and I'm looking forward to some more. Walsh Racecraft, of course, from Alaska Motorsports, RP Race, and the guys from Motorsport. Thank you.
He's back, and he still got it. Let's hear it. Chad Wienen, third place on the day. Gonna head over to the far side. Let's hear it. Second place, Bryce Ford. All right, Bryce, be honest with me. Were you a little jealous that we didn't get a pre-race interview with you? You said, now it's my time to chat. You put in the work. You're here on the podium. Take us through the race.
Yeah, it was, man. That's why I was sleeping on the gate. I was like worried about the interview on the start. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it was a long day. I thought I put in a hot lap today, and I thought I was first. There was some confusion there, but yeah, I got second. First things first, I got to say thank you so much to Jay Goebel. He came to my house twice this off season. First time I got sick, we didn't make much progress, but he came a week ago. Surprise visit, no idea he was coming, but we got this thing under control, and I feel really good. But back to the racing. First heat, I got second behind Joel, and then in this main event, I knew I needed a good start. Started next to Joel again. He pulled the start, dropped in behind him, and yeah, it was just learning from him all day. But that guy is unreal on a quad. I've trained all my life, and just to get beat like that is not ideal. But if you're losing to Joel, it's okay, because a lot of us have to deal with it. But yeah, I'm super stoked with how today went. It wouldn't be possible without my parents, Ford Brothers Racing, Tyler, for keeping me my practice bike going all the time, JB, my fiance Izza. That's the first race I've been engaged, and I got second, so that's awesome. The SSI family, Ian, Abby, Elise. Yeah, just Mark Baldwin, JB, just everybody, thank you so freaking much. I got second this year, I got second last year, so hopefully we can keep plugging away at it. My Nana for coming here, and yeah, sorry, I love everybody. My brain's tripping. I'm a little tired, but we're going to be ready for Deckers.
Hey, without a doubt, yeah, quick turnaround from rounds 1 to 2. Talk about it. Yes, you came up short of the win, but sub 10 seconds, man, you really were matching the pace throughout most of the race. Was there anything that you could jot down, any notes that you could easily take watching Joel where you're like, hey, I can start to implement that in my racing?
Yeah, of course. Just hold the thing wide open and keep shifting up, and don't hit the brakes. No, but yeah, it was more time than that. He definitely paces off of me once he gets a lead, which any racer would do, any smart racer, so I know that. But we're still about a second off, so I just, yeah, need to give the thing gas. I got the power, so I just need to do it.
Hey, you ready for the challenge ahead? One more time, guys. Let's hear it. Bryce Ford, second place. And in the center of the box, his favorite place to be, the win streak just keeps going. Let's hear it for Joel Hetrick, your winner here from Daytona. Joel, I've got all kinds of awards for you, man. We got the wakeboard, we got the whole shot award. Take us through this, man. Talk about executing a start and executing all the way through the race. You made it easy on yourself. You talked about how important that start was. What did it take to be able to perform out here? A little dry. You guys were dealing with motorcycle ruts as well. A lot of focus going into the prep on the start. Take us through how you got yourself out front and brought home a win.
Man, we just we dug through that start as best as we could. Gary, my mechanic, had to put the big boots on, and we just chipped away at that hard clay and got our gate really how we wanted it, and I knew how crucial that was going to be, just like the heat race, and executed the start great. You know, I had some help today with my gearing, my setup, twisted developments here, and really put me in the right direction for the Moto, and I'm thankful for that. But just this Phoenix Racing Yamaha is just ripping right now, so the DASA motor just pulled out of there strong and hooked up great, so I just couldn't ask for a better day on this track. I mean, it could go really south here, so I'm happy that it seemed like everybody came out safe, and of course I'm happy to pull off a win.
Without a doubt. Now, you speak on, as far as just the entire team and your setup going, the perfect season last year, the streak continues, the win streak continues. How are we feeling on this? Is there a lot of changes from year to year, or is it like, hey, this has been working with me, maybe some minor tweaks, but if it ain't broke, don't fix it?
Yeah, that's right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, we changed hand guards and clutch perch, and we got power mat guards, ASV levers. Other than that, man, we kept it pretty much the same. DASA gave us some more power. It's hard to hold on to, man. This thing rips, but thankfully we got it tuned right and execute everything really good. And like I said, the Phoenix Racing Yamaha crew is just amazing to be with. Walsh Racecraft, Elka Suspension, Jay Goebel with Impact Solutions, Factory 43, RP Race, Walsh Racecraft, FMF, 100%, 6D, David Eller for being out here today. The whole Phoenix crew. I got a lot of Phoenix guys here today. It's really cool to have the support on the ATV side as well. So those guys are great to me. ODI, my mechanic Gary, Jim Hardy, my wife Carly. She battles the three little ones all day today, so that's a job in itself. Thank you, Carly. My dad was here. He had to go catch a plane. Love when he's here. Love when my mom and dad are here. My mom couldn't make it, but it's just it's a special time, and I'm happy to do it for all my fans and my family, and it just feels really good to keep the streak alive. And going to where I trained at all winter, Decker Training Facility, next is just going to be great. Those guys are awesome to me. Thank you to Decker and the whole family for the hospitality all winter long. Yeah, man, let's go racing again.
There it is. The streak continues. He's ready to go racing again. Let's hear it. Joel Hetrick, your winner. Gonna ask our top three riders, grab those wakeboards, hold them high up over the head. Are any of you guys actually gonna ride those wakeboards at all? Is it just getting hung up? Yeah, there it is. Bryce is ready. There we go. I love it. I love it. All right, nobody likes smiling for a quiet crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time. Your ATV Pro SX podium. Joel Hetrick, Bryce Ford, and Chad Wienen. We got the shots, and now everybody knows what's coming up next. Let's go. Let's grab the bubbly. It's just about time for some champagne showers. Coming up, what a way to kick off the season. I thought Bryce was trying to snag his bottle there. Wait a second. All right, he throws on the goggles. Better be safe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I just got the text message. Yep, National Weather Service calling for 100% chance of champagne showers here at Daytona. The ATV SX top 3. Hold on to it, Joel. Slipping and sliding. That's what it's all about. One more time, folks. Let's get a round of applause for your top 3.
Well, big congratulations there. Joel Hetrick taking first place. Bryce Ford finishing in the 2 spot. And Chad Wienen rounding out the box. Going to be a short week for ATV MX. And they'll be right back at it. But folks, that is going to do it for us here at Racer TV. On behalf of Jackson Burrell, Zach Herron, Megawatt, Matt Watson, our camera operators, Mike, Josh, Adam, Leah, Cameron, Jack, and Gabe, our manager, Dan Reinhart, engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, our director, Don Hampton, our producer, Adam Gordon, and our executive producer is Carrie Jo Russell. I'm Mikey Waynes, and you've been watching ATV SX on Racer TV.